so we're live everywhere. So let me open it up because we actually have got some gams. We've got Myriad versus May-Michel. And I think this was a best of 7, if I'm correctly said. So let me go ahead and I will update the tournament thing. I don't have the draft on hand and I couldn't find the details on the match anywhere, so we'll just have the tracking score in-game while we watch, okay? But let me go ahead and throw us over now. Oh, need to... Best of 7 show match involving Eminem because we've got Myriad going up against May-Michel. All for $100. Thought this would be a fun one to kick off the day. There's been a few of these show matches going on. I'm not sure who's funding them exactly right now, but I know Mayo has been involved in a few different ones at the moment. In fact, we even have a Voldemort one coming up that we'll have to take a gander at as well. We kick off, though, with Myriad versus May-Michel on Dry Arabia. It's going to be Mongols up against Rus. Now, this is pretty much comfort zone for both players. Myriad, of course, will know how to play the Rus. We've seen him do some decent things with them in the past. All around a very competent civ when you're talking about tournament play. The other side, the Mongols are kind of a weird one right now. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but they're a little bit of a snooze and lose type civ at the moment when you see them on the ladder, but they are a civ that can function quite well in tournament play. And they are a civ that looks most comfortable in the hands of May-Michel. May-Michel, for those that don't know, is a StarCraft 2 pro with quite a legacy behind him in the Southeast Asian region. And apparently he wants to stay rooted to Asia in terms of the civs he picks because he consistently relies on the Mongols to carry him through the most sticky situations. So curious to see what he's going to cook here up against the Rus. Rus that definitely feel like they should be a favored civ, right? Like you can't outpost rush the Rus here. In the mid game, like you spam Keshiks, they spam Knights, right? So if they're spamming Knights, you can't easily trade either. And there's always that risk of a 2TC, which can't really block, if we're being totally honest. You know, the reality is the Kremlin kind of gives it for free. And considering the spawn we're looking at here, I wouldn't be surprised if it is a Kremlin drop, say, here at the front. Because if you drop it in the center, you'll buff both tree lines long-term, and you'll also protect the stone for a gather point. Spawn-wise, Myriad will want to think about getting some walls up in the mid-game here, just to kind of encapsulate this backside, because this is a perfect area to drop a TC in. I imagine he'll start off by dropping it on the tree line, but needs to be a little bit careful about positioning, right? Because if he puts the Kremlin here, it might expose him. We have got a stables opening from May-Michel, though. I'm a little bit surprised by this. Sometimes we've seen people going for the stable straight away for the double scout. I'm a bigger fan of that up against the Rus. This, to me, feels a bit more peculiar. In theory, the horsemen are really good, right? Because they can actually deny the deer quite quickly. Remember, deer only have 5 health, and a Dark Age horseman has 8 damage. But the timing is really different here. For example, if he just went stable straight away instead of going Ubu first, he would have had a scout out, what, like an extra 30 seconds ago? Because remember, stables itself takes 30 seconds to build with 1 villager, and then he had to gather extra wood to get the stables. So his timing is already a little bit off. And you can already see that by the fact that Myriad not only got his hands on his tech up timing, he also got his hands on the wheelbarrow. But this is way too greedy. What? Myriad, so unnecessary there. Wow, he just hurt his tech timing. Yeah, there was no reason to go that gluttonous originally with the Kremlin. And now the Khan is going to be a little bit annoying about this, right? Like, remember, it's 2 damage per shot. He's probably going to have to circle villages in and out just to get the tech up. Oh, Mio. All right, it looks like both players not really clocking it there. But this is I mean, outside the weird Kremlin detail, this is actually a really good start for Myriad. Right, look at his bounty situation. This is exactly the dream if you're playing Rus, because this gives you the option of opening with a Knight from the stables drop, right? Because you'll have enough passive gold. In fact, at this pacing, Myriad will have enough passive gold for a double Knight pump. That's really scary, because usually the Mongols' goal in this matchup is to go for Silver Tree. I'm personally of the opinion that Mayo should probably target a Deerstone, because I don't see longer gameplay favoring him here. He's got kind of a weird placement on the trade post, so you don't want to trade close to the Rus base. Another thing is you can't really get away with subtle trading. Obviously, if you're building a Silver Tree, someone knows you're trading. But the thing about the Rus in particular, what makes them one of the hardest civs to trade against, is not just that heavy Knight detail we talked about, it's the fact that they see where you're doing it, right? Look at the vision on the map right now for Myriad. Okay, a little bit more underwhelming because he did lose one of the scouts, right? But like typically you have 3 scouts, you see everything. Now, admittedly, the horsemen have been valuable in kind of shrinking that a bit. They did take one of the scouts. But now with the knight follow-up, I think Mayo's going to struggle to kind of scale if he relies on trade. So tech up complete. Stables drop straight away. Our boy Myriad knows what's up. Like, this is the build. And Mayo, he understands as well. Deerstone is 100% the call we wanted here. So this is Mayo in a more of a kind of all-in focused approach. You're probably looking at a fast scale into what, like Keshiks and archers. The problem is I feel like he needs to find a way off the beaten path because Keshiks and archers should lose to knights and archers, right? There's a small window for Mayo though. By doing what he's doing, he's all in. My worry is what he's done here. This is now 450 wood into economy. That slows you down. Like if you actually mathematically think about the difference maker here, 450 wood into economy, and your opponent's going to be spending 750 resources into economy. The difference, however, with Myriad is that he's going to give that wood much more efficiently with the Kremlin, right? So you have to take 20% off of, not the 750, that doesn't make sense. You take it off the 400, right? So he's actually spending 670 resources compared to 450 on economy. That's not a big difference if you think about it, right? Now, there is a strain on the Rus, and that's going to be the fact that their villager production is going to go up, so they're going to spend an extra 150 resources per minute there. But that leaves a very small margin for error for May-Michel, even when you equate the 70 resources from the stone per minute. It means he has to target an attack time of around 12 minutes, I think, max. Any later, and it's going to be too late. This is a lot of bloody horsemen coming out. What? I mean, it's good for denying the scouts, right? Which I like, because now Myriad's playing a fairly blind game. What I'm worried about, though, is he has 0 answers to the knights. This stone is at least going to allow him to run away quickly. He actually gets the shivs out. You can tell this guy used to play StarCraft a lot, right? I mean, funnily enough, he was a Zerg main. That's more of an SCV action in my eyes, but well played. And this is another value of Deerstone in this matchup, by the way. It gives you the mobility to disengage, and oh my god. I don't think Myriad was quite expecting this. And I can't blame him. I mean, I have God vision, and I wouldn't have anticipated May-Michel choosing to go up to 6 horsemen against the Rus. What I think is cool here, though, is in theory, May-Michel could just run, what, Spear? Oh, wow. Yeah, I was about to say Spear Horseman. He's forced Myriad to do that. So now you just go archers. Once you confirm that it's spears, you just go archers here, and you're a mile ahead. Dude, boy, that's wild. TC has gone up, though, on the backside. Keep that in mind. So Myriad is now going to start scaling. So there is kind of an urgency on May-Michel to make that move we talked about. What confuses me is he's saving up for Castle Age. Why is this build? Is he just going to spam Men-at-Arms? I mean, the problem with Men-at-Arms here is your opponent scales knights, right? So, like, from an age behind, he can contest you. Maybe it's a playing to quick siege after reaching castle. I think his first priority is the relics, which makes sense when you look at the spawn. I think this is quite... This almost feels like a Mongol bias spawn, right? I think part of that, though, is due to the TC. Like, did he not move it from here, I think, up to here? So that kind of makes it look a bit more skewed. But, like, position-wise, he's in a very cozy position to play quickly for 4 relics, and he does have the stone for double monk production. What a crazy build. And in a weird way, this kind of works, right? Like, think about the timing you're going to be getting here. Your opponent only has a 3 villager lead right now. On top of that, he's scaling spears. He doesn't have a way of directly contesting you. What a creative build, man. I was worried for him because I thought he was going for, like, this all-in feudal timing, but... starting to inflate in confidence here. So, do you Kurotai? No, he's going to step read out. Makes sense, right? I thought maybe Kurotai for the all-in timing within a few minutes of the tech up, but I think he wants scalability now. This is the thing, if you don't go Silver Tree, you kind of get forced to go step read out right now with the Mongols. In fact, it's really always been that way with this Civ. Awesome wraparound back. See, I'm not quite sure who organized the show match. I do know there's a few individuals who usually come together to do it, but I don't want to put a name on it right now. Myriad told me that him and May-Michel were having this show match. I think it was for $100. So 2 possibilities. Either the players ponied the money up or one of the people in the community did. We have a few different people. I think like Andy's one that comes to mind, Hermes Prime as well. Knights in the meantime, though. This raid doing some serious damage and delays here. So this is important because look at the resources right now. Myriad now knows about the tech up. He holds all production. He stalls this out rather as much as he can. And I love the micro as well. The way that these are rallying. Dude, this is painful to watch. Mayo, please. Sometimes manual clicking pays off there, folks. That knight should have been dead 2 villages ago. Instead, that is now Myriad with a 12-villager lead. And a tech up now on the way. This should be high trade house coming. Oh, Myriad, good. Okay, he had the right idea. You should put it here because the berries are a gathering point, right? So you can use this as a drop-off point. Plus, you get more wood here, I think, than here. And wait, is this just going to be horse archers? No. That's only 1 archery range. Okay, so he's paranoid that his opponent's going to gun at him with, what, either Keshiks or men-at-arms here? I think this is a very easily defendable point, though, for Myriad. All Red has to do is drop a wall here. I think that's the only criticism I'd have of their current build. Obviously, spears can kind of defend against Keshiks and horsemen, which is why I don't think he's worried too much. But as the game goes on, this could become a vulnerability point. Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing, men-at-arms and crossbows, right? From Myriad. Is there a world in which he does men-at-arms archers? I don't think so. I mean, if he senses what his opponent is building, he realistically could go archer spearman and then use the extra resources to get his hands on relics. But it looks like it's going to be crossbow spears. This is fine, though, for Myriad. With this type of eco lead, this is a very beneficial comp to scale into. On the other side, I don't think Mayo's made a move for relics yet. What? Oh, wow. Guys, this is pretty bad. Mayo is in a dire situation here because he didn't rush relics at all. So now, Myriad, while being 2 DC and being 17 villages ahead, he can now play for relics as well. Yeah, I think we're about to see a Roost Noble. Oh my god, that one knight. I think that one knight did have a very deep impact in multiple ways, right? Not only did he delay the tech up, not only did he force May-Michel to pull more villages with only Deerstone, no wheelbarrow, which is a long walk in that situation, but he also revealed the tech up was happening. So Myriad knew immediately to switch gears, and he also understood based on those timings what unit comp he'd be up against. Wow, what a brutal situation. And now we are seeing the archers added in, which is what I wanted before. Like, you know, I think you realistically can just do archer spears and kind of get away with it, and then come in with like crossbows on a delay. Awesome. In the meantime, I'm going to try to breach through, but this is fortified past A walls, folks. Completely not lead or balanced. Surprising amount of torch damage, right? But remember, the reason is that when you scale up an age, you increase the torch damage on these units. So instead of being 12, it's up to 16 now. Was it 10? It gets pretty high, basically. Relic's now being trucked home. What is Mayo's game strat here? I'm trying to figure out what he sees his win condition as now. This just kind of feels like classic stuck in a rut Mongols, right? Where they scale mass crossbows and then they try to outplay in the big engagement. Now, in 2024, the chances of success there is usually higher because nowadays we usually see a lot of Kurultai. There you have a very big buff on high base damage units, so you can contest better. And also remember, Kurultai also buffs the bonus damage, so you essentially shred anything with armor. This isn't a Kurultai game, though. This is just a normie game. You went step read up. I think the only way May-Michel can win this is with Siege. So that's a march out towards the relics. The interesting part is Mayo still is not playing for relics himself, right? He might now play blocker to them, but it feels a bit late for that, right? It's a bare minimum going to be a free relic game. Also, keep in mind that High Trade House is generating 140 gold a minute. Suffice to say, this is a very cozy position to find yourself in as red. Oof. And Crossbow's learning hard. Why Spearmen don't care. Yeah, I think Mayo is a bit too split here. He had half his army on the right side of the map, right? Yeah, the horsemen went over there. Half the army's being held back. And that should give the breathing room now. So 4 relic gain for Myriad. I mean, Mayo, we've got to make choices soon, mate. He's sitting on 840 stone. I just don't think Mongols really benefit from these type of situations anymore. I like them as a hybrid map, Civ, but you know, in your Dry Arabia-esque maps, if you can't make something happen in the first 10, max 15 minutes, I feel like your game is already over. It's weird because when you look at Mongols on paper, they seem like a Civ that have this point in the late game that should be worthwhile, which never really plays out that way. I mean, big part of it is how do you get to that late in the game? Definitely don't get there in one piece. It's like interception on the relic. Spearman are going to be pulled off. Well played there by Myriad, actually, to send reinforcements across in time. It means he's somewhat going to be forfeiting the main engagement, but he can afford this. Look at the eco situation now, 72 to 46. Mayo yet to find some sort of way of testing this directly. In fact, I think Mayo might just be dead. I can't believe this. He's actually losing this fight right now. Archer's only with a +1, but it's enough. May-Michel, GG's out of game number 1. It reminds us why Mongols may be looking good when you add water in the equation. But stick them on dry lands, and they're like a fish out of water. Basically, their magic up. Yeah, that was... I mean, that's the exact reason why I question Mongol picks so often, right? Like, that's the exact thing that we've been seeing time and time again. It's kind of weird to see them lose so terribly, because I feel like when we've been seeing them on hybrid maps, they at least look like a semi-competent Civ. But that does mean 1 game to Myriad. Let me just update that. So, Myriad, this is Mayo G1. Oh god, we're going Hillendale. My commiserations. He made 6 Horsemen Feudal and no trade. What did you expect? I expected like an all-in. Or a transition into eco. He done none of that. He didn't all-in, he didn't transition eco. He just teched up. Which at first I was like, this could be cool for an all-in. And then he just didn't all-in. He didn't even rush relics. He could have rushed relics. I thought that's what the play was going to be. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, check that. Dude, that's cool. We get one of these spawns. One and all, welcome back to the AoE4 action. We have actually got one of the unique diagonal Hill and Dale spawns. Now, we used to see these a lot, but you never, ever see these in tournament games anymore. So I'm glad we get to show it off in a nice little tourney series. A show match, a best of 7 between me and Micah on the Deli in the blue. And then to the north, /1-1. That is going to be none other than Myriad, the Hungarian, living in the Britlands, playing as the Abbasids in the yellow. Deli versus Abbasids. This can be a good map for Abbasids sometimes, right? But I think one prerequisite to it working for them is the option to trade and trade efficiently. And by efficiently, I mean you can defend it easily. This is where diagonal Hill and Dales kind of make you suffer. Look at where the trade posts are. Look at where the cliffs are. Usually you spawn in the center of the map, which means these trade posts are more easily navigatable because you've essentially got a natural wall for half the route. In this game, you really don't. You have a lot of open ground, so you don't have efficient walling areas. So yeah, this might be a little bit tough. You'd think it's about the same amount of ground to cover and the same amount of ground to wall, but the reality is also it's a difference in where you focus your attention. Like when you're trading on Hill and Dale, I have to be guarding both flanks, right? When you're trading on this type of Hill and Dale, I only have to guard one. And if I see you not coming, I shift to the other, right? Like it's a very different dynamic. You have less options and you're more predictable. So I imagine Myriad's game strat here, is it going to be the melee wing? I do think Abbasids can perform reasonably against the Deli, and part of the reason is the military wing opening. It usually forces the Deli player to not go for the Ghazi. I do, however, know that Myriad is quite anchored in his belief that you don't care and you still go Ghazi. If that's his thought process here, then he should be going eco in. I would like to say, like, me and Myriad agree on many things. I'm not sure I'm fully game on that. I still think going Ghazi first against the double arch, double spear sets you back a little. All right, there we go. Maybe he's been converted to the way, or maybe he was just trying to bait people to cast recently. And what? What? Okay, that is completely unexpected. So we've actually got Dome of the Faith coming in. You guys might forget what this landmark looks like because no one builds at the Deli anymore. This Civ only cares about attack speed. And for good reason. Tower Victory just has so many power points to it, right? In the Feudal Age, but also it scales really nicely into Castle and Beyond because of the crossbow attack speeds. But this is intriguing. I mean, Dome of Faith, so we're probably looking at, what, maybe a fast castle build? If I had to guess what May-Michael's thought process is here, and it makes a lot of sense, is you're on a map like Hill and Dale, very defendable. You're playing against a boom Civ like Abbasid that likes to build multi-TCs and just get loads of eco. Going all in may not be your best friend. Going for fast castle should reap better rewards here. So I think that's the goal for May-Michael is move out, probably open Ghazi still, move out, lock in Sacred Sites, trickle the gold, go castle, and scale. The question is going to be whether this is a House of Learning or a... Is it going to be a House of Learning? I think it's going to be a House of Learning game over Compounded Defender, right? I mean, in theory, COD has a lot of value because you can use it to secure the 8k golds, which is critical, especially on a map spawn like this. And it turns into a TC, right? But I usually find when people go Dome of Faith, like House of Learning is a little bit more desirable all of a sudden because you now have the means to the ends to really buff your army fast. It's a bit of a weird one in my eyes. I think Dumu's kind of shown this recently, where Dumu's one of the players that will go House of Learning off the back of TOV. And the reason you do that off the back of Tower Victory is because Tower Victory gives you the attack speed, and then House of Learning can give you the damage on your swords, right? So 20% increase attack speed with +3 damage. You already see where we're going with this. It's a lot more DPS increase. How are we looking on sheep pool as well? Ooh, Myriad, not too great here. 7 sheep. Long term, he's going to have issues. Short term, he'll be fine, right? He's got the deer plus the berries. One nice thing I find when you get these type of spawns with one of the berry civs, by the way, just bring your scout back and shove the deer in. You've already now got a mill, so you don't even have to shove it all the way back to the TC. Yeah, blacksmiths as well. So May-Michel presumably just waiting to see what the reaction is. And it's a smart choice, right? Like, I think another big reason why the Ghazi opening immediately feels a bit weird is because of this detail here. This has been a popular build on the rise for the Abbasids at the moment, is military wing into stables for the double horsemen. It gives you the perfect triangle of all 3 unit types. And that's very difficult for the Deli to contest, especially when they don't go Tower Victory. Like, if they went Tower Victory, they could just scale archers to overwhelm this. That's how good TOV archers really are. But without that tool, I think he's going to have to maybe hunker down a bit more. Yeah, now going Ghazi. I'm not the greatest fan of this beginning for Mayo. He's going to have to go up to, what, 4, possibly 5 Ghazi to feel comfortable about the fight. In fairness, though, with military efficiency, he should be able to achieve those numbers quick enough. Remember, he's pumping out a Ghazi every 13 seconds, right? And Sanctity isn't coming in for another minute and a half. But because of that delay coming out that's likely to be afforded, he should be delayed on picking up the first Sacred Site. Beneficial for the other side, especially when you consider the Myriad. He's going for that second TC. Rack's now coming in as well. What's the thought process with Racks over Archery Range, I wonder? I guess, well, realistically, Spearmen kill Horsemen quicker than Archers kill Spear. And also, you know, the Spearmen can even kill Archers quicker than, say, Archer will kill Horsemen, right? It kind of makes sense. Gives him kind of a right-click and go approach to his comp right now as well. I'm a little bit intrigued by it. Like, I find usually when you're playing Deli, your goal is to scale archers, but maybe the thought process here for May-Michel is he doesn't want to play long feudal, so he doesn't want to scale archers, right? Because if you scale archers, they're just more problematic to upgrade down the line, even when you've got Dome of Faith with extra scholars. An interesting choice here by May-Michel. That isn't exactly what I'd call efficient deer spread, bud. Reminder, this is his side of the map. Those are his deer. Ghazi now marching forward then. So, walls are going up. And I think this is the point where realistically you just stay on your high ground as Abbasids, right? You can run interception with horsemen on the flanks, but I don't think you look for a direct engagement. The problem is if you look for a direct engagement, Ghazi are better than horsemen, and then when you think about spearmen, you think Abbasids would do okay there due to phalanx, but it doesn't compare to the attack speed. Oh wait, what am I on about? We haven't got TOV. No, he could contest this. My brain. Okay, does that not really emphasize how used to Tower Victory I am? That I just went into the also explanation of Tower Victory. I don't know, man. Like, May-Michel is doing some weird things, but I kind of love that he does this every time we watch him. He doesn't play the full meta of AoE 4 right now. But it is weird that Myriad doesn't contest this, because he did scout around the back, right? Like, when he marched in, he did see the Dome of Faith choice, because he came about here. So it's kind of intriguing that his option that he chooses is to kind of lean into a more defensive format. We are now finally seeing more troops added in. So maybe it was just like a trigger delay, right? Invest in the second TC, wall yourself up to be safe so Ghazi can't raid, and then come out for the sacred sites. Still, he's behind by quite a bit. It's kind of the dirty thing about Deli, right? Like, they haven't got that extra attack speed premium, but what they do still have, even when they don't go Tower Victory, is military efficiency that allows them to ramp an army at an insane pace. I don't know, man. I feel like production speed sometimes gets glazed over a bit when we're analyzing games, and just actually in general, when even at the high level, when people think about what works and what doesn't. Why are Deli so dominant? There's a bunch of details, but I think at the core of it, one that always baffles me is their production rate. Even when they're up against a countered unit, they can scale enough quick enough to not care. You can just see it in the numbers, right? Like, sure, this was 2TC, so there's going to be a delayed scale, but even when you equate for that, Abbasid started with 4 units ahead at the start of the age, right? Oh my God. Now, we've been seeing this in a few games. If you guys remember, we actually had 1 or 2 hilarious Roost games where they'd done this exact strategy. They'd wall in their opponent on the high ground to achieve their mid-map objectives. And this is smart. May-Michel, he buys time to not have to contest. Because remember, the only reason why Myriad's coming close to touching these numbers right now is because May-Michel is touching a new age. Give me a reset, a retreat away. In the meantime, Skull on the west flank. That's extra gold trickle now going to be on the way for May-Michel. And it is indeed that House of Learning build we talked about. So this is all about the swords. And because he's up against mass spears already, this should just be men-at-arms. I don't think you even dabble that much in lances, right? Lances won't be your win condition here. Does Myriad realize what's happening here? Spears are on the chase. Archers are engaging. So May-Michel is revealed now. He has to just back up entirely, right? Like, Sacred Site has been locked in. That should distract Myriad long enough. Because if you do contest that fight for even an extra 10 seconds, the tech up will complete, and then you'll just see Myriad go all in. And what a timing as well. Check this. May-Michel, this choice is well informed. Camel Archers were being added in. Camel Archers would have been the detail that would have allowed Horsemen to beat Ghazi. Especially consider how ridiculous Camel Archers would be here when you realize that May-Michel doesn't actually have a single ranged unit in his army. Myriad. Looks like he's starting to save up. I love that he's scaling archers, by the way. Like, these archers are something you can carry on when you age up because you can just play composite those. And in the meantime, it does kind of pad you against a decent amount of threats. Looks like decap incoming though, so it looks like May-Michel is going to have to forfeit that over. Not too surprised there, right? Like, your army isn't ready yet. The men-at-arms trickle is on the way, but if you take that fight beforehand, spears will beat men-at-arms trickle, right? Because they'll just swarm them. Rush coming in though. In the forest, it's a little bit harder to see here. May-Michel is going to go for the wrap round on the backside, but the spearmen get pulled back just in the nick of time. Are they going to be quick enough though? I feel like the bigger issue here is the men-at-arms over time are just going to win all of this. Camel Archer also goes down, so Ghazi full damage back online. But we need a tech up. We need it now. Myriad probably going to be looking at the culture wing. He needs every upgrade he can get, and he needs it ASAP. And wait, did we see... Oh, that's interesting. I think I've seen this from May-Michel before. He tends to go hearty rations first and Homeblade second. It's kind of cool, right? Because the logic is that by the time you get Homeblades, you'll maybe have 10, 15 these men-at-arms, but like you've already got 43 villages, right? I think that's the logic he goes for. I personally think that the swords are worth it more. Maybe the thought process here for May-Michel is there's a risk he gets countered, and this way, if the men-at-arms get countered by crossbows, he hasn't got all his eggs in one basket, right? He's getting economy, so like extra gather rate or extra capacity can be applied to any unit, right? You can use those extra resources and pile them into archers, siege, men-at-arms. Get Micro back here, though. Love the fact we've got more camel archers coming in. So, little tip, folks, when you're an age behind like this is the best unit you can build as Abbasids. It's how you offset the heavily armored units. Because remember, these bad boys come with 12 base damage. So, even with the 4 ranged armor, the men-at-arms still feel it in the morning. That's also being picked up. So, May-Michel, from this position, he should be looking at a 4 relic game. Possibly 5, actually. The camel archers are the thing that might threaten him somewhat, but the men-at-arms, there's enough of them coming out that the camel archers should be distracted. And once tech up's complete, I imagine we're going to be looking at a quick rush out to the tree line on the flank, right? Because realistically, Myriad doesn't have much wood to work with on the high ground. Dude, I got a smile on my face. I'm actually so happy we get to see Hill and Dale like this. To me, I feel like Hill and Dale does play a bit different when you get this type of spawn to the standard. Certain strategies open up, other ones close out. Oh, backstab, camel archers, a little bit out of position here. The Ghazi, I'll target them down. In fact, there's another one behind them they easily just whack out. Gulam's now being queued up. Oh, what? Why? I'm a little bit perplexed by this. Gulam spam, I mean, I guess he's got the production building, so you might as well build something because you need units right now. But Gulam's doesn't feel like the winning play. In fact, it couldn't come at a worse time. May-Michel is now scaling into lances. This is going to be problematic. I mean, he's got to be smiling right now, right? When you see your opponent build Gulams like this, it's almost like a free win. Gulams that right now are struggling to even stand their ground. Archer upgrades have come in. I don't think we've got comps to bows though, right? That feels way too expensive for only 7 archers. Crossbows are being queued up though, so that should force the retreat. Mayo behind this. Now with the Lancers scaling, this is a perfect timing, right? Homeblades is on the way. He should have more scholars coming back to boost this research speed. Remember, right now, he has 3 of them in transit returning relics. After that, what they have to do, they hop back into those temples and they research. Wololo. Myriad. Oh no! The balls on May-Michel there. He had the option to get out with the relic or go for the villages. Instead, he sends it full hab into the enemy army. Does not pay off this time. Now, if Mayo had more troops here, that would have been a sick play because he would have forced a retreat where the Abbasids couldn't contest. But yeah, that was a little bit of a throwaway. I don't think he needed to get that gutsy with the relic. I'm starting to find the villages though. Wait, Myriad. Is he distracted? I think he's distracted. A move out on the left side gets spotted out. He hasn't noticed yet. Oh my god. Those aren't berries. That's just blood on a bush. Are you kidding me? Myriad. He still doesn't know. Absolute war crimes. Wow, and all of a sudden the entire eco lead is pretty much gone, right? 13 villages between them is not a lot when you consider that there's 4 relics and 3 sacred sites on the other side. A happy retreat from May-Michel. He has to be happy with that result. Gulam numbers are now starting to scale. A few of them have been thrown away, but that goes both sides, right? The Lancers are a bigger threat in the grand scheme of things because they can contest different areas of the map more freely. In fact, anytime you have to retreat, this is an ugly affair. Lancers straight in on top of the spearmen, crossbows rather, and the archers. Gulam's once again just like, I don't see how this is going to end anywhere well for Myriad in the coming minute. Homeblades now just 30 seconds away. Probably the last time we're going to see Myriad get a good fight with this composition. Yeah, he needs to switch up right now. Crossbows, I want him to keep scaling crossbows, but I realistically think that Golems is kind of a losing play now as this game goes on. You've got to be conscious of the fact that your opponent should have double blacksmiths usually, and you should have extra techs coming in. I mean, luckily for Myriad, May-Michel was a bit inefficient with his build. I think when you know Golems are as a possibility, you immediately drop the blacksmiths, because then you get level 2 ranged melee damage and melee defense, rather. Words today with me. Instead, he took a bit more of a greedy approach here. What map is this? This is Hill and Ditch. That's what we'll call this one. Good old Hill and Dale spawns on a diagonal. Honestly, I don't remember the last time I saw this type of spawn. It must have been years. I forgot this spawn could even happen. Outside of team games, right? Flash coming in. Myriad. He has got a good crossbow mass on the backside. Now, funnily enough, if Myriad, there we go, just clicks past. He needs to start wiping this out. Build count is getting low, though. We need more farms right now. We've only got, what, 2 farm clusters? No eco wing either, so that gets expensive. Villagers once again forced to retreat here. May-Michel maintaining that stranglehold on the mid-map. Oh, God. And what happened to the crossbows? Oh, my God. Is this just over? I mean, I just don't... I think there's a big miss macro and a little bit of a panic here. It looks like Myriad isn't just going to wave the white flag yet. He's holding 850 stone, so we're probably looking at a keep drop soon. If he can find a little bit of extra stone. He is moving out on the west flank. So it looks like Myriad is going to find a way to extend this game. For anyone who's looking going, why does Myriad not just GG? The game's over. He's playing Abbasid against Deli. In his eyes, the Deli is kind of on a timer here because eventually his economy will take over. That is a long road, though. And you're going to get beat up pretty hard on the way. I don't think he realizes his home blades, by the way. He's got to start getting suspicious, right? Like, he's dying way too fast in these fights. The reason he's dying so fast is the +3 damage on the knights and the men-at-arms. And now crossbows also arrive to make things even worse. Oy, oy, oy. Myriad, he has got the stone. It's probably going to have to be a forward keep in the front of his base. Because I think he just needs to kind of stave off the bleeding here. It should always spawn like this. I think this is better, right? You still camp, but I feel like the camp is less free. Because there's more urgency. Like, the thing I don't like about standard Hill and Dale versus this is standard Hill and Dale, you have options on the flanks. Right? So you can kind of play a more campy defensive style. Whereas this is like, you know, there are still tree lines you can wall off, but you're playing out towards the mid-map, towards your opponent. You're not playing off the sides and further away. So I agree. I prefer this spawn to the one that we've been seeing in tournament play at the moment. Frolic finally on the way home again. Mayo, he actually has free entry here. The Wolves... Oh, does he know? Mayo doesn't know. I don't think he's realized it yet. He's assuming there are walls up here, but if he just sends the Lancers north, it's free reign upon the farms. Reign of terror, that is. Crossbow mass getting bigger here. Good dodges as well. Mayo not giving away anything for free, and the Mango is going to have to leave. I don't think we ever had a second TC, right? This is still a 1 TC for Mayo. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised May-Michel didn't go for a keep drop around the center of the map and then just scale that into TCs, right? Like, remember, because it's not a compounded defender build, he has no way of even getting village fortresses until he builds a castle. Moving on the farms now, though. Myriad, his worst nightmare coming into reality here. And also, a little bit baited there. Moves in range of the massed crossbows to kill a single Lancer. Definitely feels like a misclick there. Meanwhile, Lancer backstab. Oh, he's going to get it as well. The body blocks. Myriad somehow keeps the Mango alive. His one hope of remaining in this game. Good follow-up hit as well. Mayo may have to fully reset. Damn. I exaggerate not one iota when I say that was make or break. If that Mango goes down, he would never be able to contest this. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still hard to come back into this for Myriad. But that at least gives hope to Yellow, right? That one wallop means that essentially the backbone of May-Michael's army. Half of it is on half HP. I mean, that's the funny thing, right? Is like Myriad is actually getting away with the creep on the flank. And remember, he went for a keep drop. So even if Mayo knew, like, he can't do anything to stop this right now. It's just too much investment. I got to give it to Myriad. Like, this flank play is kind of keeping the game. I'm a bit more worried about food now, though, than anything else. Weirdly enough, the infinite resource is the thing that scares me for him. Crossbows continue to be annoying. And Mango, oh no, the auto attack. Well, luckily, the Gulam is saving the day for the moment here. Unluckily, it means the crossbows on the north side win the fight. In Myriad's own base. And, okay, he's got to stop auto-attacking with this thing. It's killing him right now. It's shooting everything it shouldn't be. No, not a great dodge there. Still, look at what happened to the eco situation. We're now 35 worker kills deep in this game. The eco lead has shrunk once again to just 10. Once again, begs the question, where is your out? Because look at what Mayo's doing. Dude, I look away, I look back at resources. May-Michel is sitting on 6,000 food. You'd think this guy had a guild hall. Kind of got his own pseudo one. Hussar Academy now on the way. I mean, surely Myriad has to admit this is over, right? Like, to me, we're now past the point of return. What might give him hope again is Deli take time to unlock the potential here. And in fairness, May-Michel has done a very light build when it comes to Imperial Age. 10 scholars is not a lot. Typically, we see 20 to unlock all the techs faster. So what's Myriad's out in his mind? I guess he wants to hunker down, you go imp, right? And then you do have boot camp, right? So your hand cannoneers are better. This is a rare situation where Abbasid hand cannoneers beat Deli hand cannoneers. Because remember, the Deli didn't go Tower of Victory, so they don't have the extra 15% attack speed on hand cannoneers. So you just kind of outright win there. So in theory, if Myriad can get deep enough fast enough, but these big gaps have definitely hurt him, right? And in the interim, he's going to have to produce a lot of units to bolster himself. You can't just rush Castle, Imp here. If you rush Imperial Age, the first wave of elite units will kill you. So instead of march to try and pressure here. And there we go, hand cannon is queued up. Now, this is where Deli can kind of feel broken for a different reason. I did mention the attack speed buffer is not there, but what they do have is that they can garrison scholars inside the archer ranges to produce hand cannoneers very quickly. In fact, you're already seeing it. 6 seconds. Remember, those units are meant to take 35, so he's already got Military Academy. If he gets the military efficiency, he can get them down to 13 seconds on production, right? That's kind of bonkers. And that will come down the line, by the way. In the meantime, he needs to keep the scholars in the moss to research everything. But after that, that's where this gets really spicy. Here. Ooh, did he misread this? His gold's running out, right? Yeah, 1,000 on the high ground. Now, the good news is, remember, he doesn't actually need gold for all these tech upgrades. It's a really big boon for the Deli on a map like this with the playstyle that Mayo's leaned into. That allows him to put all of the gold into unit production. Pretty important for a guy who's spamming every single unit that costs gold, right? Like, there is not a unit in his army comp that doesn't cost gold. In fact, I guess the only thing he's really missing are elephants here to really complete the look. Just come back. Mayo's jumping the gun a bit. He's trying to get more hand cannoneers. Take the fight first. Look at this army. Elite tech is how long? 40 seconds. Oh my god, if he forces a fight, it's all over. Right, because the techs will come through halfway through the fight. You won't kill this army quick enough. He's in trouble. Lancers with the backstab. It's a full surround. Hand cannoneers do get targeted by the Mango, but that will take 3 hits to kill, and by that time, you won't have an army. A decisive engagement at the most critical of times here. Myriad just triggered the tech up, but he also just lost the main army. Oh my god. Mayo is ready to truck on forward here. Lancers have now been upgraded. Men-at-Arms about to trigger into elite status as well. And what, Unitex? Yeah, biology on the way in a minute and a half. Myriad now with his work cut out for him. A difficult situation to find himself in. No stone walls to hide behind. And still a minute and 15 seconds away from even beginning to realize Imperial. What happens in that, what, 2 minutes wait? Because you have to get them 1 minute for the upgrade and then another minute for the techs. You could easily be dead by then. Myriad is gunning for it. Literally and figuratively. Marches into the main. Army is coming back home to defend now, but this is not a backstab, right? This is a mild retreat to try and actually set up a defense. One that could easily cost you the game. Starts to march in. Mango not targeting the range units. He needs to find these hand cannoneers. In the meantime, Men-at-Arms starting to dive in. He's just going to take it deeper. He's like, oh, you're going back to the Abbasid capital city? We are too. We should race. The funny thing is actually Myriad can outrace you at any point with Force March. It's kind of weird he hasn't used it because he could have been back at the base already. Could have been in here, what, an extra 30 seconds ago? Clash now commencing. Mango is moving up. Hand cannoneers need to be reached ASAP. Tech up complete. But it is going to cost Myriad pretty much the entire army. Hand cannoneers, definitely not the chosen one with dodging skills like that, but the Lancers most definitely are. Mango gets taken out. Crossbow mass is now going to get massacred from both sides that Men-at-Arms come back around. And that has to be game. There's no getting away from this anymore, folks. Like, you need so much food in Imperial Age to now get back in this game. And about 80% of his farms are on this high ground. And those that are not are about to be breached as well. Dude, what a cool game. Men-at-Arms Lancers Hand Cannoneers. That is not a comp you say often about the Deli. But if you can afford it, the world is your oyster, as Myriad has displayed in beautiful fashion here. Now, what an absolute banger of a game. And to think he'd done all this without Tower Victory as well, by the way. Remember that. It's a very important detail. TOV that has been dominating the meta for Deli and went completely ignored by Mayo in this one. You know, I've got a very big smile on my face as well because that always means we get deeper into these series now, right? Because I'm pretty sure it's fair to say that we can just put a point up on the board like that. Like, this should definitely be a win for Mayo. What could Myriad have done differently, really, is what I'm now wondering as well. I think he shied away in Feudal Age for no good reason. He is realistically stronger than the Deli in Feudal when they don't have Tower Victory. Like, he should be the one scaling mass archers and applying pressure. Because then if you ever get to Castle Age, it's like you completely destroy the game. And Myriad did scout the Dome of Faith, right? But I can't fault Mayo. What a wild game, as Myriad has just said. Like, this is insanity. I don't think anyone expects mass Lancers Men-at-Arms. No one really sees the Homeblades builds coming. And Mayo, he says, Myriad, dude, the game is over. Go next. We're playing a series, all right? Money on the line, I get it. But your ass needs to be out of this one. Oh, the desperation as well. Myriad's that guy who just can't accept that Firefly is never coming back, you know what I mean? He's like, it's not over. There's a possibility. Yeah, Myriad, knowing him, he's just sitting there lighting a cigarette right now. He's like, this is a perfect time to have a quick smoke before we get into Game 3. Because we're going to be going into a Game 3, and we're going to be doing so with a 1-1 scoreline. What a crazy one. Oh, I'm so happy we're seeing more of May-Michel. You know, I really want this kid to make some deep runs in tournaments. He's got some wild ideas. Okay, game 2 down. So we go deeper into the fun time. You know what? That wasn't bad for Hillendale, by the way. I'll say that. I hate Hillendale. That wasn't too bad.
Dino Dance.
Yo, what's up, Kai Value? Oh crap, I totally forgot to sort the Streamlabs stuff. I've been so busy. I really need to do that. Does anyone know why Streamlabs has just had a heart attack recently? So let's have a look. So Hillendale. Oh, we're going Kawasan next. Japanese versus Byzantines. Alright, one sec. So having a look now. Okay, I'm gonna say something controversial when we get in. You ready? You're rolling it to not keep him waiting. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. This map. Wait, was that game free? Wait, did I miscalculate? Hold up. Did I click the wrong? Oh my god, let me check. What did I not click? Am I drunk today? Maybe I confused myself because Myriad had like his account literally has 2 show matches back to back on it. Wait, was Dry Arabia not game 1? Oh, Archipelago. I see what the problem was. Alright, so we'll sort the Archipelago one first. We're just going to call it game 3. Sorry. We're mixing in the order up. I'm sorry, Myriad. It's because May-Michel played too many custom games, but I couldn't tell that. Because I'm just used to people starting with Dry Arabia anyway. I'm not used to these psychopaths coming in and starting with Archipelago. Who does that? What a weirdo. Alright. Alright, apparently this was game 1. We're going to treat it as game 3. It turns out that the match history is a nightmare. We've got Myriad versus May-Michel and Archipelago. One and all, welcome back to A4 Action for a classic matchup on water. Chinese versus HRE. This used to be pretty much the go-to meta, right? Before the expansion. But ever since those annoying variants came in, all of a sudden Zhuji, Order of the Dragon are looking a lot brighter when it comes to maps like Archipelago. And this is a cool spawn, actually. Sometimes you get the divided spawns where it's one player on each side of the map, and sometimes you get these more claustrophobic ones. So I'm curious if maybe they see each other. I love the fact that Myriad did not immediately kill the scout. He's trying to see if he could actually get a glimpse. Usually what you're going to see in this matchup is that they are going to delete their scout upon finishing their island. I think some civs it's justified, some civs it's not. And here's why. If you are on a map where you spawn really close by, there's a potential for you to scout and see the enemy coming ahead of time, right? Where fishing boats aren't. For example, for May-Michel, on this particular spawn, he would benefit from keeping his scout alive and keeping it here, right? Because he's going to be up in this area, and this is the long L side, so he'll see a flank coming, whereas his fishing will be focused here. For Myriad on the other side, though, on the teal, there's not really much value in keeping your scout alive because you've got a bit more of a central placement where your fishing boats will quickly move here, here, and here, right? So it depends on your spawn, but there's definitely ones where I think deleting the scout outright is kind of a mistake. And yeah, wait, what is this? Why do you get... Wait, what? Archipelago. Only the most balanced of spawns. Okay, all I'm going to say is in its defense, at least this spawn gives you immediate access to the sacred sites. right? Like, we've actually seen plenty of tournament games where people couldn't reach the sacred site straight away. Like, do you guys remember that Dimmu one? The Dimmu cat one? He didn't have vision on it. He had to actually chop through trees to find the sacred site. So who do I like more here? HRE or Chinese? I think HRE... I want to say they feel good here, right? I'm weighing up whether I prefer it over Imperial Academy, because Imperial Academy is just broken right now. Before the buffs, I feel like I'd edged HRE, but especially with Imperial Academy now, I think it's more biased towards Chinese because of how efficient taxmen are to buy. And you generate so much. If you get a really good Imperial Academy placement, guys, remember, docks generate tax, so you get a ludicrous amount of gold. I think the thing that would make me lean towards HRE is actually the map spawns. Myriad has a lot of sucky things about his spawn. For one, where do you put a good Imperial Academy? You're going to place it all the way over here? Unlikely, that's way too much walk time for most Chinese players. So you're not going to buff all your docks. For another thing, his gold is a little bit compromised. And then when you look on the other side of this, look at what you've got if you're Myriad. It's a bit risky, but there's a value point in the Ark and Chapel on the fort here because you could buff the fat gold. That does mean you'd be gathering from the shoreline, but the amount of wood it would give you buffed is insane here. If this game does go deep enough, by the way, that's where Mayo will be more favored, remember. Because the HRE, they burn really bright, but as we know, things that burn bright burn out fast. At least nobody's going for a Sacred Site victory. Yeah, I wonder if this map would be... No, I'm not going to say it. It wouldn't be better if it was one Sacred Site, right? One Sacred Site would be kind of cringe because people would just keep drop it. It's intriguing that I've yet to see someone really gun for a Sacred Site victory. We had that Cat Dimmu game where it was the only way Dimmu could potentially win, but it's never something I think people set out with as a default. Buff IOs, let them... No, dude, Fablab, what? Did you just expose yourself as a Chinese main? Sorry, sir, I'm going to have to ban you now. Wait, can you still sub if you're banned? If so, we're banning you. So Archon already on the way. Notably quicker timing, by the way. Did something go wrong with May-Michael's build? Yeah, he was only one dock for a very long time here, right? Oh, for sure, the longer it goes, the harder it gets to HRE. Because remember, for the Chinese, they're just going to keep moving lumber camp and supervising. They never run out. And genuinely, guys, we witnessed it the other day on a land map. You guys remember where Anatan was playing Chinese, but he didn't go Song? We witnessed just how broken taxation is, right? Like, we just looked up and he had 1.5k gold sitting there in Feudal Age. And he had no one on a mining camp, right? Like, the Imperial Academy gold taxation generation is insane. Especially if you get all the docks in range. But you know, it's still a question mark, right? Is Mayo going to do that? Hoping he is. He's already got a villager out here. He's got 3 on the gold. He could come together right here. He's already gathering way too much gold. Yeah, May-Michael's got a really weird build. I think he hard mismicroed here. Mismacroed, rather. Yeah, that's exactly the nightmare I was looking at. All right. Myriad, how's it feel to be given a free win today? This really does just feel like a weird advantage to have, right? Like, the spawn was one thing, but this Imperial Academy detail is really roughing me up the wrong way. If it seems like I'm being hard on Mayo, it's because he's missing out on a lot. Like, 100% extra taxation on 4 docks is crazy. Instead, look, he's basically got 2 lumber camps in range, and that's it. Wait, what? The mining camp should be in range. Wait, why is the mining camp not in range? Huh? What? That can't be right. Wait. Oh my god, is he half a tile out? And now the archer ship comes in with a demo as well? Dude, I mean, I don't blame him for having this much advantage. That was an absurd difference in timing. Myriad, banging a little here. Needs to be careful, though. I think he took 2 free hits there that shouldn't have happened. One on the demo and one on the galley. But he does have the lead right now. And May-Michel, what an overreaction. Going up to 3 junks. You do love taking advantage of people for their watering experience. Dude, I just got this picture of Myriad just bullying 5-year-olds in the swimming pool with their armbands on. They just like, they wise talk him and he just like pinpricks one of their armbands, leaves them there floating with just one, screaming help. Myriad's a bully, man. I'm telling you. Okay, so what is May-Michael's plan here? Like, is he just going to try to out-micro you? Because, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. You might be like, Myriad's got this. He plays a lot more AoE 4. He's got the advantage. Look at him go. But, guys, chill. May-Michel is a Zerg main. Do you know what that means? Banelings. These are his little water banelings. So, I wouldn't just write him out yet. The macro is a giant question mark, but the micro... Well, there's a reason we should call him May-Michel. And that's not why. I guess we should just call me Mayo Maker up. Oh my god. Demo now coming in. This might be a quick one, folks. The timing. Now, if you think May-Michel is holding, I really want you to just hold your breath here. Because you're at risk of drowning in lies. It's deceptive. Militarily, they're even, but they're really not in quality. One player is building Springolds, the other is building archer ships. May-Michel is about 2 years late to the water meta here. This might have worked to beat a Marine Lord in land, but this doesn't work nowadays. People realize very quickly that like archer spam gets beaten quite easily if you spam Springolds. Mass archer ships only works when you scale to a ridiculous stage of the games, like 20 plus, I'd say. It is in theory still feasible. It's just so deep down the beaten path, right? That I don't think you're getting there. Calm a moment here. I'm wondering, is May-Michel going to try to tech up? I almost feel like Myriad is baiting him to go for a tech up. Don't blacksmith affect ship damage? Only the ranged damage. That's the only one. Ranged defense doesn't. It's like May-Michel, he's not at a stage where blacksmith tech would like be that great right now anyway because he's behind on ships. Like, yes, from a damage perspective, you get a big enough edge, but you lose ship mass. And that's basically how you lose a game. Demo. Oh, Myriad. Styling. Demo's around the back, though. Oh! Myriad getting a bit too cheeky and a bit too tunnel vision with that one demo ship. Pays a price. And you don't want to know the dumbest part about this? Despite that sick play by May-Michel, he's still behind. Because he scaled archer ships first. Ships, still able to trade out quite well against the archer ships. I mean, I think the idea here for Myriad now is you clear the way by getting rid of the archer ships, and then you follow up with demo pump unlimited. With micro like this, I don't think you get there. What is happening in this game? Dude, I was chilling out. I was just offering up answers to questions in chat. I was like, yeah, this is autopilot. And then May-Michel snaking with the demos gets it all back to a more even state. And remember, we're reaching a deeper point in the game where this gets scary for Myriad now. Look at the tree line. It's getting thinner than his hairline after the experience of these demo backstabs, right? Like, it's not getting pretty. So the buff is going to disappear soon. Also, what? Wait, okay, we never talked about this Archipelago placement. Myriad dog, I love you, but I'm going to have to give you a 3 out of 10 for this Archipelago placement. It doesn't buff the cold on either side. Oh, no. I feel like a 3 out of 10 is being generous. I'm only giving you that because you've got stone outcropping in range, so you can always go arrow slits. But if you have to do that, it's over. And no, so to explain the issue around why blacksmith's techs usually get overlooked when you go mass archer ships, it's scalar point logic, right? To get that tech, you're spending, 175 resources on the tech itself, and then 100 resources on the blacksmiths. Or 150, sorry. So that's basically an extra spring chip. It's the same reason why you see people struggle to get towards admiralty, towards piracy. Whenever you take these type of techs, you are inherently putting yourself a boat behind most opponents. And one boat can make or break water engagements. Yeah, Micah, first time on the offensive here. He has so many archer ships. This is absurd. Push in. Demos. Oh, Myriad. He's trying to counter demos here, so wasted effort there. Yeah, Micah, he does need to rebalance his economy. He needs more wood. A mass demo pump could make a lot of sense here. Backstab's coming in, though. 2 demos for 1 Spruilled isn't a great exchange there. Now in retreat. More demos being massed on both sides. Miro's very shy about these engagements. I'm kind of surprised the way this is playing out. Demos. Not the ideal way to micro. Wait, Mayo? You know, these archer ships, their damage is kind of adding up, right? Feels like Myriad's about to lose half the fleet instantly. In fact, he is. Myriad has to leave because the archer ships, the saturation's adding up. Defender's advantage definitely kicking in as well for Mayo. Pushes in harder. Demo just trying to seep their way around. Not the best of micro, though. Oh, Myriad, good hit, though. Gets to the Sprinkled ships. How is this one squaring out? I mean, there's still a lot of archer ships coming in from Mayo, which is whittling away at the opponent. This is the point where I'd say you can go for the blacksmiths, right? Like, you have good military numbers, and you've got way too many archer ships. So at least get the extra +1 damage now. Because remember, when you get +1 damage from blacksmiths, on archer ships, it ends up being +5 damage. Still, seems like it's being overlooked. I mean, I'm actually happy with the way this one's playing out. It's a little bit of a vanilla style of approach to Archipelago, but I like that it's actually 50 minutes in and there's not a decisive winner still. Now, that's kind of a combo of mistakes and actually outplays, but that's what I love about competitive gaming. I don't want perfection. I want it nice and dirty. Demo's massing on each side again. Me and Mike is going for the big boy pump. 3 in the field, 3 more coming. Archer ship count, low. Insanely low. Myriad only has 2 to work with, but instead Micah is the one getting struck deep here. Sprill ship's going down. Only 1 galley to work with, though, and it's frontlining. Wait, Myriad, no! He needs to leave. He actually needs to leave right now. Micah, okay, so here's another problem with these archer ships. They're body blocking the demos every time. It's kind of making it harder for Myriad to get through. If Myriad can survive this onslaught, I think he's just ahead, right? Look at the Sprill count. He needs to get some archer ships out ASAP, though. Instead, demos do connect. A 3 for 1 and 1 for 3. All of a sudden, Micah now with the Sprill ship lead. Archer ships to counter out the demos coming in, and looks like they're going to be fine. 2 archer ships do go down, but not the biggest of losses here. Defender's advantage is going to kick in once more, so it looks like Myriad able to force this away. I mean, if May-Michel just rebalances his economy, he could either just end this game with a mass demo pump or go castle. Either one could be a winning play from this position, right? Like, usually going castle age kills your game, but considering the state of the economy for Myriad and how the trades just haven't felt that great, I don't think that Myriad would be able to punish. Because Myriad's at the desperation point now, guys. You may have just noticed he queued up another prelate. That's because the Archon's done. No value left. Oh, so the solution to water just being the insta GG is I genuinely think there needs to be a lot less food coming out of fishing boats. Like, what's the gathering rate at now? They reduced it. Was it 0.9 they reduced it to on deep water, or is it still 1? I think it's 0.9 now, right? Bring that down to like 0.8. Bring shoreline fish down to like 0.6 or 0.5. Because I can't remember if it's already 0.6. I think that fixes a lot of the issue. Because you're seeing it, right? When you watch something like floodplains, it's very weird to look at, but you kind of respect the water engagements more because it's not something you play into for eco benefit. It's only for the military benefit. And that means any boat losses feel more expensive because you don't have fishing to reconsolidate. That's the challenge, is like you need to balance water to a point where it's a choice, not a requirement. That's the negative right now of water maps, is they're like when you do them, fishing's everything. Demo pump coming in from Mayo. He has so many archer ships. The absurdity of this. It's kind of intriguing, right? Because you can scale archer ships quicker than Springolds. 23 seconds compared to 27. It's not a great amount, but it does add up over time. And then also the other detail, of course, is the cost. Archer ships are quite a bit cheaper, right? 230 compared to 340. Myriad, he's making that wrap. Fishing boats have seen him. That's May-Michel. Demo's in! Oh no! Little retreat coming in from Myriad to dodge the explosions. Hit from the side. Mostly invalidated by the archer ships tanking it. If May-Michel now wins this, he's a god. Or his civ is broken. One of the two possibilities. Because right now, Myriad with strikes like that, he should be a mile ahead. Doesn't really feel it, does it? The archer ships still helping out a lot. I think Myriad really needs to just micro down these archer ships, right? Like, he's clicking a lot on the Springolds, because remember, Springolds have less range than the archers. But if you take out the archers first, there's a lot of effective DPS removed from these fights. Can't be depleted on both sides. It looks like Myriad is going to have to once again retreat here. He's on the verge of a breakthrough, though, right? If he gets just one good demo pull, like this. Needs one more. Made that two. Even better. Movement in. May-Michel. That's it. That is the breakthrough he needed. 8 Springolds, and it immediately convinces him. May-Michel, no comeback for the 3rd or 4th time. Myriad will show that water experience wins out over RTS experience. Our paddler boy wins at a stage in the game when he should lose. Guys, like, for real, that deep in the game, you should be getting your face slapped off. Right? Because past 15 minutes, you saw it, he had to start adding in prelates. So he's losing villagers on land to try and keep his buff. The fact he still ends up winning that is really impressive. So, well played. Good outplay. Bully's another toddler in the pool. Yeah, but if you go to the spawn pools, that's a StarCraft reference those don't get. It'll be an easy win the other way. One sec, let me open the door a bit. Oh, damn. Whew. Oh, big click in my back. Don't mind me. All right, so let's see what else we've got. Because we were... Oh, that's right. We had Kawasan next. What do we call that one? Always spawn like this. There we go. So, something weird's about to happen. Oh, so we flood those scores. This map needs to be placed in ranked rotation. This civ should never be placed on this map, though. Welcome back to the best of 7 show match between May-Michel and Myriad. May-Michel taking a different approach. A very different approach. This is Byzantines on Kawasan, a water hybrid map. Now, The interesting part is I said this Civ should never be seen here, but I'm pretty sure recently I said that Byzantines might be a decent pick on Karasan. And here's why, guys. It's not completely about fighting on water, right? It's about being on water for fishing. And you can even focus land early to secure a pond on a delay, and then you don't have to, like, contest with boats. The reason that's a big deal is this Civ has the single worst boat in the game. I actually think Atakebunes are better than the Dromans that these guys can build. And this is at least a good start. He's going onto the correct pond. The problem is a good start isn't everything here. You need to be a mile ahead because of the matchup. I do believe Byzantines have a place on this map. I just don't think that place is opposite the Japanese. Myriad has chosen one of the most potent picks that I think you can get on Kawasan as well as Four Legs. And why? Because Japan scales their fishing boats so cheaply, and then also the Koka Township play tends to invalidate a lot. I do think the Koka Township detail is overemphasized in a lot of matchups. There are actually decent matchups against it, where to me, Shinobi is just pointless. But this is one where Shinobi dominates, right? Like, what are the opening options for May-Michel? He's going fishing. He's going to be generating very little olive oil, so Lombos isn't on the table. Are you going to build archers on land? That feels like it's going to put you pretty far behind. You can't really build boats to contest a Shinobi. That's difficult because we mentioned the Dromans suck. And if you go horsemen, Shinobi destroy horsemen. So kind of a tricky one. I'm wondering if May-Michel maybe goes for Hippodrome to try and make it feasible for horsemen to beat the Shinobi, but even that would feel like a bit of an uphill battle. I'm still trying to figure out, beyond a Hippodrome, what is the goal for May-Michel then? Because in theory, if you can lock in the food, you can play mass Hippodrome. You can even potentially go do something crazy like just rush castle and spam Varangian, right? Because the amount of food you have will enable you to a ridiculous degree. There is... Wait. Could that be it? No. See, this is the problem. Once again, the whole idea of mercs here seems cool in theory until you realize how slow your olive oil gathering is going to be, right? Like, look at this. You gather 40 food and you gain 8 olive oil. It's not really that crazy, right? It's a nice little trickle, but you're not going to compare to, say, a Grand Winery on berries. And the problem as well is, like, let's say this is one of those rush castle builds instead. I think you just inherently play that worse than Japanese, right? Japan's fast castle is disgusting. They just do so much more with it. And here we go. First inhibitor already on the way. Koka Township coming in. I wonder if he just attacks land. And it's what we thought. It's going to be the Imperial Hippodrome. Okay, so if May-Michel mass spams horsemen, there's a possibility here. My worry is if this gets seen, do you not just build... Excuse me. Do you not just build spears in reaction to that? Because spears plus Shinobi is pretty scary. By the way, we have seen attempts at these type of builds before. If you guys remember on Holy Island, B in particular was obsessed with the idea of Byzantines. But the logic there was you didn't play C, right? You just used it to inflate your horseman count and one land. So like, I'm game for that, right? But I think it's a very small window of opportunity here. And we already mentioned that Shinobi are a good unit to deal with those horsemen. Spears plus pigeons. Yeah, just like people get stabbed by the spears and the pigeons just go crap on their cars, right? That's pretty much how that combo works. So Archship coming out. And oh, looks like we've got a contested pond on the way. So this is really smart actually by Myriad. This is the weakness of Byzantines. On this map, they just want to fish, right? If you give them a 1-1 pond split, it's a win for them. But if you make it contested ponds, they don't have many options, folks. Because you don't want to build this pile of crap that for some reason costs more than the Springle chip. Don't get me wrong, Dromans are tanky, and in theory, like, the ponds are small, right? So you can't really infinitely run away from them. I just think, even with that detail in mind, they can get kited too easily. First Shinobi out, second one on the way. Looks like a villager is going to run all the way back home after the scout was harassing. But Shinobi already wrapping around. So we've got demo archer ship. Archer ship comes out first. That's actually a smart choice coming in from Myriad. Wait, is Myriad actually going to burn it? Yeah, he's wasting. Oh no, dude, he doesn't realize. No way, he didn't realize. Villager is going to go down, and he can even stab at the dock. Not before the demo comes out, but it really doesn't matter, right? It's archer ships to contest. Realness is on the way, weirdly enough. But one Shinobi out already. Second one is on the way. Horseman trying to contest, but we mentioned this already. Shinobi will beat the living crap out of Horseman. Like, that fight wasn't even remotely close. Galley is going to stay alive as well. I think he's lost water. I mean, dude, you know you've lost water when you try to queue up a Droman anyway, right? But like, this is done. If he shouldn't... Wow, he doesn't even wait around. He sees the second Shinobi coming and immediately knows it's a done deal. One day, I'll upload another Byzantine water game to my channel. One day, Dromans will win. Probably 15 patches from now when they've actually been buffed. You get attacked by the deer. Wait, Cavallo, why are you being attacked by deer? Bro, are you okay? What crap are you playing? Okay, so we had Archipelago, Kawasan. So that's now... What, we're on match point? Match point, baby. And we're going to Coastal Cliffs. Zhone versus Zhuji. Wait, Zhuji win this, right? I feel like Zhuji are really good against Zhone because you just scale Chuganu and then kill her, right? I mean, that maybe is oversimplifying it. What did I eat for brekkie? Oh, I had some leftover fajitas, mate. I thought... I was going to make... Best of 7 more games left. I mean, if he wins this, because you're on match point, right? So we're going into game 5 with you 3 points on the board. But yeah, I was going to actually have some... I was going to try some of this. I got double chocolate quinoa. But I think I'll try that tomorrow. I'm tempted to actually have one of these soups a bit later. Kind of curious to see how well, like, a powder works into soup, right? Oh, yeah, I am. Dude, yeah, Myriad, it's nice to know one of us is tracking where you're at. Are you drunk? Like, bro, you're in this series. Well, it's a good thing one of us is keeping track, because Myriad didn't even realize he's already on match point here. We're in a best of 7 between these two players. Zhone versus Zhuji on Coastal Cliffs. Dude, this is such a cool map. I actually think this is better than Dry Arabia. I prefer this to Dry Arabia now. Zhuji versus Zhone, though. It's interesting, actually, because I think Zhuji should feel quite comfortable here. Like, realistically, you'd scale Mass Chuganu, and then Zhone's in trouble. But I imagine that Myriad's not going to make it that simple. One way that usually the Zhone faction's been annoying is 2TC. To kind of draw their opponent out. I think it's difficult on this particular map, though. Right? Because the stone is so far away. If this does turn into kind of a condensed approach of, like, you know, 1TC versus 1TC all in feudal, over time, Zhuji should get an edge through mass Chuganuing. Right? It's just the reality of the Civ. They get into Chuganu so much quicker than the Chinese. Remember, the Chinese would have to spend... What is it, 690 more resources than the Zhuji would to get access to Chuganu. So that's actually a pretty drastic difference, right? Those units cost 80 resources each. That ends up equating to an extra, is it 7 or 8 Chuganu? May not sound like a lot, but when you're trying to reach critical mass, that's an insane timing. Another thing I quite like about the idea of Zhuji on this particular map is meditation gardens. A few players did start to note this in the early practices of Coastal Cliffs, is sometimes the spawns are a bit ludicrous. They have a tendency to shove berries and gold with trees right next to each other sometimes. It doesn't look like we got that to a crazy degree this time. I think there is an 8 stack of berries and wood down here, but that's pretty far out. He'll probably just settle for, what, the starting berries and gold, which is kind of unfortunate. If he, for example, got, like, maybe this spawn instead, maybe take the tree line. Yeah, honestly, there's not a crazy spawn this time around. This might be one of the most tame spawns of Coastal Cliffs I've seen that involves a Juji. Kind of unfortunate for Myriad, considering that he's up against match point, and this is one of his signature civs. The 2 civs that Myriad is known for right now are Mongols and Juji. Kind of poetic, right? He starts and potentially finishes his show match with his signature civs. How many Chiganu to one-shot JD? JD has 2 ranged armor. Chiganu start off with, what is it, 4 base damage. So if you equate the upgrades on each side and you go as you go, a Chiganu does 6 damage. Joan has 225 health. So you would need to one-shot her. You would need, what is that, 75? 75 Chiganu would insta-kill her. But what you're looking for is more realistic is 2, right? Because you want to be realistic. You'll probably get 2 shots on Joan. So having about 40 Chiganu should be good enough to take it down. And blue is not quite French. They are kind of there, Spunky. They are Jaune d'Arc, which is the French variant. Now, you say that's a lot, but I actually don't think that 35/40 Chiganu is that much for Juji. It's a decent investment, but it's something that's desirable to scale to. I'm curious, though, if he's going to even go for that. Because one thing that I've been thinking about here is, you know, we're seeing a lot more GG players go fast castle at the moment. I personally think that's throwing the game here. The reason is that you're playing against Joan, and Joan has knights, right? Because it is French. Knights are fantastic at countering fast castle because it means the Shaolin monks get invalidated, right? Because knights don't fight fair, right? If they were someone that was standing still in the fight, then monk would win. But the whole idea is a knight charges in and then leaves. Or in the case of the French ones, you charge in, get more gazillion bonus damage, and just keep attacking. Play Jukes is 140 resources. Yeah. But as you scale that over time, you're on average like what? Most meditation guns giving 60 resources per minute. Then you also have the Imperial Official buffing your resources more. You see where I'm going with this, right? It almost feels like you have to be more genuine to the investment, do those appropriate discounts. So across 10 minutes, that's 600 resources sorted by meditation gardens. 20% more resources across 6 minutes. What's like the average resource you gain that time, right? Like, yeah, it's quite wild. Spim and opening, though. So, obviously makes a lot of sense. You have to contest the initial knight. I'm wondering, Myriad, maybe you play out onto boar here. I'm a little bit surprised you didn't go for this. It's very popular right now on this map for Joan players to come out. We saw this from WAM before, right? The boars are very predictable. They're quite close by. Even the deer seems like a really smart option. I'm kind of surprised he just hangs at home here, considering he's already got wheelbarrow. Shown on the way, though. Oh, dude, are you... Oh, wait, that's right. Wolves don't give XP anymore. My brain for a second was like, that is an outrage. A whole 0 XP. He teched up with 3, right, chat? So Joan should be evolving in a second. And a Tau drop? I just don't think a Tau drop is worth it here. You die trying to do it, right? Like, Chiganu already in the way, like we talked about. Myriad, what the f... Are we building, like, a proxy base? Like, what... Alright, Myriad, be honest. How many Joan games have you played in the last month? I'm getting a sense of slight panic here. Almost like the timings are slightly off. And we keep stopping as well, which is concerning me more. I'm sorry, are you just playing like the equivalent of one hand behind your back, right? You're playing Joan but not playing Joan. There we go. Alright, after a long holiday, Joan has come back from vacation and she's ready to kick some ass. You didn't know if he's fast casting. Okay, that makes sense. But, like, I mean, even if he's fast casting, I don't think you have to tower his gold, right? I was just saying, like, you scale knights and play mid-map, and then you tech up yourself. Like, you shouldn't really be scared of Shaolin monks. Not with mass knights. What's the perk of JD? She is a military unit, and the way she buffs your army and the way she engages as well. She's very powerful. 4 knights already. So May-Michel is investing in the age. So his goal is to reach that critical mass we talked about, like 45, 40, 50 Chiganu, right? For Myriad, the archer choice is good. Knights makes a lot of sense in combo with this. You just want to try to deal with those spears. His goal is going to be to kind of like sliver these fights before critical mass is reached so that he gets XP for Zhone. If he ever reaches level 3 with Zhone, GG. Chiganu will not save you. Charge in. Villagers. Looks like if you could get cut down. Knight. Okay, that's ambitious. Maybe if he'd been charging. We'll find another villager on the retreat, though. So nice little chip there. 2 villagers going down. And yes, Zhone's champions is a big deal here. So for those who don't know, like the value point in going melee Zhone over range Zhone, if you think your opponent is rushing castle, and this is another part as to why I think you were seeing Myriad wasn't teching up. It wasn't just the tower rush. If he sees fast castle, you should be going archer form. Logic being is like melee form is discredited if your opponent has knights, right? So you just go archer instead. But in long form feudal, melee Zhone is 10 times better. Because if you ever get level 3, it's GG. Especially in this matchup, by the way, because Zhone's champions, they get bonus damage against spears. So a quicker way of wiping this front line. Find it underwhelming unless you have godly Warcraft 3 micro. Okay, just get good Warcraft 3 micro. I mean, she is the worst performing Civ in competitive AoE4 right now, by far. It's hilarious as well, because I still remember the Reddit threads like, Zhone will be OP. No, no, she isn't. She's actually incredibly underwhelming in the grand scheme of things. Wait, May-Michel is queuing up Palace Guard. And I don't think it's a It has to be misclick. Guys, Palace Guard is really bad here. I cannot emphasize enough how much of a throw of any hope going Palace Guard is here. He's on limited food. He's got limited production buildings, so that's 2 less busy than what you should have. And he's up against Knights. Knights tear you a new one. On top of that, Palace Guard are insanely expensive at 125 resources. That's a double bad because they don't do much and die quickly to Zhone. So that's more XP in the pocket. Yeah, this game's weird. Farms as well. I mean, dude, May-Michel just feels stuck, right? The spawn was not nice to him. I really want to defend May-Michel on that account. This was a really bad spawn. Both of his deer are forward, one of them beyond the tree line, and the other one really far out in the open. Compare that to the spawn Myriad got. Myriad got a back spawning deer that he could wall off if need be. You can't walk forward and wall this off at all. So yeah, a bit of a tough one. I do think that May-Michel is overthinking this Palace Guard element, by the way. More Chiganu is better than just going Palace Guard here. Because once again, less XP per, and it helps you reach critical mass. Every time he adds more Palace Guard in, he's keeping himself further away from mass Chiganu. Now, options are there for Myriad, right? Like, I think you can either just choose to go fast castle now, or you just go all in. Because he's got almost 10 knights, right? Like, if you trend towards castle and you go for cantled saddles, it's GG. This is why not adding in farms is such a big deal. The only reason you'll add in farms is if you have a ridiculous eco-inflation off the back of them, or because you're going for a wider scout rotation at the start of the game, right? So we've seen Civs, some Civs will do, for example, 2 farm opening or 1 farm opening, so the scout can stay out longer. We're past that stage. Adding in 6 farms has no value point. In fact, May-Michel, one thing that's kind of been really frustrating me about watching Mayo, and I'm not even a Chinese main, I can't imagine how it feels for a Chinese main. Like, I don't know if Voldemar's still in chat. He always plays farms like this. It's like he's an AoE 2 gamer. This is really bad because you can't supervise the food. So you're not getting 20% more food for these farms. You're getting nothing, right? Like, if you at least built them around the mill, you'd be getting 20% more food from the Imperial official. Plasma techs as well. And the edge there is about to be removed. Well, no, that's the point. He won't build granaries. Myriad does this all the time. I've seen this all the time. I've lost count of the amount of games he does this stuff in. He just builds farms around a TC. It's very AoE too. It's like he should just be an Abbasid main. I generally think May-Michel would fare a lot better if he mained Abbasids. Because this is very much like, you know, Abbasid is a civ that doesn't lose anything from building farms around TC, right? And I think it also fits his playstyle as well. Nice charging in. Uh-oh! May-Michel able to shift away quickly. I don't think there's going to be enough safety room inside that TC for everyone, though. All of a sudden, another 4 eco losses. Now 6 worker kills in total in this game. Oy, oy, oy. This is getting harsh. I'm just not really sure what Mayo's out is now. I mean, the Chuganu count is getting up to the numbers we talked about, right? Remember what we talked about, the fact that because she has 3 ranged armor, but you now have 5 damage, your true damage is 6 per attack on her, right? So watch what happens. Alright, Myriad. Definitely not going pro in Warcraft 3 anytime soon. But you see what I mean. Like, some of that was spears, but a lot of that was Chuganu. Joan immediately gets brought back here. Can Mayo do it? Can he start to pull off the reverse sweep? Or is it going to end in game number 5? This feels like the fight that decides it. Knights getting ready to sally forth. Spearman getting baited out of position here. The Archers engaging with it. And Joan trying to march on in. Immediately gets targeted down though. Cleave comes out once and she evaporates. However, there's a bigger problem. May-Michel, practically all spearmen have been removed from the equation. Knight count is still at 10. And this is the full Defiant send it. Myriad sends the boys in. Archers cutting down the remaining spears, and this should be it. May-Michel, there's no way he can stand here, and the retreat is going to kill him as well. Archers are being ignored now. There's nothing left to contest them. This is enough to break it, and he does it without Joan. Oh, man. I mean, this is the problem, right? Behind this, Joan will come back in, and when she does, that Chuganu count has now been hard reset here. Knights are going to be cut down at the tail end, but not before the clump of Chuganu are removed. He's only got about 10 on the front line now, a handful of Palace Guard that are heavily injured, and we're about, what, a minute away from Joan naturally spawning back. God damn. And that's my worry, right? Like, Joan got XP on the way. She has to be close to level 3. This next fight could just end it. May-Michel needs a perfect target down immediately to kill Joan, because anything else equals level 3, and level 3 is death for the Juji. It wasn't that bad. Now, the reason you figure it's not that bad, you've got it, like, you have to have Joan in the back of your head. Literally every time, you just have to have Joan in the back of your head. I'm also not trusting the fact that he's building more Palace Guards. This is the thing, like, I genuinely think if he just had all this Palace Guard resource into more Chuganu, I'd be like, I'd game on, buddy, GG. The thing that's holding me back is genuinely the fact that there's just not as many Chuganu as there could be. This unit is ridiculous, by the way, and you saw why. Like, the reason people are saying that wasn't too bad is the Chuganu are insane. Like, remember, they were attacking Knights, and they made it look trivial. I still think, though, Joan, I wish I could check the XP, because I think she's like 100 XP away, maybe. I'm speculating, because sadly we don't have the capture age. Maybe I'm giving Joan too much credit here. But I feel like the fights were okay enough. She got a sliver of XP, and she was already 30 minutes in. And yeah, Myriad, we need to work on your micro for Joan for sure. It was a bit dicey. Am I not giving enough credit to Chuganu? He is on Deer now. Maybe I've been unfair to Myriad. I think my issue is that he should have been out of food after that last fight. Right? But he actually did sneak out on the Deer. Oh, dude, this is why! I was about to say, these knights should have been raiding this entire time, right? But he lost them all. But this, oh my god, no. When he gets ready for a ram push, this happens? No way. May-Michel, he's got nothing to defend here. He's sending it in. Miro's doing the right thing ignoring this, by the way. Like, you don't want to contest this yet. You need to slow down his reinforcements. Don't. And that is why I say Juge Numas counters Zhone. Has he actually got this? It's deceptive, right? Because this isn't his full on. Like, these numbers are a lie. He's got about, what, 45 in the base in total? Dude, I feel like I miscalled this entire bloody game. I feel like Zhone should not be dying like this. Every time. 28 Chuganu left in the base. More coming. Dude, what? Okay, I have so many questions. I'm just going to go and sit in the corner and question everything I assume about everything. I don't think I have ever in the history of AoE Force in a show sucks so much. Oh my god. I can't, dude. Like, okay. So, and this is why I fucking hate no capture age updates, by the way. Every time a fight went on, I'm like, Zhone must have got something out of that. She must be getting close. Nope. Dude, that was like, I think that was one of my shittest calls on a game ever. I think that was a game where legit my expectations and like that's a classic example of like expectations and execution, right? That I don't want to take away from Myriad because I do think Chuganu can counter Zhone, but I think the position that Myriad was in with the farm transition early on should have put him in such a compromising position that there's no way that he should win that game. To be completely honest on that one. Now, Myriad hit his timing, he played well. But, and I think Myriad will happily admit this because he's a very honest player. Fruckaduck. That was not a good game. I think my favorite part was the solo YOLO charge of Zhone twice into 40 Chuganu. Like, that was a ballsy move, sir. Alright, I'm going to take a sec to mentally reset because I cast that terribly. Oh. I know, it's nice to have those type of ones. I think I've gotten too used to like games at the moment where everything plays out very orthodox and it's like, well, no, this is pretty obvious who's going to win. And I kind of wasn't really casting as much as just anticipating in that one. So I feel like I delivered a really shit cast on that one. I feel like I've had this issue recently with Age of Empires 4. It's annoying for me because I feel like the meta has gotten really stale. And that's led to me, like, from a casting perspective, just kind of playing presumptive casting, which I don't like. Does that make sense? Give JD Wolves XP again? No, I think the boars should just be like better XP. Wolves not giving XP was smart because, like, legit, I think Zone. I think the XP from Wolves is bad because it's RNG. Boars are at least fixed and you can see where they are, right? Oh, there's loads of reason to go Hunter Zone over Melee Zone. We talked about him in that game. I'm still not sure how I feel about the caramel latte. It is still very coffee-oriented at the end. It's consumable. Out of the coffee-type things I've had, this is probably the best one. I still think I prefer the energy drinks, though. I'm going to just have to ask them to send more nootropics next time. The guy was very confident. He was like, it doesn't taste like coffee. It's like, it kind of does, mate. Oh. All right. Let's get ready for another. Yeah, like the XP surge points are important. Dude, I generally cast that so shit. I'm disappointed in myself. Coffee and ketchup? Dude, get out of here. Oh. In fact, I might crack a RB in a sec. I need to mentally reset after the last game. It fragged my brain. All right, hopefully get back to sanity here. Archipelago versus Rus on Socotra. It is time. Dude, I love this map. Like, why is this map not in rank rotation, for real? Would anyone object to this? I understand that mountain clearing was kind of cringe. This isn't, though. I actually really like what Bidlin done with this map. This needs to be added to rotation ASAP. So we've got Rus versus Abbasid. This is an interesting matchup, actually. Rus is kind of busted on this map because there's way too many wolves. Like, legit, there is an insane amount of wolves on this map. There is as many wolves on this map as you'd find on Dry Raid. Like, look, there's four wolves on this side. And then I think you've got, like, another 3 up here. There's usually, like, 1 in the center, and then there's the 1 boar. It's kind of wild, actually. I'm a little bit surprised May-Michel didn't go for the Hunter Cabin opening. A little bit of a shocker there. I feel like it is definitely worthwhile. Bounty-wise, only 1 scout is weird, right? If Myriad's on point with his rotation, which it looks like he's going to be, he could deny away a lot of deer here. The wolves should be enough to get Mayo there, though, right? It's already at 190. That's another reason I like Hunter Cabin, is without Hunter Cabin, you're not getting any gold generation. Maybe the thought process for Rus players is different on this particular map, because on Socotra, you start with a very close by gold, so the idea of adding in a mining camp isn't as painful, right? There isn't more wolves, they're just more dense. Yeah, so it feels like there's more wolves. I think there's too many wolves for this map. There we go. Have I said it clear enough? I think there should be 4 wolves on this map. So, House Wisdom on the way. The way I've been seeing other players play this map, by the way, is fairly typical of what you see on normal ranked ladder. With some mild exceptions, I do think Golem spam is a bit more powerful in a lot of matchups here. This just isn't one of them. The reason is that you're playing against Rus, and Rus can build into Knights in Feudal Age, right? On top of that, the Kremlin is disgusting. So, Kremlin drop should be the priority here. Mayo, he's going to go for the forward one, right? Because you can drop it right here. If you drop it here, you lock in your wood, but you also secure the boar. There we go. And this is kind of one of the weaknesses of Abbasid in this particular matchup, is this is not a Civ that poses pressure in Dark Age, and they don't rush their Feudal. So you're now a minute and 40 seconds away from getting your stuff, and oh my God. What? Dude, no, too close. Way too close. Are you kidding me? Get your shivs out right now. It's a party. Myriad, he's sending the boys over. Mayo buying a little bit of time to scout there. It's 10 versus 10. Oh my god. What is happening? Peasant rebellions. Mayo almost losing one on the flank there, but looks like there's no refocus on the micro. Myriad shifts across now with the A-click. Slight lead actually starting to develop for Myriad here. May-Michel may have miscalculated. More villages. More villages are coming. Defender's advantage, maybe? Apparently not. Myriad has to back up. He's starting to lose a bit too much. Refocus comes in. Injured villagers are going to be dragged down. What is this game? Dude, are we just done at, like, GG? Wait, no. Mayo's going to lose this. Guys, remember the tech up was triggered. So even if they both lose all their villagers, Mayo will never be able to make the landmark because the military wing reinforcement's coming. Oh my god! No military units! And he's going to be down to 6 villagers at 4 minutes into the game! I just can't right now, dude. I can't. The cancel comes in! Guys, this is really bad. This is insanely bad. Because now monkey noises. Just send the Desert Raider across. Right, you can cut more troopers here. Think about like what you have access to if you're Mayo. Like even your gold isn't safe from a Desert Raider sitting here and pew-pewing. Oh my god. Dude, the problem here is actually it's not the fact that he went for a Kremlin rush. It's that he done it in vision. Look at the vision. If he just done it here, I think it's GG. I actually just think Myriad loses the game because he's not going to suspect it, right? His scout was somewhere else. I can't remember where at the time, but I think he's far away. So, like, by the time you'd actually scout it, even on a small map like this, it's probably halfway done. Mayo can just kind of commit at that point. But for some reason, Mayo was like, them berries right there. I need to target both of these out. I just don't know why. I think he actually cost himself the game with that. That actually might be the single wildest start we've seen in competitive play on Socotra. This is the most depressing age up ever. Golden Gate with 3 villages. And I think now you just, you macro up and you go castle, right? It's going to feel like a weird macro because 18 villages have died in this game before the 4.5 minute mark. There's still neutral sheep because everything died in that fight. I love the fact that, like, just in case he needs these sheep, let me just deny them. He can also take out the wolves, right? Yeah, so that's extra eco to deny away from Mayo. Dude, May-Michel is such a character. We actually need more players like May-Michel coming into the game. 100%. Some people get like, that was meme star, that was dumb, whatever you're going to say. But, like, was that... Let me just really target the core of it. Was that not fun? Because that's the most important question to answer. Was that not entertaining to watch? Because that's all I care about. Oh, I just realized, yes. I think someone mentioned it earlier. Now I know what they mean. Score would need to be inverted. Just to remind people, it's actually Myriad on match point in the yellow, not May-Michel. Myriad should go all in right now. There's really no reason. You're playing to like a weak style at that point. Going fast castle is just your inherent strength. You don't get any advantage out of playing a feudal. You're only 3 villages ahead, right? Like, if he queued up growth wing ahead of time, yes, but he already had the reinforcement wing locked in. So going castle just makes even more sense now. The Golden Gate's better value because everyone has less eco. Oh my god. The justifications that my gold level players go through. That's my favorite one, is when you make a bad play, but then you use maths to explain it. You know what I mean? like BC just comes in, he's like, well, that was a really dumb play. Like, mathematically, this landmark now increases my economy by 50%. Yeah, Outpost coming in confirms it. It's 100% Castle Rush. Wait, did Voldemar just call me out for having gold micro? Dude, I've watched your games. Careful what you say next. Like, bruh, 1v1 me Meepo in Dota 2. I don't even play Meepo. I will wipe the floor with you. Dude, but like, when we meet at the Norwegian LAN, I will refer to you as my human mop. Alright, Tech Up's about to be on the way. This is going to be standard growth wing. This is such a wild game still. And he's got archers coming. Wow, so May-Michel is still going to try to send it. What's my knowledge in ELO? Clearly it's 9,000 because I listen to Twitch chat. Like any astute person should. Yeah, but Voldemar, we don't cast your games now. I'm Myriads, clearly. Trying to go all in here, though, just doesn't work, right? Because you're going to have to lean everything into archers, and there's going to be either Ghoulems or Lancers. In fact, I legit think, you know, if this is a Lancer play, I don't like it, you just go Ghoulems. Ghoulems is the freest win, right? Because remember what we said earlier? Ghoulems suck because your opponent can have a Kremlin. There is legitimately no Kremlin. Reminder, this is not a Golden Gate out of a game of efficiency. It's a Golden Gate out of a game of necessity. Because it just doesn't have any eco. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you know what it was? I was like, I can make Grand Finals as a caster. It would be selfish of me to do that as a player. So I want all the players to have the money instead. You know, like, because I give back like that. You know, it just wasn't fair. Like I knew I could just make it there as a caster and a host. So I want someone who doesn't have, you know, like Voldemar, who doesn't have hair as impressive as mine. You know, he can't be on camera, so I'd let him make it as a player instead. So I need to put /S like a million times to make it clear that there's sarcasm here. Someone's going to clip it and ship it on Reddit. Dude, just aggro the ball. Just aggro that tiny little pig right there. Wait, he's still going Camel Lancers? I mean, like, there are archers, right? But like, you're offering up a way that your opponent could potentially contest you. Maybe it's because he's worried about this, but I'd be like, at this stage in the game, how the hell can May-Michel even afford to go Knights? This is still a win, by the way, for Myriad, because Camel Lancers beat Knights. I do think you go Camel Lancers into Golem here, though. Because it just gives you that bulk. That unkillable bulk in this game. Very efficient time as well. So tech up complete. 8 more villagers out. Dude, this is such a dirty spawn. How did you get this spawn? Like, did you pay Bidlin for the seed for this, Myriad? Like, this is crazy. That's 14 berries on one screen. He could have actually dropped a mill that would have buffed both. Crazy. Yeah, 8 villagers does tend to feel OP in a game where, like, both players lost 18 villagers before 5 minutes, you know? Why does nobody pay for your seeds? I'm pretty sure there are banks that pay for those in different countries. Sorry, that was lewd. So, Desert Raiders have been removed. First Camel Lancers hit in the field, though. And me and Mike, for a second, I thought he was trying to go castle, which I was like, maybe you get out with crossbows here? Now I'm crying. He's full on sending in feudal. Moss drop also on the way. Myriad does have to be a bit careful with these first Camel Lancers. Like, you can easily just throw the game by losing these. If he just scales up to like 5, 6 Camel Lancers, though, this should just be a wipe. In fact, he's a snake about this. Look at what he's doing. Like, yes, follow me. Oh, no, I can't possibly fight you. Initiate Order 66. Camel Lancer now wrapping around the back. Meanwhile, me and Mike are now going on the offensive. We could probably see more production here. I'd really like to see just Golem spam. But Blacksmiths is going to be coming in, so the Undermesh is critical here. Undermesh means these archers will never do more than tickle. Flash coming in, though. Needs to be careful microing away there. He can actually use the Dervish to heal the injured here. And here we go. Camel Lance is in. Oh, God. Have not enough villagers died in this game? Apparently not. May-Michel now behind by 14 villages. About to be behind by a whole lot more. He's losing the fight here. Archer's frontlining for the Knights. What? That has to be it. There's no way. I mean, mathematically, right, you got 6 Knights to the 3 Camel Lancers. That's a good sign, but what's happening elsewhere is what worries me. Dervish is now moving for the relics. And if that Camel Lancer count is ever even, then it's a win. And now with Spearman coming, I mean, this is a switch up, right? Straight up follow up into Archers and the easy GG from here. Damn. Also, May-Michel having to play on the flank resources just exposes him more here, right? Kind of stretches him farther away from safety. Once again, another fight, beneficial, right? Like, just peels the Spearman off with one Camel Lancer to defend the villages. Cuts down another Knight, and that is it. May-Michel hanging in this game probably 10 minutes more than he should have. Oh, that opening, that actually may end up being the best opening, the funniest opening we will see on Socotra in 2024. Well, it's red as Dervish. Did someone really just say did I say initiate? Well, usually I go execute, I don't care. You can't say execute though. If you say execute, then, you know, Disney will see you. Clowniest Socotra game 2024. Not even Red Bull Wallalo will top this opener. There we go. Oh man, what a fun series. Well played, both of you. Okay, so give me a sec, because we've got so we could do the Voldy. Wait, when was the Voldy match? You had that. Let me check. Was that yesterday? You guys had that show match yesterday, right? BO7 show match. Oh, it was you versus. Was it CSO? Oh, wait, no, that's from the Dry Arabia thing, right? No. Wait, yeah, no, you had a Dry Arabia thing and then you had a May-Michel thing. So there's May-Michel versus Voldemar, but I don't want to feed his big head after that comment earlier. There is also, and wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is this comment? Hold on a sec. Bruh, put credence on the name. You're making me dust off my Dota buff now. Haven't done this in a while. One sec. Eh? Why does it show me as Legend 4? I guess because I haven't played Ranked. Alright. The point I was going to make is actually I was in Immortal rank, mate. Oh, yeah, Ranked Decay. I mean, I haven't played in 9 months. I just can't be asked to play Dota solo. But, yes, for those wondering, literally in Dota 2, I was the equivalent of Conk Free. What would that be? Conk Free top 100? Top 200, I guess? Because we were ranked like 3,000 in Europe. Which, if you percentile the amount of Dota players compared to Age of Empires players, is literally top. As a play-by-play caster, by the way. I'm not meant to be good at the game. So, 1 second. Because I'm having a look, because there was the... Do we want to do the... What do you think, guys think? Do we do the May-Michel versus Voldemar share match? Or do we do... What's that? Or do we do... The... What's it called? Oh, whoops. Didn't want to show that. Oh, do we do some of the... was it King of Dry Arabia? Is that what it was called? I can't remember the name. Warman was casting some games yesterday. I just checked. She said, you're A-okay to cast some of the games you want to. Because she covered 3 sets, right?
He is
Jesus. Right, that was a bit loud. So, let me have a look. So they've done CSO versus Voldy. Lash versus Kiljardi. Damn, they did do that one. I knew they would. I mean, you have to do Lash versus Kiljardi. And Sassy versus Baltoon. So they did not do Zerton versus Core. Cat versus Elyona and Recon. Wait, they didn't do Recon versus Corvinus? Bro. Bro. We do that. King of Dry Arabia Recon versus Corvinus. We 100% do that. Alright, so let me have a look here. Because I'm curious as to whether we can get a draft. Wait, did Corvinus not use his main account to do... Did Recon use his main account? Wait, no. What? Did they not play? I'm so confused. What rank am I? What, on AoE? I'm unranked, mate. Don't put the time into it. In Dota 2, I'm ranked because I haven't played ranked in a while. I was Immortal rank 3000. Pretty sure I had like a tweet about it. I was very proud of it at the time. Because that made me the second highest ranked play-by-play in the game. I think the only person who was ranked higher from play-by-play perspective was Cap. But that was in NA, so... Such a good cast but can't rank up. I'm sorry, wait, are you high? You're trolling, right? That rank right there. That's Immortal. Chill. Literally the highest rank you can get. Alright, 1 second. I'm just checking with... Might be live. 1 second, let me have a look. Oh wait, how's that? Wait, are they doing it now? Dude, they might... I think they're doing it now. Big Pog. They're doing it now. So, yeah, we should have a live game. Yeah, that's... Good timing. Good timing. Let me check America. You got the logo, by the way? Or am I blind? It might be. I'm probably blind. I should probably check that. All right, 1 sec. Let me set up the logo. So we're gonna actually have Myriad. We have Recon versus Corvinus live. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, Bruder. So let me go ahead. And if I quickly go to casting scene, because we need the tournament logo. Where is it? There it is. Fandappy bloody doozy. Alright guys, so they're currently drafting. So I'm quickly going to grab another drink and then we'll be ready to go, okay? Alright, fantastic. So, let me check. Wait, we got a live draft? We might have a live draft. So this is going to be a BO3, by the way. Okay, yeah, so they're mid-draft right now. Let me pull that up for you guys. Because I'm quickly going to go rush and grab another drink. So while I'm gone, there you go. So that's the draft currently going on. Dude, English IU open? I mean, I actually like Abbasids. I don't like the Malian pick, but you got H... Oh, the Recon, no. Why, Jean? Jesus. Okay, draft done. So, no, I was just saying to my partner, I was just thinking about this, right? The taste of that caramel latte wasn't... Like I said, I reckon matcha latte would have worked better for me. It was alright, but like, what I'll say is I said to her, I think coffee just makes me feel nauseous, like the taste of coffee. So yeah, I don't know if we'll be able to get on with that. That was the... caramel endless latte. I mean, if you like caffeine, it's... I think like the caramel taste of it wasn't too bad. It's just I can't get on with coffee. But I think we said like for what you pay for that, it's not a bad deal, right? Getting 23 or 20, that was 23 coffees for like £15. Actually, I think it's like £13. Like that's not too bad of a deal. I reckon we'll stick to our energy drinks though. I'll try to bump my guy next month to send nootropics. Because I am curious to try the nootropic flavors. Because they have like they have apple and they have raspberry and a few other things. No, not raspberry, blueberry. I think it was. Watch the BP information. What do you mean BP? What's that? By the way, guys, we're gonna have an exciting week next week. There is something happening. We're gonna be trying out a game called Project Loki. I'm really, really excited about. So I'm hoping you guys are intrigued by that. I'd love to show it to you. And then on top of that, I believe I need to actually like apply for open like beta access. There's going to be what's it called? Battle Aces is going to have its open beta, so we'll be able to finally check that out. So let me switch across the draft and let me update of these two. So remember, this tournament, Dry Arabia, King of Dry Arabia, it is only on Dry Arabia. That's the only map that gets played. Alright, so I think boom. Draft like this web. Oh, you mean like that? That's what they're doing. That's where they're drafting. Alright, so we're getting ready. HRE versus Ibis to open up though. This matchup is quite tough for HRE to navigate actually, depending on the spawn. Depending on the spawn, it can feel almost impossible. Yeah, kind of a tough one. Is this show match? This is a qualifying match for King of Dry Arabia, the event that Warman's been organizing. If I can find it. Just gotta let some people notify some people what's going on. Recon versus Corvinus. Blink. Feel free to share this around on any Discord communities or whatever for people who are looking for some tournament play, by the way. I need to get better at doing that. I really need to get some help with doing that, I think. H3 slide advantage? I'm not convinced that's the case at all. I think it's the other way. I actually think IUs have an advantage. Because you can't all in quick enough before they fast tech. And if you fast castle as well, I feel like you're at a disadvantage because the knight loses to the Desert Raider. No, I think, no, because they organized last second between them, they were going to do this one. I checked with Warman. I wanted to make sure I wasn't stepping on any toes. And she said it was fine. So shout out to her. Because I think only 3 series played. Yeah, it's only 3 series have played, right? Because I don't think Kat, Alyona, and Zert and Core played either. When I asked her originally, I thought all 6 had been played, but only 3 were cast. I didn't realize that some hadn't been played. Yeah, a little bit peculiar. What was the... Dude, where's Griotbara? I might let those guys know what's happening right now. Actually, I haven't been talking to Griotbara in a while. I feel like I've been not as connected on the communities as I should be. Yeah, screw it, let them know. Because this is very impromptu last second, so I want to make sure everyone's aware. Oh, so Alyona did play his Cat series? Oh, thank you, Salmon. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate all the support. But yeah, hopefully, I'm hoping everyone will support me checking out Battle Aces and Project Loki next week. I like the idea of us having a few different, like, you know, maybe having some days that Age of Empires, some days that are Battle Aces and so on. Because in a way, it kind of keeps it more special as well. Instead of it just being like 40 hours a week of just watching AoE4. Because I think that, especially with how long it takes anything to get updated with Age of Empires 4, we risked reaching a stale point, right? Yeah, by the way, Desert Raiders can actually destroy men-at-arms and archers on a trickle. Desert Raiders are kind of wild. You'll see what I mean. Oh, look at that. Got the shiny logo. Oh, let me update. So BO3. 40 hours of AoE4 sounds like a dream. The problem is when you see the same strategies over and over again, right? I would consider AOM. I'm a bit hesitant as to whether it will be big enough to support my family. I'm just not convinced the content creation around it's going to grow big enough. I wish it would, but I can talk more about that after this. It's time to decide the King of Dry Arabia. Welcome one and all to the qualifiers, the King of Dry Arabia, a Dry Arabia exclusive tournament. And what better way to show it off than these two faces? Corvinus versus Recon in a best of 3 to see who is going to qualify through. So this is an event that's been organized by Wamakuti. She's put it together. It's going to be hosted across July, I believe, is when the main event is going to be happening. BC will be playing in it. He might be featuring occasionally on Wama's channel to cast with it as well. But first of all, we need to figure out which players are going through. We've already seen some faces make it through, like Voldemar. This is going to be a fun one, though. Recon versus Corvinus is kind of wild at the moment. Recon's a little bit disconnected with the meta and experimenting his own way. Meanwhile, Corvinus has been taking a very funky strategic approach and always has been that player that plays very off-meta. And he's already proving it with this opening. We have got a Dark Age Rax beginning from Corvinus, and you're seeing that right. It's an outpost rush. So yeah, a little bit of discussion in the chat. This is historically an Ibid favored matchup. HRE struggled to break the Ibid base quick enough because they gather the gold with outposts and they rush castle. And you just can't get units together quick enough for that. But in those games, people wait until Feudal Age. That's not happening here. This Dark Age maneuver is a confusing and perplexing one for Recon. He didn't get enough gold to go for a tech up. I'm a bit shocked as well, man. I would have expected him to hang around with 4 villages. He has to go back. You can't afford to walk across the northeast side gold now. In fact, look at this perspective. Recon hadn't even scouted it yet. Yeah, a little bit of an overreaction pulling away by Recon. And now kind of an overreaction in terms of investment. This many people into gold is a bit overkill to me. I don't think it's really necessary. So definitely a bit too much panic. Because he could have just reset, gathered the gold while the first spearman attacks him, and then moved to the north side gold with an outpost afterwards. What a creative beginning for Corv. Oh, Parfin, come on. Spearman will not... Oh, what? Corvinus. I don't think he gets this, though, unfortunately. It's a little bit too far of a dive. If he repathed again, he would have got the kill. Recon, he has what he needs now. 225 gold in the bank. This should just be Desert Raider. The Desert Raider is really OP. This is why HRE struggles this matchup, because when you're trickling troops at the beginning of Feudal to try and escalate to break the outposts, Desert Raiders intercept. Desert Raiders are kind of dirty against men-at-arms and archers, because when it's 1 or 2 archers, they can melee form and kill the archer. And when it's a men-at-arms, the men-at-arms tickle because they have such low base damage at 10, and they're up against a unit that has 5 melee armor. It's such a difficult fight for them. So really cool to see Corvinus thinking outside the box, because if this had been standardized Feudal All-In, or even Fast Castle, you lose both of those. Because in the Fast Castle state, you have to open Knights and Desert Raiders beat you. It just feels like there's only one way HRE can do it, and this might be the way. So, Recon. Is he going to take the bait and go archers here? It's not the worst of ideas opening archer range, because you eventually want to add in archers. It does feel really bad in this particular matchup, because you don't want to go archers until after Campbell answers. Because if you open archers, HRE can follow archers, and HRE archers are just better, right? They have more economy to push into them, and they have more movement speed to chase you. Opinion on statistical results. Stats are always skewed. You have to read within the stats. Stats, good storytellers will utilize stats to build a foundation of a story, but then use that to explore deeper. Nahaz was always one of the most incredible people for this exact detail in Dota 2. And it's someone I learned from by watching and kind of thinking about, right? You'll hear me toot stats off a lot, and I'll use them to weave a storyline to reach a deeper conclusion. One thing you have to be careful about with competitive stats is how people skew them. So a perfect example of this is if you watch a tournament, like right now, I think Roos in Master of Realms is like a 44% win rate. Why is that? Is it because Roos sucks? No. Is it because Roos is being misapplied to certain maps? Yes. Is it because Roos is being picked by a decent amount of players that are playing against better players? Yes. Right? So like I think Roos on Archipelago, for example, is a mid-tier Civ. But a lot of players were picking it and then losing with it, which then skews the results. This, however, HRE vs Ibids is based on a lot of pub games that I've watched of high-level players. So of my experience, of which I would say I have more experience watching AoE for now than anyone else, of the high-level games I'm seeing, HRE are struggling to break this matchup. Not Tommy versus Beastie, and Beastie's like, H3 are cool, and he beats Tommy, poor little Tommy. We're talking highly skilled players struggling regularly with this particular matchup. But God give it to him. Corv definitely threw him off the beaten path here. Recon, why is he not moving for gold? Wow, he's actually committing to the feudal age. So this is exactly the nightmare that we want to avoid. If you go all in on feudal, you're now playing one of the weakest civs in the game against one of the most powerful civs in the game of feudal age. And yeah, to the whole relic point, like you'd think the HRE's way out of this would be rushing castle, but as we emphasized, when you rush castle age, your opponent rushes castle age as well. And they can do advancement wing to catch you at the same time. But even if they don't, the opening desert raiders they were generating, which will be 6 by the time you're like in castle and comfortable, 6, sorry, 3, will be good enough to beat the knights. It's actually dumb how comfortable desert raiders are up against knights. This is wild now. Archers and horsemen being spammed by Recon. Okay, so you're now referring to a matchup between Io and H3 last year when it's a completely different meta. Now it's Io favored, especially in Dry Arabia. Like I can play that trick too, right? Like if I go far enough back, I can be like, oh my god, Deli completely annihilated by French. It's like, yeah, because Deli players used to think building elephants was a good idea. Corv now scaling into the archers. We're probably going to have blacksmith techs coming through pretty quick. I do find a lot of the time one of the cardinal sins for IBID players playing longer feudal is they forget to build blacksmiths. Ram's coming in. So it looks like he's just trying to break into re-access. Now this is interesting because if Recon just wanted efficient fast castle, he didn't need to do any of this. Remember, Desert Raiders can build rams when you go for the military wing. So the fact that he invested this much means he now has to do something with it. You can't just sit back and chill. The crazy thing is, look at what Corvinus is now doing, man. He's trending. We're going castle. What a sick read. If Recon doesn't get some damage done now, this is all of a sudden a game where H3 are very favored. Because remember, Ibis can't rush their tech up. And he's invested a ludicrous amount of resources into horsemen. I don't know, dog. I don't know how you break in either. His ram can shuffle across. That's going to take a while. He needs a second ram to break through the outpost fast enough. If he denies gold, then there's no real tech up that happens. But archers are already scaling past him, right? Like if Corvinus just keeps investing archers, he can just break this. And remember, the reason why horseman feels really bad here is marching drills. These spearmen, when they charge, they're almost as quick as horsemen. Wow, Recon's fully reset. This is crazy. Like, the way that Corvinus is posturing, oh, overly dangerous here. Horsemen are going to dive in. Spearmen have to reveal themselves. There's not enough of them here. Archers target them down, and Recon may have caught Corvinus being a bit too over-greedy here. A little bit too overzealous in his commitment. Archers in the retreat. Marching drills will at least allow them to disengage a bit quicker, but it's still a heavy loss, and one that might come with an additional cost now for the Hungarian. Damn. I don't know why he moved out at all. Like, Corvinus, there's a fine balance. He's doing the dance, right? Like, I kind of liked it to begin with because he's posturing as if he's got everything into this, which will make Recon freak. And that's why Recon retreated. But when you reach the mid-map and you walk archers that far forward with no spears showing, you kind of reveal your hand here. Wow. And the ram now can shuffle in on that outpost. Blacksmith's coming behind, but this feels too late. Like, Blacksmith, in my opinion, this should have been here before you fought Tech up. If you had Steeled Arrow and you play that blind faith push where you look like you've got everything in feudal, I think Recon would have bought the story. Now he's not convinced. E-repairs coming in. Army rebolstering, but goes on both sides, right? Horseman count looking decent here. Ram's going to be a little bit exposed, but the E-repairs is running out soon. Recon would benefit from clown carrying a bit there. I think he could have kept the archers inside the ram and been actually quite comfortable in the situation. This is tricky now for Corv. He has got Steel Arrow coming in. Now, Recon, what did we say is Ibid's cardinal sin here? When they play long feudal, they forget it every single time. He just realized it, but it's too late. Blacksmith Tech isn't going to be there in time. However, his real objective has been ticked. Recon is now on his way up to Castle. Now, it is not going to be the Growth Wing. It has to be Advancing Wing. But this is now a race, and a race that Corvinus should have actually had a head start in. He now finds himself behind. Saving up for the castle as quickly as he can. Because now it's obvious, right? The fact that Recon backs off like that, he gives over the ram, there's no second ram, tells Corvinus where this game is going. He has to be aware there's a high probability of Advancement Wing because of the relics. And you're already seeing him pre-pump a prelate in prep for that. It's worth sacrificing a villager production to get these relics. Because right now, that's what breaks this game, right? Both of these players accelerate themselves in castle off of relics. Another cool thing for Recon, check the Golden Age. By the time he techs up, he should be about ready to get 20 buildings. That gives him a 50% increased research rate. That means these blacksmith techs will only take 40 seconds. That's an insane advantage to have here, especially for the range 2, because your opponent has gone pretty heavy into archers. And that bracket is not correct. I need to update the link, so ignore what Gully has just given you to click there. I'll add the link after this game. We kind of got into this one in a rush. For those that don't know, these guys literally about 10, 15 minutes ago decided they wanted to play this series. Reckon it's now on the way, but first Camel Lance is already queued up. Love the way that Recon's posturing the cav. You want to try and intercept the play into relics here. There you go, Golden Age 2 online. Is HRE OP or is Ibid OP? Yes, Byzantines are OP. Glad I could help with that. Dervish has already been pumped. Is this double mosque play? No, it has to be one, right? Double mosque would be really smart here. Because it's all about timings, right? And right now, Corvinus is freaking about the idea coming out. Recon should understand there has to be a tech up happening. So like, I think double Dervish is affordable with the build he's going for here. Instead, it looks like he's prepping more archers. This could get scary. Undermesh did just come in. Veteran C for the Spearman immediately gets queued up. The walls have been set up nicely, so it looks like he is encapsulated. But the Camel Lance should just be patrolling towards the relics right now. Recon should have one coming out here. Instead, he's got the Dervish. Wait, what? No. There's no way you send the Dervish instead of a Camel Lancer here. Because he had camels first, right? If he sent a Camel Lancer here, Corvinus can't get a single relic. Oh my god, instead, it looks like Corv might get 2. Wait, unless... Corv? No! What? No freaking way! And he saw it, right? So now you send a Camel Lancer down for the further south relic. Oh my god. Did he forget to rally it onto the relic? He rallied it next to it. That's such a blunder. He at least got one relic from the north, but if this is a 4-1 relic split, it's not great for HRE. You're still eco ahead because Archon is broken, but still, you're giving away for the Ibids. Dervish sees this. Okay, so Recon should peel 1 Camel Lancer to deal with this right now. No, please, don't both do this game. Recon? Oh my god, they're both doing this. Are you freaking kidding me right now? This is hurting me deep to my core. The best part is Corvinus is dodging as if he's getting intercepted. He's like, whoa, he definitely saw me. Like, the camel snitched on me, bro. Turns out no one had a camel translator. All we heard was grunting and spits. We don't know what any of that means. Dive in. A little bit ambitious here. Needs to bring the Manjanique forward. It's really difficult to hit Manjanique shots against HRE. Remember, they got the marching drills, so easily able to dodge and weave. But Ram now moving in on the outpost. He says, if I can't have the relic from the flank, I guess I'll just take this one. This is ambitious. I think does he need a second Ram? Corv, where's the E-repairs? Corv, this is way too uncomfortable. No, 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 no. This might be too late. Recon, he's holding the Manjanique shot. He's not using it onto the tower. He's waiting for the dive. Oh! Big hit. Reload for the follow-up. Archers cutting down the reinforcements. There's a dive out here. Few men at arms are front line, and the Camelats are now moving to count that out. Spearmen have been removed from the equation, and Corvinus is outnumbered. This might just be over. This is a firm hold. Recon doesn't need to leave. He did lose the Ram, so it might be worth a reset to get a new one up. But army-wise, he has absolutely torn Corvinus a new one. This Prel's like, I want to be gathering relics right now, but for some reason I got recruited for this crap. Ham. What a fight from Recon. Great way to bait it as well. Corvinus knew he was going to have to commit. I do love how this is a full HP tower, by the way. You wouldn't believe it, right? It's okay, guys. Structurally, we made it this way, so we had more arrow spots to shoot out of, you know? All part of the plan. So, Recon, the mistake you made last time is one ram. If you double ram here, it should be enough to break this. There we go. If you do 3 rams, you're out of control. You're a monster. You should be reported. But it would give a quick break. And notice that there's no TC investment behind this. This is all in, which makes sense, right? Corvinus, meanwhile, is getting greedy. I can't believe he's trying this. Like, it almost looks like he was thinking castle. Maybe he just wasn't sure what unit he needed. Like, Imperial, rather. You can't go Imperial here. Any attempt to go Imperial kills you unless your opponent goes TC. Double round moving in, though. I love that Recon didn't invest the Manjanique in attacking this outpost, by the way. That was so important. This outpost is terrible, by the way. It hasn't got any stone. The damage it could have done with the Spring placement is kind of wild to think about here, but it was never a grab, and just look how much he's struggling now. Spring is going to move in, but not a quick clean up to the ram. This is quite the commitment. But remember, that's going to be 160 gold removed from the economy of Corvinus. He repairs about to run out. Army not big enough to fight this. He has now got a Mango coming out. Dervish in position. Whoa, whoa boy. Whoa. Recon? Dude, what? He has to dive for the Spring Orb because the Dervish is almost dead. He goes down anyway. Wait. Did Corvinus just attack the Dervish with the villagers? Oh my god, this game. This is wild. That was so greedy from Recon and so smart from Corv. He spring-ordered it, and then I think the final stabs came in from the villagers, right? Because they got shivs out for that. That was sick. So Dervish still hasn't picked up the goodies, and now a new outpost coming up. Don't you just love E-repairs? Isn't E-repairs fun? Hey, Crackety, what do you think of emergency repairs, quickly? We're all curious. Let us know. There's worse stuff than E-repairs. That's not a compliment for it. It is definitely a ridiculously frustrating thing, and this time we've got fortification coming in again before an emplacement. Recon moving in with the ram. Has built the Springles this time. However, it's 2-2. Mango's opening fire. A weird attack onto the houses here. Springles are moving in range. Snipe out 1 for 1. Archers are starting to tickle this as well. They can make the difference quickly. Lancers have to pull back a little bit. That's going to reveal the men-at-arms. Spearman count is getting low, and Corvinus desperately needs more of them here. There's simply too many Camel Lancers involved in this equation. Nice repairs coming in the Springald. If he targets with the Archers, though, he could clear this up right now. Instead, the Manjanique gets surrendered over. Recon, he needs to clear the army now. It's the only way. Front line's about to fall. Siege is in trouble. Corvinus needs more troops. Oh, no. Lancers here to rule the day. Manjanique going to be hunted down and taken out. Sprill next on the chopping block, and after that, villagers could easily be sacrificed here. I think it's all coming together. Recon looking like he's going to get the opening win. I mean, Core's got nothing left here, guys. like, eco-wise, he's falling further and further behind. It's almost a 10-villager lead. Full idle time here. Ram now hitting the outpost. This Spearwood emplacement is finally coming in, but it feels far too late here. It's not about the tower anymore. It's about the lack of military. Dive in with the archers. Could build a big lead off the back of this. Villagers not moving away quick enough. Corvinus dying on the farms. I mean, I guess the bodies make good compost. But this is looking like absolute crap for Corv. Now 20 villagers behind. Wait, what are you doing? Camel Lancers in on the mango. Villagers to keep it alive. But Archer's like, oh yes, me likey, yummy very much. Because those villagers are a prime meal. Oh my god. What a crazy opening to still find ourselves at this point in the game. Well played by Recon. A little bit messy on the relics from both sides, I'd say. But great follow through. So much siege has died at this stage. Corvinus now 30 villages behind. And you might say, oh, well, Corv is going to escape the pure, simple strategy of Dry Arabia. No, he's not, folks. Best of 3, and every map is on Dry Arabia. Next one coming up soon. Good God. That was brutal in the end. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of mismacroing going on there. Wait, the charge. What are you talking about? The camel lances when they get a bit weird. E repairs so bad. Yeah, only get 0 if you just don't attack. Yeah. Just don't attack HRE and let them go Imperial, right? Because, like, idiots, they have to spend to go Imperial and then have to spend resources on villages. Ha ha ha. Checkmate. Wait a second. And yeah, agreed, Crackety. Like, the pump just wasn't impressive consistently throughout that game. Oh. He also got caught off guard by that initial Manjanique, right? When they're both 20 archers deep at the start of castle, that's a really big disadvantage. Okay, so we are just waiting for game numero 2. They're getting in lobby now. Draft-wise, wait, what are we looking at? So let's mark off the... Oh, whoopsie. So mark off IU and HRE. I think... Wait, why did HRE not mark off? Dude, this thing's so buggy sometimes. It's a bit weird. I think what you do here... You're probably going... Is Malians the safest option? I think it might be, right? This is the thing. If you go Malians, Recon can kill you with Japanese, right? I feel like that's a good matchup for Japan. So maybe you go Abbasids to feel safer? No, because Abbasid, dude. I don't know. I said I felt like Corvinus' draft was reasonable, but then I remember we were just playing Dry Arabia. Does he have to go Mongols to thin the field? Mongols can work against English. It's not too bad against Yeon if you get enough Keshiks. I think it struggles on Dry Arabia against Japan, though, right? Depending on the spawn. Abbasid's wildcard? Dude, Abbasid's kind of like whiffs here, though, right? Because if your opponent just goes Japan, you're in trouble. We've seen players struggle with Abbasid Japanese. It's not an easy one for Abbasids. Zhone versus Abbasids. I think that's okay for Abba. But Corvinus is really good with it. You're underrating how good Recon is. I think you're fanboying one side too much there. These are both very capable players. I'll admit, like, outside of Four Lakes, I don't know how much Recon's been playing Japan, but I know on Four Lakes in particular, he's been playing the living crap out of it, so he knows this Civ very well. Ever since watching a game for like 2 years ago so people can see how far we've come? Oh, God. I don't know if people would really want that. Maybe. Oh, yeah, we need to update the bracket. God, look at this guy. He's so particular about it, isn't he? All right, 1 second. I have got... 1 second. All right. Copy link. Let me update my Nightbot with the command. We're just waiting for them to kick off now. I think Recon quickly had to go do something, so we got like an extra minute or two. So here you go. Boom. Throwback Thursday, maybe. I'm excited to see how people respond to Project Loki and Battle Aces when I stream it though. I think that could be fun. You guys want me to play RTSs? I'll probably be playing Battle Aces. So. Battle Aces is an RTS, yes. It's the one being made by David Kim, the former StarCraft dev. Looks very inviting to new players who aren't familiar with the genre, so it could be intriguing. Dude, you know also I was playing a lot of last night with a friend? I was playing some Dark and Darker again. That game is so close to just being a home run. They just need a few things. I don't know if anyone's played Dark and Darker, but the same when I was playing my friend, their feedback systems kind of suck. It's very hard to tell when something is or isn't. And an example that's in combat, like they need the chivalry system where you have different blocks for different like directions. Dark and you went streaming. I just don't think people would want to watch me. Like, dude, we're a strategy streamer, right? Don't think people would want to watch that. But like, I think it needs the chivalry system because right now, like you can see the way the attacks are coming, you can kind of block, but like you don't feel it in your feedback of like, oh, you can see that you're blocking this way or that way, right? Like it's the same system that the Ubisoft one uses, right? You can tell which way someone's going to attack and block. If they sort that, I think they're onto an absolute winner. For Honor? Yeah. Did For Honor like had some potential? They just didn't update it properly. I still remember, I think I've told you guys the story before about how there was an S-tier tournament and a guy won using an exploit that allowed him to animation cancel in a really, really unfair way. And basically, he went up on stage to claim his trophy, right? And the dev handed the trophy to him, and he went, "I hope you're happy." And he very bluntly looked at him and went, "Yeah, I am. Fix your fucking game," right? Like that was his response to him. I mean, he wasn't wrong, right? Like the exploit he used to win that tournament, they hadn't written into the rules that you couldn't do it, and that exploit, I think, apparently, like I'm not a front expert, but apparently it had been in the game for like 2 years at that stage or something. Hey, there's my Dark and Darker partner. What's up, Desi boy? How's it going? You know the story I'm talking about with For Honor, right? You must have heard that around like the Ubisoft team. Because I think it was a Ubisoft event where they had that happen. It wasn't a proud moment for the lads. But yeah, apparently the exploit he used to just cheese the entire tournament had been in the game for like years at that point. Character backwards attacking that couldn't be parried. Oh no. So what it was, I know briefly the shallow explanation is basically it was an animation cancel. So you could look like you were swinging right, and then you could just completely revert and swing bot or left or whatever. So the logic is that because you broadcast your attack, someone can react with a block, but what you'd be like this, they would then go for a block, but they're locked in, and then you could completely change your animation. That's what it was, and it made it impossible to fight. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I wasn't sure, Des, if the team was involved. I don't know, like if the Rainbow Six team, because I think there's got people that worked on esports before Red Bull. Sorry, I'm drinking Red Bull before the Rainbow Six really started to kick up more and more, right? Because I think For Honor was their first target for a big esport, if I'm not mistaken, and then obviously Rainbow Six was just slapping it because they had their organic growth, and then they realized, wait, why don't we just invest in organic esports instead of trying to build esports games from things that don't work? Was the game ever fixed? I don't know. I haven't played For Honor since like the beta years ago. I think it does okay in numbers. It just doesn't do Crazy good. So many bugs in game's history. Dude, I mean, some games just respect it, right? You guys remember the 5-man jump thing that was against the rules for Counter-Strike, where I think it's Fnatic against, was it Dignitas? And they were just going to get, they were just going to lose, and then they do a 5-man stack on Overpass, I think it was. And they just decimate the enemies. They look like, I'll have to show it to you guys. Remind me later, it was insane. But like, another one is in Dota 2, the Fountain Hook. If you guys have not looked at Fountain Hook before, check it out. It is one of the most iconic moments in esports. There's a clip of Loader, the Alliance guy, watching it going, how is that even balanced? It's like, it's not. Oh, we were on the money on this one. Corvinus, you know, this is wild. He had Abbasids, he had Malians, but he has to go Mongols. Why? Because Recon has such a robust draft here in the King of Dry Arabia qualifiers. Game number 2 between these two. Recon already on match point. Corvinus needs to execute flawlessly. If he can get past this threat, there is some hope. There is some predictability to his opponent's drafts. But this is going to be a tough one. English versus Mongols, a matchup where Mongols have to play fast and furious to stand a chance. And the only alternative is if you've got some very sexy trade posts. This one isn't too bad. We might see a trade attempt. But from what I've been seeing, yeah, the opening has to be this for the Mongols. They have to play into Horseman early to try and apply pressure. The logic, by the way, and what makes this really cool and almost kind of cheesy, is if you open with Horseman, you can block the English from getting a good second TC. In fact, you can potentially block them from even gathering the stone. So let's see if it works out for Corv. Let's see if we can actually get a competitive series. Game 1 was wild. If you guys did not see that already, you need to watch back in the VODs when it's up on YouTube later. Achery versus Abbasid with some very spicy twists. But this is kind of nice, actually, for Mongols, right? It's like opening a Horseman is really cool against either build for the English, the ones where they go full feudal, or the ones where they go TC fast castle, right? Because we mentioned the Horseman can block the initial drop of the TC. But the other cool thing is if it's going to be all-in feudal, your opponent has to build Lombos, right? And Horseman is already a nice thing to use as a blocker there. How are we looking on the openers, I'm wondering? 9 sheep, 8 sheep. Okay, they're about split. They're still the right side of the map. I have a feeling that Recon's not going to check that. He needs to know what he's up against. And that's going to be bad news. The other reason I really love Horseman openings from Mongols here, and I think it's a bit underrated at the moment, is it's a scout denier. Yeah. You can tear this guy a new one, right? Because remember, scouts are 1.62, and the horsemen are 1.88. If you have the Khan, you go up to 2 movement speed, and you can just envelop and move past. And this is where Recon needs to run away right now. Yeah, do not even pass go. Do not collect 200 pounds. Get home. Be safe. This is going to be tough, though, right? Like, the whole idea is the king should be able to contest the horsemen. But if you, like, flood 4 horsemen, potentially, you can just focus down villages. Instead, I imagine Corvinus is just going to go for the castle age timing now. And the logic there is that you can then just upgrade the horsemen, have 4 to 6 approach the enemy base when they're building that TC. And that's really important because horsemen at this stage, they only have 1 ranged armor. Upgrade them, it's 2 ranged armor. All of a sudden, 2 ranged armor plus extra 15 health, the 5 bow damage barely tickles. Love that. Immediately touching the mining count just to make sure they can't be cancelled down the line. I think this is Deerstone, by the way. I don't think you really want to be going for trade. Because the issue I have when people go Silver Tree in these situations is you're dividing your attention between attacking and greeding. If you feel the English economy is that good, you need to focus attack. And that's why I have high hopes for this for Corvinus. Deerstone opener coming in now. An outpost reaction from Recon. Okay, that's actually really smart. I haven't seen this yet out of an English player, but it's actually a good shout. His gold is stones next to each other. It protects the woodline further. The only downside is there's no great TC placement nearby. You just have to lock on the gold. So you can't go wide on like the deer instead, right? But with these condensed fast castle builds, you're kind of okay being on gold. Sheep count isn't crazy, right? Like he's only got 5 left, but that's the beauty of the English. Cheap farms. So now Corvinus' approach should be to target this woodline. Because if you look at the tree lines, this is both a positive and a negative. The positive is you can wall between the two, and it makes it hard for aggro parties. But if you fail to get that wall up, it's a vulnerability point. If a Mongol player parks here, the game is just over. Tech up comes in. King now on his way. He's been queued up. Looks like the mining camp has been brought low, but there's no way to now kill this off, right? But he got what he wanted. Like, Corvinus got paid 50 resources. That's pretty important. He spent 120 resources. The stone was passive, right? So he got a nice raid going. He forced an outpost reaction. If you think about it, he only spent 70 resources. His opponent spent 100 to counter it and idled himself. Talked about this horseman, right? Just trying to raid in. He did vet them up. They're so cheap to do so. Stone still hasn't been gathered, by the way. And this is the tricky part. This is what makes the build so smart from Corvinus is Recon. He understood he needed to go stone first because it's Mongols. But because of the way that Corvinus opened this up, he couldn't hang on the stone. So instead, he has to take the more risky resource second. That's not ideal. You want to be taking the risky resource first and then falling back to safety. Good news, at least for Recon, is this Abbey of Kings is kind of ridiculous, right? The villagers, if you don't kill them, they don't feel the damage. Kashik should be the thing that will make them feel damage. And the timing is looking good, right? Like, I actually think Recon has to drop a TC here. That would protect the tree lines like we talked about, so it's not a terrible situation, but it doesn't leave you much breathing room. You're going to have a very claustrophobic base here. Yeah, King learns the hard way why King does not want to fight Kashyyyks. Remember, with 2 Kashyyyks, you can just cycle. So when the King targets one, you peel the other way, bring him back in. So then it switches. And remember, although the King can heal, it's only when he's out of combat. The Kashyyyks will heal in combat. So it's polar opposites, really. Done gathering the stone. And there you go, guys. I mean, we said it was going to have to be a very defensive TC, but this is bad. It's not even on the gold. I think this is worst case situation, actually, for Recon. It's weird because he could have dropped the TC here, which would have hit the berries and the gold, and then built it here. So the Kashyyyks would get hit if they dove. Speaking of which, Kashyyyks are going to die. Nice body blocks there. Recon getting in the way. King's going to try to club them down. Villager being peeled away a little bit too slowly. Maneuver speed arrow to get the extra Kashyyyk in. Is this falling apart? It kind of is, right? Kashyyyks are slowly dying off. But Recon also feeling the pain of these engagements. 2 villagers down. Idle time achieved. Wall is going up, though, so Recon will start to consolidate himself here. Corvinus, meanwhile, he's going fast castle. Damn, that's kind of crazy. I think Corvinus's third Kashyyyk probably didn't need to go in like that. The first 2 kind of done what they needed to. And this is wild, though, because look at what's happening. Recon's expecting more. And this is the reason why the Horseman opening felt really good. Is since that happened, Recon's been playing very defensive the scout. He doesn't know there's nothing else coming. When you're blind like this, you have to act as if there's a follow-up. The racks plus the spearman investment already puts you, what, 230 in the drain? While your opponent is fast castling. And he is fasting, all right. He's got the deer stone buff coming on the outpost. He's got the deer gathering going on. This is going to be really important for the breakaway. Because remember, the king is going to come hunting, but when he does, you now have the extra maneuver to kind of get away from that. Where trade? No trade, because we like winning game. So this will be a step readout play. You can't really do Kurotai here. Remember, guys, Kurotai is an amazing landmark if you have an army. If you're fast castling with 0 units, I would not recommend Kurotai. One upside for Recon is these deer are kind of predictable, but one downside is actually it makes outposts more valuable in this area. So, you know, Corvinus, he probably should have went double outpost here, because you could still get hit by the king. Kuro tried to dive the gold. Gully, what? No? Please, no. Yeah, how long that's going to take to get in position. There we go. Yeah. Corvinus is a cultured man. He likes winning. This is the winning approach. You're against 2 TC, and you have no eco upside if you don't go for step readout. This was something that Mongol players discovered 3 years ago. Right? Without step readout, when you go Deerstone, you have nothing. Because you can't just inflate TCs. They're so expensive at 900 wood, right? It's like you have to add in this to inflate. And the whole follow-up play is going to be you have the gold to get Kashyyyks, which is great for the mid-map, and then Monks at the same time because you have all that surplus gold. Remember, step readout gives 50% more gold. You could go MAA as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he opens with a handful of Keshiks because he's already got the stables here. And that will allow him to contest the king. Because like the king could just kind of chip away at men-at-arms on the way across. Spinman now moving out, so he realizes what the play is. Ooh, we have got a men-at-arms slot. It's an interesting choice here. I thought Corvinus might try to go Keshiks just to focus relics. This is even more all-in than I was expecting. The only issue I have with the men-at-arms build is your timing on arriving in the enemy base. MAA is more focused on an all-in, and I don't think you get here quick enough to stop a white tower going up. That's the problem. Corvinus can make it a bit more competitive if he prioritizes the blacksmiths now, and that should be the thought process behind this, is that if you go with men-at-arms, you can afford blacksmith techs immediately. If you go Keshiks, you cannot. But alongside this, you 100% need to go into shamans. That second lack of outpost is hitting him back here. We talked about this, right? Like, I just don't get why Corvinus didn't go for it, right? A second outpost here is crazy. Because you need to keep invested value here. Both deer stacks are on one spot. So yeah, kind of a weird one.
Recon, dude, I'm a bit worried this could be a 2-0. It hurts me because I think Corvinus' read on the first 7 minutes of gameplay was on point. But there's been some mistakes along the way. This situation with the villagers on the deer is one of them. The choice to go men-at-arms spam after fast castle with no other eco-ops. Oh my god, no. Oh no.
So that's why we go Kurotai. If it ain't Deli, you don't want it, right? Men-at-arms have arrived. White Tower did get cancelled. Okay. But keep in mind, Corvinus doesn't know where it is, and he has to now dive double TC. This is going to hurt. I mean, Recon can afford to lose 5 villages here. Men-at-arms now know. They're moving across. They're just not going to kill this quick enough. Recon on point with the micro as well. Dude, this is sick. Because he's next to the TC, 1 by 1, right? Oh, no. These men-at-arms essentially done nothing. He forced a quick attack timing, which means less resources, but outside that, this is an underwhelming Castle Age rush. Damn, sick micro by Recon, just on point. This is the thing, right? I think Corvinus has definitely been getting more games in the Recon recently, but you know, Recon's... He's still an on-point micro player. He's still got a really solid strategy. And in fairness, the English build is kind of dead brain, right? Like, no offense to Recon, he still had to execute it, but this is cut and dry. This applies pressure and requires reaction. I do think the Mongol reaction is more difficult to do, and oh my god, what? I want to praise Corvinus for that being a really smart idea. However, it's still a hard game now. He needs to rush relics right now. Because if you wait, the knights are going to come out and you won't ever get them. And in fact, Recon's already going for it as well. That is cool though. I got to admit, I wish more players done this with their production buildings as Mongols. It is idle time in the interim as you move them across, but it's worth it once you're in position. This is where Kurotai would have felt better, by the way. The problem is the opening phase is if you rush castle without step readout, you just don't have any upside eco-wise, right? You're actually kind of weak. But this is where Corvinus kind of wishes he had a Kurotai. Because now, with these trebs, traction trebs kind of become a little bit busted when they have Kurotai buff. Because a long time ago, after begging the devs time and time again behind closed doors, we got the change to Kurotai so it affects bonus damage. Which means that these trebs would be doing, I think it's over 300 damage per shot. Instead of 245. That's a huge damage buff. Springles also being prepped. I mean, Recon can easily play Springles though, right? Like, this is the beauty of the White Tower, is it's an all-in-one production building, X2. Because that's double production speed. Crossbow's being massed up, men-at-arms as well though. Corvinus He's at least putting those resources to work now. Ooh. Can he break this, though? The problem with Traction Trebs without Kurutai is it's so slow. This is at least cool. I love this. Remember, he has got the bounty, so targeting these farms is really smart. He's getting paid 50 resources per attack. You might wonder, there's no way someone can farm on that, right? Guys, if the farm's on fire, we don't need to put the bread in the oven, okay? It's already edible. It's fine. Recon's got his second relic on the way home, by the way. I'm shocked that Corvinus... I get that he needs to be all in, but I feel like a monastery sidestep is worth it. And the Lancers... Knights find their way to the backside here. And once again, Corvinus has the same curse. Only a single outpost to protect. This can't keep happening. Dude, that's twice now. The lack of outposts has killed him. I think it's going to happen again. Knights are now raiding towards the deer location. The Gur hasn't even been moved. And notice the way he sneaks. He's trying to stay out of range. In fact, he's come back for that gold again. Corvinus needs to end this game in 2 minutes. Like, here's the thing. Recon may not have an answer to Trebs, but he has all this room on the backside to extend to. Deer as well. And militarily, like, this is deceptive. Most of the siege doesn't matter. The only thing he's got that matters right now for fighting is Mango. Which is definitely advantageous, but a disadvantageous situation is this. Knights again. 4 more kills. Might make that 5. And the ranged armor 1, really just offsetting the protection for the TC. Yeah, and this is tough, right? Because now when he walks away, King buff is going to kick in. Heal's just going to bring him back into it. It's 3 relics now banked. Corvinus. We said he had to be all in. He's going all in. 2 rams now coming through. Recon trying to get them in arms numbers together. Now, that is a bit dicey for him, right? He's eclipsed there, but he does have armor clad, if I remember correctly. Yep, he got that. And he has got the crossbow count. So this is all about the Mango. If Corvinus flops with that Mango, he's dead. Damn, King goes in again. Guys, this is adding up. This guy ain't a king anymore. If we had promotions in this game, he'd be an emperor. 11 working kills to 5 now. I love the fact that Corv is attacking all the small buildings around here because it's keeping him in it economically. Still, this is just a melee mosh pit. And that does have its limitation. Villagers pull to deal with the Rams now. They got a little bit too close there. Recon! Uh-oh! Villagers pull away just in the nick of time there. That's worrisome. When you chase like that, you overstack, right? If that Mango got a second hit out, that would have been curtains closed on a big chunk of the eco lead, right? That would have been 12 villagers down. Recon does back up, though. Starting to encounter some issues now. He needs to sneak for gold. The monastery helps, but I think he wants more here. Springle's now being bolstered. Oh, this is pretty crafty. So I think Recon intentionally waited on Springle production until Corvinus became a little bit lax about the defense. However, revealing this early feels a bit problematic. I think it gives Corvinus a way of reacting. If Corvinus gets the opening trade here. Men-at-Arms are going to chase forward, though. Oh, Recon missed micro there. Yeah, that's a little bit ugly. I don't really know what Recon was looking at there. He should have got a glimpse of the Springwood early. Corvinus definitely doing a good job of playing against that tree line, but that's never a fight the English should lose in even counts, remember. Wait. No. No! Dude, what is it with this? Okay, so the step readout isn't unpacked is one thing. But what the what is that? Oh my god. Are you kidding me? That's 14 villages. That's over 20% of his economy right now on a chill break, and they're not even showing up as idle. All right, I'm going to be that guy to go on a rant. I want to remind people that we are a month away from kicking off
the main event to lead in to the ultimate LAN experience for AW4 gamers this year, right? The Red Bull Wall LAN. And that exists? Dude, get me out. Someone clip it so I can ship it. That needs to be fixed. I'm sure Corvinus is going to be ranting at the devs as well. Dude, that's actually substantial, right? Like, think about the extra siege you could have here. Because Recon realistically has an opportunity to catch up now. Springles, Recon again. Oh my god. He's misplaying this right now. Corvinus is doing such a good job of playing around the vision, but Recon keeps taking the bait. Oh my god, as soon as he gets gold, the men-at-arms. What is this? Recon with a backstab. Okay, that is a wild move. The balls on this lad. 13 men-at-arms, almost half of his troops defending, leave the base. I did not see that coming. Corvinus now without his eco advantage. He has at least got additional torches coming in, so he's going for the all-in. This is going to be a dive onto the White Tower, and there is no boiling oil. You know what? Corvinus might get us to a game 3, guys. He's actually played this really well, despite the bugs, despite the mishandling of his defenses. His all-in timing is exactly what you need to do with Mongols. I think one of the big problems with Mongols and why they don't function in the current meta is a lot of people are looking for ways out of bad situations. Mongols, in my eyes, often don't function that way. They're more of an all-in type civ. 34 useless... Whoa, Blige, chill. That is 34 torches, mate. 34 torches that are going to be doing 19 damage each. Dude, this is actually going to be tighter than you expect. A quarter of Recon's bio units are still not here. And for some reason, we've got a relic chilling. Dive comes in, though. Here we go. It's do or die. Corvin is trying to head for the final landmark. Springles trading out. Mango's being taken down. It's the villager pool. Corvinus is all in. Villagers counter on the other side, going straight for the Springles. Body blocks at the choke points. This is slowing it down. And I think he's done it. Recon, this should be enough to hold. Villagers have got the torches out, but at 13 per torch, it's not going to be enough. Oh, an admirable attempt by Corvinus. But unfortunately, the White Tower is a bit too strong. He finally burst through the TC to access the final landmark. But there shouldn't be enough in this anymore. Villagers need to be pulled for the repair right now. As long as Recon does that, he should survive this. It's getting uncomfortably close. But the end result is undeniable. We are going to have a 2-0 victory for Recon to qualify for the King of Dry Arabia event. Oh my god, dude. What? I mean, it was worth watching, right? They provided the entertainment. I'll give them that. Oh, that is brutal. Do we call that would you call that a game-breaking bug? Yeah. Game-breaking bug in a deciding match. What do I put on the thumbnail? Yeah, I'm gonna put the Vils dancing, but like text-wise. Costs him game. Bug ruins esports match. Competitive game. I'm trying to think now. What do we put on it? Not the right time to dance. No, you call it dancing bug. Breaks esports match. Esports game. Dancing Bug Breaks tournament game, maybe? I'm just going to put Dancing Bug Breaks Him. I think Dancing Bug Breaks Him is probably the one. Esports dance doesn't make you don't know what it's I don't think it's clickable enough, and it doesn't make sense, if that makes sense. You want people the thing with YouTube thumbnails is there's an art about not spoiling it, but also spoiling it, if that makes sense. Because if people don't know what they're clicking on, they won't click on it. I learned this the hard way, where I thought people wanted ominous and not clear, and that's how I began with my YouTube videos. And it's not what works, actually. Like, in the grand scheme of things, success is driven by blatant presence of outcome, if that makes sense. Recon's on the wrong side of a tournament crash from Marine Lord. Yeah, but I think Marine Lord said to replay that. I don't think it ended well for Recon, if I remember correctly. I actually love that about Marine Lord. Like, Marine Lord is one of the most... I think he has one of the highest degrees of competitive integrity in the scene. Not to say other players don't, but like, I almost feel... I don't want to say he's unrivaled. Other people do really well for that, but he is really high up in that regard. Like, I've seen him just full on... Like, someone else has crashed, and the admins have been like, do we do a remake? And he's flat out been like, yeah, no, that guy won that game. I think he's very honest in that way. He accidentally set them to patrol? Ooh. Maybe, but I don't know how you'd really accidentally do that. Yeah, for sure, Recon. That's the thing I hate about that. Deli trade game was a fun watch, just memeing, but it was definitely on the wrong side. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's like, dude, we remember when Recon, like, a perfect example of how important hiding your strat is. Do you remember that tournament game where Recon just went full trade, boom, with Rus on Lipany? And his opponent was goldfish about it, because, like, who the hell trades with Rus? Yeah, I don't think you can patrol either. I'm not sure, though. All right. So that is cool. I think... Let me double check, because I think the other ones haven't been scheduled, right? Who they want me to at? One second. There's an admin who needed to know. I'm just double checking. Gold units are bad versus trash units. Yeah, it's like one of the biggest cardinal sins of this game. It's like gold. Like, I keep telling people this. Gold doesn't matter. Wood matters. Oh, so Core, you and Zerton did play, right? Because the other series was you and Zerton, and then the final one was it Baltin versus someone? I think it was Baltin's game. I just can't remember who he was against. I haven't cast your series, though. Have you got the... Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I've got the bracket, haven't I? No, Baltin did play here, sorry. So, Cat versus Alyona was the other one. I don't know if they played. Have you got a link to your draft, Core? We can do yours. I'm up for that. Not from phone? Okay. Let me have a look if I can find it. Would it have been posted in the AB4 events thing? So I think we'll try to do that, guys. Keep the fun train going. I think the goal is going to be a longer stream today. Obviously, I'll eventually go and eat, but then I'll come back. So maybe target like a 7 or 8 hour stream today. Because I think I'm going to do a shorter stream tomorrow, like maybe 5 hours. Just because I don't want to burn myself out. Because we're going to like be watching probably about 18 hours of AoE4 on the weekend. Oh, wait. Someone want me to change necktie. What is it with you guys in neckties when I'm wearing a t-shirt? What is this? What is this obsession? Does that one work? Does that work? That doesn't work, right? No. Thank you, Core. Appreciate you, boo. Watching England later? I don't really pay much attention to football, if I'm being totally honest with you guys. Hasn't really been my jam for a while. I'd rather spend my hours watching esports. I find esports more compelling than traditional sports, by far. There you go. Does that work? No. We've got to be fashionable, guys. Red on red? I don't know about that. Different red? No. Oh. What color do we go, mate? Don't know. I've got anything that goes with this shirt. Tell me out, chat. What works? That ain't gonna work. No. Ooh. Ooh. A cheeky black? There you go. I think we figured it out. Oh, there we go. A cheeky black. Alright, guys. So we've got another one coming. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a gamer, dude. Hardcore gamer. Live and breathe it. If someone's like, England's in the World Cup finals, and they were like, but there's CS going on in Dota 2. I was like, I mean, you know. Gotta go check those Dota 2 and CS scores, thanks. I guess I could watch it in the background, but you know. There you go. Watching football here or cricket? Jesus. Does anyone watch cricket? I find cricket boring. Chess? Chess is kind of cool. It's been coming home for like 50 years? Yeah, we come home all the time after we lose a match and get back on our plane. Jesus. Alright, let me get the draft ready for some core versus zone. So I'm just checking something quickly. All right, big shout out to Core for giving me the link for the draft. Let me just quickly untick everything so nothing's selected, and then we can have a look at what they picked. So, we have got our draft one and all. Wait, Core got Rus? What the fuck? Dude, it's Dry Arabia. Zertan knows it's Dry Arabia, right? Why is he allowing Rus through? That's really surprising. H3 doesn't make it through. That's not surprising. Byzantine was never going to make it through. Juji is weird core. What is that for? Is that for... Can you all in Malians as Juji? Maybe? I don't know about that one. It's definitely not for English. English destroys Juji. Abbasids? Dude, I feel like Abbasids can contest Juji as well. Juji versus Deli? No. Maybe it's a big bait from Core. Because I'm thinking about this much, and now maybe Zertan's going to be thinking about that much, right? That's the Core brain, dude. We figured it out. Okay. So game one is China versus Abbasids. Now, I just realized, actually, I'm clicking on Core versus Zertan. This is probably enough content for the rest of the 8-hour stream I was talking about. And we're only halfway through. When I open with Chinese versus Abbasids and I think about these players, yeah, dude, we're probably hunkering down for the late game, aren't we? I can feel it. What a feeling. Cristiano needs another? Nah, dog. Guy already has too much. Sushi's fine versus Abba and Deli. I'm not convinced about Abba, you know. Horseman spam's strong with Abbasids, right? Then again, actually, Abbasids suck. Sorry, Horsemen suck, so... Maybe Fast Castle? You just Fast Castle is usually against Abbasids, right? Because they can't really stop it. The Deli one's a bit more... I'm not convinced, because I feel like the attack speed on Archers is insane, even against Chuganu. And you clear the Spearmen so quickly, so Ghazi then just roam in, right? I agree with your point on the Abba matchup, Gully. I'm not convinced by the Deli matchup, though. Cole got inspired by Dumi beating him with Boardman. Ah, there we go, there we go. Got you, got you. All right. You guys ready? Let's hop in. We should rename this one from King of Dry Arabia to King of Deep Dry Arabia because these two love the late game a lot. Core versus Zertin in a qualifying series for the main event of King of Dry Arabia, an event taking place in July that's being hosted by Wam and Cutie. Shout out to her for bringing it together. Interesting one here, though. Abbasids versus Chinese. A matchup we don't really see too much these days. Abbasids have started to come back into the picture, but the Chinese have really just been... banned. Right, they don't actually make it through on land maps that much. Water hybrids occasionally they come out, but Zhuji just feels a lot better. Zhuji that we might see some of later on in this series as Core has stacked that one up in his draft. No HRE, no Byzantines will be seen on this. For those who don't know what King of Dry Arabia is exactly what it sounds like. It is a tournament format where only Dry Arabia gets played. And yes, I believe it was invite only. Certain players got invited in. Other players have qualified directly for the main event in July. So, playstyle here. I mean, Abbasids are probably going to go military wing, right? To keep the Chinese honest. I think China benefits a lot from the new fast castle build in this particular matchup because Abbasids don't like fast teching civs. So we'll see if that's the way he wants to go. Knowing Core, I wouldn't be surprised if he leans a bit more towards the atypical 2TC build. I think it maybe fits the playstyle he leans for a bit better with China. But I would love to see the castle build. I think the flood point and also the target on the relics is very difficult for the Abbasids to contest, especially when they're trying to go second TC themselves. So scout rotation here. Looks like we might get a meetup. And the interesting part is actually this is beneficial to Zertin. Check the scout rotations by both of them. Core got less of the sheep already, and I don't think he quite realizes where Zertin went. Like they went into each other very quickly, right? But if I'm not mistaken, the rest of the pathing was hidden by Zertin. So Core could think that he went up to the north afterwards and then came down to the south, right? I'll have to see. Naturally, Core should find his way up here, so I'm expecting about a 50-50 split. As Zertin's final rotation should be to that back corner, and then Core should be to the north. So probably about a 50-50 split, which actually is pretty good for the Chinese, right? Like, considering that Zertin is on berries, it's nice to actually be able to get a 50-50 split against a Civ that should kind of be able to stay out longer. But this is why China can usually be quite busted, is technically you can scout your opponent's scout before they see you. So you can actually manipulate the rotation based on that. In fact, is he going to find anything up here? Ooh, okay, 4 sheep, but the timing is off, so that's just going to be an advantage for Zertin. Remember, those sheep numbers are deceptive as well because the Chinese are gathering sheep actively right now. The Abbasids are not. Nice Barbican. Check the skewer here. Stone on the fort is a little bit risky. You can't just wall it off because there will be like potentially archers, right? We can see his eco wing, but I don't think that's info available to Core yet. So it's almost like he's not going 2TC, right? Because if you were thinking 2TC, you'd be thinking about your stone in some way because of the risk of military wing, right? So this does strike me as more of a... wait, no, now that I think about it, like fast castle with Barbican is weird, right? This is at least Song. Sorry, I'm just thrown off by Barbican first. Core, do you do this a lot? Barbican first is not meta. Definitely not meta. Has not been meta for a long time. The eco wing from Zertin's intriguing. I think you go eco wing the majority of the time in this matchup because the logic is that China is going to turn it into a TC race, and this allows you to eclipse them, right? Because with the Fertile Crescent, you're able to get free TC for a similar price to 2, but then on top of that, you're able to afford villages at an insanely cheap rate compared to China. Expected military wing? Yeah, that makes sense to the Barbican then. To secure the berries and the gold, right? Because did you go? Yeah, you went for a close mill. I'm a little bit surprised by the close mill. I thought you'd actually drop a mill on the berries to begin with because of the Barbican detail. But yeah, that's why this feels a bit rough. Like, having to go Imp Academy second kind of slows you down. The optimal way to approach this is Imp Academy into Fast Castle. Because if your opponent's going to inflate free eco wings, you can just rush relics and then play Song on a catch-up, which is pretty strong right now for China. And also, the liability that you have when you play a Abbasid free TC is that there's not going to be much safe resource quickly in the game, right? So if you're at 10 minutes and your opponent is massing Lancers or Palace Guard, you're going to be in trouble. Because at that point, the only reaction is Camel Archers, right? Which takes a very, very long time to scale. There we go. Move out into the deer. Song Dynasty is activated. And he has scouted that detail now, right? So I think he did see the eco wing choice. At this point, I think what Core is going to accept is that you just can't go 2TC because you're just going to be behind the Abbasids at that stage. Or not. Okay. I'm a little bit surprised by this. Well, because with Song, you're producing villages every 15 seconds, right? There you go. You're producing 8 villages a minute. Oh, dude, it's a bait! The timing on that. Core scouts the scout, pushes him away, and then cancels the mining camp. Dude. That's sick. And Zerton now is anticipating a greed game, so he's going to go free TC. Oh, that is so sick. I mean, Zerton should have been scouting for more, right? Like, he did play us a bit presumptive. Because, like, realistically, here's the thing. If your opponent's going multi-TC as China, you shouldn't be running your scout home. Because their scout can't kill your scout. You move at the same speed, right? So the only way you lose your scout is if you complete fumble. But this is wild. So Core blocks the vision and now gets free info for himself. And it looks like he's going to just try to block the drop optimally on the gold and the deer. And it is indeed Chuganu now for Core. TC is going to go up, so can't delay it too much. What a play. So this is going to be a Blacksmiths quite quickly then, because I think you just rush Siege Engineering. Yep. You have to immediately get that Blacksmiths up. It's all about timing here. Maybe like 7 or 8 Chuganu max into a Ram is all you need. Because this is completely undefended, right? Like Zerton now, by going free TC, he does not have the economy yet to afford units. Damn. Core is cooking. I love how we were like, yeah, this is going to be a really long game because it's China versus Abbasids. And Core's like, hold my beer. Speed run this one, boys. Oh, he does scout it. Okay, so now knows about the Chuganu. This should be stables, right? Yeah, probably double stables because fresh food stuff makes you really cost efficient, right? Remember, at this stage, he's spending the same that a 2TC build would, right? Because 32 food times 3 rather is going to be 96, whereas 2TC costs 100 food per rotation. And he has got deer. Siege Engineering about to tick as well, so we are going to start scaling right now. Scout will be able to see this happening. But if Zone doesn't rush double stable, I don't think he's quick enough here. It looks like it's going to be an archer range instead. Alright, what do you think, guys? Ones if we're getting a quick game. Oh, sorry, twos if we're getting a quick game. Ones if we're still going deep. I've got a feeling that this can do damage, but I don't think it can end the game. Remember, Zern's still got a 5 eco lead already. There's no second TC coming behind us. It's the pass scene where the security guard gets trumped by the paver. No! Just get out of the way, get out of the way. Oh, wait, but this time the security guard did get out of the way. Cool. Oh, he's investing heavily. 12 Shiganu, 6 more coming. Steeled Arrow has already been taken. Zertan has a problem there. He has not dropped a Blacksmith yet. I don't like this. A triple archery range instead of 2 archery ranges and a Blacksmith is weird. You need Undermesh. Like, Undermesh allows you to break this very efficiently. Without it, these horsemen are going to get shredded. Means he at least has to give over the TC. Hey, look at that. Shiganu are also a siege unit. It definitely adds up, folks. Such a silly thing. Horseman now strolling back home. Looks like he's going to try to take the defense as he approaches the second TC, right? Like, the upside is the way that Zertan set this up, jumping one side or the other, means you can't just ripple if you're core and take out 2 TCs, right? Like, moving now far north for the other secondary TC is difficult. Shiganu. We'll start the shredding. Interesting here. If Core had actually gone for the ram, I think he could have dodged some of these archer shots coming in. Let's stand his ground instead, though. You see what I mean, right? If there was Undermesh here, this would have been a wipe. Instead, he takes several horsemen with him. Wave 1 has been wiped out, though, and Core a full reset because the Shiganu are taking far too long to get here. I think overall that wasn't too bad for Core, though, right? Like, gets rid of the TC. He is behind by 10 eco. But now, because it's 2 TC versus 1 Song, they're much closer together in terms of scaling. The Shiganu walked past the archers. Like, whoa, 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 you can't watch us build this thing. VIP access only. Yeah, so this is problematic, right? Zertan needs to pull everything back. Double ram is now coming from the north side. I think he might have also been scouted moving out to the gold there. He's seen on the berries. There's a lot of value in this north side right now. And there's a move to the south on the deer. Damn, Core is just sending it. Like a dog with a bone, right? Like, he's locked on now. And the Shiganu count is starting to reach critical mass. We're up to 37 right now. Steeled Arrow now being prepped by Zertan, but that's still quite a distance away, right? Like, you're probably going to lose the TC before that comes in. Zertan, I don't think he's ready for a fight at all. You need double-digit horsemen here to stand a chance. Remember, also, he didn't go military wing, so no boot camp. No extra health here. And Shiganu, yep, watch that health bar. That was definitely a Shiganu, not the ram there. It is pretty ludicrous, though. They're doing about 100 damage between them per flurry. Just makes the kill much quicker. Looks like horseman archers are going to cut some reinforcements. Scout has moved north. There's a Shiganu with him as well, so it looks like he's going to start to intercept over here. Rams, I mean, hell, you could even go after the blacksmiths, the archer rangers at this point. Instead, he sends everything north of the attack click. Shiganu are starting to struggle against these horsemen, but this is the bigger problem. Zertan is now 1 TC against Song. And he's got, what, several villages out here? 9 villages undefended in this area. Zertan, quick with the fingers to move away. He's still going to end up losing 2. And great split. Core hunts at both groups. Yeah, this is the cardinal sin of no wheelbarrow, folks. You do not move quicker than the Shiganu. All of a sudden, Zertan's eco lead at risk of completely evaporating here. What are we... Ah, yes. The efficient body blocks to stop villagers from covering and gathering. And what an interesting game. Like, I think Zertan really did expect this to just be a full castle boom on both sides, right? And Core done a great job of baiting with that. I don't think the game is over yet. Zertan is getting a decent number of archers together. And, like, Core is splitting the map quite a bit. The other issue is, like, Core hasn't got long-term food, right? So he's going to have to start playing flank resources against horsemen, which might leave him a bit more paranoid here. Because he's got to worry about the horseman raids, right? So that horseman detail, that choice by Zertan, might be saving his bacon a bit here. Because if it was 60 archers versus 60 Shiganu, no doubt in my mind the Shiganu win. Who's now hunkering down? I think Zertan. He looks like he's thinking about castle, but that will... Can you get that? I mean, maybe the way that Core's playing the map a bit is a bit split, right? But it feels like a dangerous time to attempt it, considering more rams are now in the way. Blessed Zertin just trying to take some berries away. Flash in the center though. Chiganu stand their ground. Yeah, this is not a fight Zertin's winning. It's shredding time. Oh, no. Zertin, I mean, you have to try and start a step away from this to get some trades out, but you just saw how the tail end of that went ugly, right? Horsemen lose their fight, and then the archers can never win in a one-on-one on Chiganu, right? Like, what's the maths? It's kind of ridiculous. Is it not something like, is it almost 2 archers for every 1 Chiganu to win? It's just not fair, whatever the number was. I've seen it time and time again. Good interception, at least, coming from Zertin. But Core, he's got enough breaking through here. Rams and 42 Chiganu now moving in. Is he going to go straight for the House of Wisdom? He might here. I think you just cut the production instead. Just don't let him reboom. A landmark snipe is kind of ambitious with just 3 Rams here. Dude, Core has no concept of Castle Age right now. 16 for Chiganu. I'm actually impressed that Zertin's kind of getting these type of numbers together, right? It's wild to see him with this many archers already. And floating resources towards castle. I actually think Core may have to give this up. I'm impressed, man. I thought Zertin was dead, but Golden Age plus the flank resources is a hell of a drug here. And all of this without fertilization tech as well. I'm actually trying to figure out where it went wrong for Core. The reinforcement cut hurt, but like when you look at the value situation, I mean, even Eco with the Imperial Academy, with the IOs, you'd probably expect the Chinese to be a bit ahead by now. But tech up on the way. Zertin finds a way to get out of this hole. Military wing is going to be the play. Now this is where the game gets interesting. Heading into castle, we're going to be looking at composite bows with veterancy for archers. That's where you can win Chiganu. Problem is, you're going to need a little bit of time to get those techs. So you need to draw attention away from your base, because if Core is knocking on your door when that tech completes, it will be a dive. Is that not the hunt again with those horsemen? It's interesting, actually, because the horsemen go after the economy. Core will be in trouble. But the problem is, like, Zertin's paranoia is if he doesn't cut reinforcements, he will die, right? Because this many Chiganu will just dive him. So he needs to stop them from bulking. It's kind of cool, right? Like, that dynamic where Core just building this many Chiganu, in a very weird way, protects his economy. it's the classic, right? Attack is the best form of defense. Think about it. He hasn't built a single outpost out here. He has 38 villages without textiles, right? If 10 horsemen find their way here, that's going to be a massacre. March into the main. Core about to hit 100 Chiganu. It's a strong number. He sees the upgrade, he knows. Core now needs to dive. And he needs to be fast about it. It's Golden Age 2, so the veterancy only takes 40 seconds. Oh, sorry, 50. 52, if I remember correctly. Flash coming in. Cool. Desperation the dive, right? But the Chiganu count, although it may have said 100, remember, only 50 of them are here. Second wave's coming in. Boot camp is on the way in now in 5 seconds. Zertin. Well, he might have the protein in the arms of these lads to make it work. The archer upgrades are on the way. Veterancy 21 seconds away. 25 for the balanced projectiles. Core needs the kill now. Rams hitting the primary TC. It's a dive pass. Shred is looking good. Zertin down to 60 archers, but veterancy is now about to be in. Core, there's no doubt about it. He's going to have to reset and approach this game in Castle Age. But he'll do so with a healthy lead here. 10 eco up and scaling. And he finally realizes that Core now just trying to get the hell out of dodge. It would have been nice if he could have got the TC down. That would have been huge here, but Zertin, just in the nick of time, threads the needle to get us deeper into the third age. Damn. Heavy damage done, though, right? Like, Core, behind this, he's even setting up the farm transition now. First granaries being dropped. Now, I imagine we should be looking at a rush into relics upon tech up here. This is a crazy game. Scary game now for Core. Astrom Clock Tower's on the way up. He won't have enough time to cleanly get a Nest of Bees out. He'll probably be slightly vulnerable to this. But he has at least started to condense his eco into his base, right? So that's a double-edged sword, right? If Zerton can break through, you're in trouble, but you don't have to worry about flank raids. Check that attack speed as well. 1.25 seconds for an attack compared to 1.75. Tech out complete. Supervision coming in. So remember, he gets the veterancy 3 times quicker than you normally would. Dive on the way, but I think Zerton may have to retreat from this. The Chiganu posturing, upgrade, about to come through. He's already doing well in the trades as well. Like, it's kind of wild just how damn competitive the Chiganu can be here. But with veterancy in, Zerton has to admit defeat on that. It's going to be a fallback. Behind this, no grab for relics, though. And yes, Zerton did get composite bows. 1.25 attack speed tells you that. It's usually, I think, 1.65, I want to say, for archers normally. Or 1.62. It's fairly high. So nice thing for him here is he can actually catch up on the farms, remember, because he has got the eco wing, right? So mass farms in agriculture's a hell of a drug. It's a good contest against granaries, actually. Tests were done on this before, right? Like when you reach the hyper late game, Abbasids, if I remember correctly, are the best performing civ for food income. Followed by, if I remember correctly, I think the order is HRE and then China. Wait, is Zerton going imp? Okay, there's some spend happening now. And it's starting to look like it, right? I just don't know what the value in rushing imp would be here. I guess Culture Wing, but like, you're still spending 3,600 resources, right? Like the value in Culture Wing is earlier if you're going to do it. Looks like he was just waiting for confirmation. Gulim's now on the way. And no, Zerton was on 3 TC. He's now on 1. But he has got relic gathering on the horizon. I like this. I think this maybe the one thing I'd kind of like highlight that Core maybe should have been looking at is a quick monastery dump. But he probably feels like he just doesn't have enough eco yet, right? Because he's making that granary transition. Arch dive coming in. By the way, Zern's eco spread is crazy. He realizes that like that's his base, right? I'll give him this. There's no way Core would ever expect him to be gathering wood down here, right? Like, this is so weird. I think we're hunkering down, folks. Core now setting up the Nest of Bees. So this is what? Him forfeiting relics on the map? Playing for Imp, I guess. So now that we're getting into the late game, what do you guys reckon? 1's for an Abbasid win, 2's for a Chinese win. Because we are reaching the deep state. It's going to scare Zerton away. Cast to win. That's why I cast, baby. I always win. You're like, okay, P, why don't you play some Age of Empires 4 games? Because then I lose. The only way I lose when I cast is if I click on a high view game. Or an Abbasid mirror. Or a Chinese mirror. So yeah, I lose if I click on mirrors or high view. Man, that's a lot of Gulim spam coming up from Zerton. I'm not sure how I feel about this for a guy who just doesn't have food right now. Wow, doesn't have food, and he's going back for a second TC again. Zerton has some significant issues here. Mass Chiganu is still really scary for him because his siege can kind of get annihilated. Nestabees, if he scales them, Core can actually just take out everything. Currently, though, Middle of a switch. No more Nesta Bees coming for the time being, just Palace Guard. Core once again knocking at the door. More Scrums being built up as well. The one ambitious Ram to take on a 12,000 HP structure, as you do. Scrums are going to move in, though. And apparently he clicked a Chuganu. Whoops. Wait. Zerton! Whoa, boy, whoa! Oh my god, he could lose all the archers right now. If Core just targets this, right? Because one of the Nesta Bees will at least get a shot out. Remember, it takes 3 hits from Scrums to kill him. One down. One Nesta Bees will fire. Scrums are going to be able to take that one out now as well. Chuganu standing their ground, but the Ghoulims are going to get a damn good fight here with the double strike. So it looks like Core's army is going to get wiped out. In fact, Zerton's so confident about it, he sends the archers ahead of the Ghoulims. Maybe a little bit of a miss micro there. You want to front line with these guys. You don't want the archers to be taking the A-clicks. Damn. Good hold by Zerton, though. Core, in the meantime, does yoink away one relic, but it's still a 3-2 split in favor of Zerton. Now a 4 eco lead. But look at this. Behind this, Core now setting up the second TC. So Song means he's going to be scaling to 140 eco much quicker in this game. In fact, I think Zerton, this is a good start, but he needs to keep the pressure going now. Remember, once he gets in on this push, on this dive, what he's going to realize, the farms are already set up on one side. They're not set up for Zerton. That's the only fear I have here, right? Like, these Ghoulims are expensive. If Zerton doesn't feel like he's got enough food, enough farms to keep it pumping, he might hesitate to commit. I don't think he can afford to do that. However, with a keep drop on the way from Core, this might just save his bacon. Yeah, Palace Guard in the choke point to hold. A few villages are going to go down, but I think Zerton's going to have to admit that this dive is not going to go any deeper. Good hold by Core, good reset. Now I imagine we're going to be hunkering down for a later phase of the game. Still only 2 granaries. I'm wondering, did Core forget about the third? I'm trying to think what the reason is behind no third granary here. Like, right here is just worth it, right? You build a few extra farms around it? Or is it... Oh, he cleared the stone, so I think he's going to delete this mining camp and then maybe drop the granary here. That would make more sense. Zerton, in the meantime, is still pressuring, though. I actually like this from Zerton. I think he has a very strong point in the game right now. And if he wants this game to go later, he's going to have to waste a lot of time stonewalling himself in, right? Because Core is now scaling into Palace Guard. Damn. Zerton's doing a good job to actually keep competitive with food as well. He's sitting on what, probably 20 farms? 28 farms right now. He just got agriculture tech coming through. He's got level 2 eco. So at this point, he's kind of mirroring what Core gets, right? Because Core's getting extra per granary, 10% extra, right? But remember, you've got Golden Age for 15%, and then you've got the agriculture tech for another 15%. Core now raiding towards the villages, though. Heavy idle time Zerton. This is the one weakness he has, right? It's like Palace Guard can outmaneuver you. Your army is slow in comparison. Time achieved, and also Zerton's army completely out of position here. Oh wow, Zerton just sends them back to work. Troops are starting to arrive, so this should actually just reset it. But now I think this is where walls probably have to come in, right? Like, Zerton's holding 810 stone. If you know it's going later into the game, like, you can go keeps, but I think realistically, with how this is trending, it feels like it should be inevitable eventually. And that means you have to worry about 1.56 movement speed Palace Guard, right? Heavy losses here for Zerton, though. Just didn't seem convinced that he needed to pull the villagers away. He does pay the price. Ends up paying the popa. And there you go. So yeah, it was what we thought. He was just trying to clear the stone. Because if he places a granary here, it gets some value, but he has to delete buildings here, and then the trade post is something you can never fix, right? I kind of just feel like Zerton's headbutting a wall here. Right, a proverbial wall, because there's no real stone wall. It's just that keep. He's been circling it like a shark, but I think instead what he needs is probably a tech up. And we did highlight, right, in that late game situation, Abbasids can contest Chinese with enough pressure. You need to not let the game get too idled out. Because if the eco builds up and you both go towards your optimal armies, that's where China wins you to hand cannoneer pyrotechnics. Flash in the center though. Mango's moving in range. Screamers are going to start trading out, but the Mango is being ignored. Good hits coming in. Zerton says it's worthwhile because right now Core is focusing on the anti-siege instead of the Mangoes. Wow, what a play by Zerton there. Core, I think he had the wrong target in mind. Mangoes need to fall for him to stand a chance. Instead, trying to just get the siege advantage when he doesn't have a front line left anymore just simply doesn't work out. Nest of Bees should be enough to maybe scare Zerton away temporarily. But right now, the German finding himself at a strong point here. Oh wait, they're both German. Oh, that's going to complicate. The higher ranking German, that's going to hurt Core deeply. Finding himself in a dominant position right now. Starts to turn the screws. Core now trickling troops into a death ball. Cool. Another thing to consider here is not much safe resource behind this, right? It's got the 4K vein. Has at least got loads of stone, but gold is going to be the scary part. Zerton has already staked a claim on the south side and the north. And this is why Zerton, despite what he says about him trying to end the games quickly, finds himself in the late game quite often. Because he's very good. I've noticed this. He's very good at finding these golds at an optimal time, right? He locks them in. And that does lead to more of, I'd say, more of an attritional warfare approach. Because you do have all the gold. There's no rush for you. And your opponent usually is a bit stretched thin to contest. Wow, Culture Wing down the way. So Zerton is going up the 4th age. Meanwhile, Core, he's going to raid. It's not 4th age. It's 3rd age again. Imperial Palace now coming through for Core. This is a reaction to the no walls, right? But Zerton, ironically enough, a funny time to actually start addressing that. Has got walls coming in. Keep in mind, he doesn't have stone walls though, right? So Palace Guard can still break in. An interesting choice overall from Zerton. I mean, stone walls take a long time, right? But it does give Core an opportunity. And Core already has a substantial eco lead, right? Like 20 plus ahead at this stage is China's no small feat. He's going to make it bigger at this rate. House Guard moving in. And Zerton just got the bad news. It's 1.58 movement speed. Reminder that these guys move quicker than horsemen when they charge. The crazy thing is, look at Core's resource. This is what makes the Chinese economy so wild to me. I mean, he did cut production, right? But he's punishing the tech up, and he's getting his own. And his own tech up is going to protect him, right? So I imagine we're going to be looking at a Great Wall Gatehouse. Keep drops now away from Zerton. Flank force has at least been mopped up. So remember what we said. Abbasids, in theory, with the Flood should be stronger. But if you reach premium quality comp, you have to lean China. And the reason you have to lean China is quite simply the hand cannoneers. An extra 1.5 tower range from pyrotechnics is wild in this matchup. Almost ancient techniques as well, just allows you to compete with a lot of these things. This is why I think Zerton was trying to end the game in Castle. Is like his economy is notably stronger for multiple reasons. Improved processing is nice, but in some ways, improved processing gets eclipsed by ancient techniques, right? Because remember, per dynasty, you get an extra 4%. So at this stage, Core will get 12% extra from that. Whereas, like, before you access this age on each side, you had the agriculture, you had the golden age. There's a lot of desirable things for Abbasids in that mid-game. Wondering, does Zerton just actually go for the stone walls now? So I think that is the kryptonite for him right now. He's in a position where he has to keep overwhelming pressure because the Palace Guard count ever goes up to 40, this feels over. Right, a keep won't keep them back. In fact, I think the only thing really missing for Core right now is a university. He has got enough gold just about to get it. Elite Army Tactics kind of breaks this game. Check this, Gillen Raid now coming towards the stone.
I would be impressed if Core wins this. Not because of where he's at now, but where he was at a few minutes ago. Like, that should have been a GG state. Zerton locking both golds, having full mid-map control, should have made it over, but credit to him. Core now up to 36 Palace Guard. They have got the extra 30 health. And they have got the insane movement speed to flex it. Medical Center's now on the way from Zerton. Could he be going for an aggressive keep drop? I think he is. Bombards are also moving in. Clock Tower Springholes with the shot triggers already there to play. But Core definitely outnumbered here. Bombard just ignores it all and goes to the castle. So this should be an outpost drop into a keep drop from Zerton. Things on the way. Looks like Palace Guard are just going to dive in on the Bombard. It's going to be a pullback, but looks like the Bombard is going to be taken out. So Castle's going to stay up. Palace Guard are going to be thrown away for this. The reason why these Palace Guard were able to do this, by the way, isn't just because inherently Palace Guard are broken. It's because these are not upgraded crossbowmen coming out from Zerton. They're still in the castle age. They dive towards the farm side, though. Yeah, this is why I thought we'd be seeing Great Wall Gatehouse, but remember, it was a Spirit Way play. So no strong point defense on the food. Looks like a small flank raid coming in. Castle should be able to buffer this away. Oh, wait, did... What? Wait, but Zerton has an outpost there. He doesn't seem to realize there's a gap in that tree line. Still, with that in mind. Zerton. He's got a lot of Ghoulems coming, Jesus. I think if Zerton just stonewalls with the 1500 stone he's got and floods Ghoulems, causing trouble. But if he continues to just palisade wall, I could see a world in which Zerton just runs out of gold. Aye. Even the walls working against him. Looks like the Ghoulems are finally going to get mopped up on the farmlands. More on the way now, the west side. Wait, why is Core building fire lancers? Wait, what? Huh? Are we really going for the landmark snipe? Oh, come on. So you have 34 torch damage. Some of that is offset. Remember the 5 torch armor? That's kind of wild, though. I mean, this could actually work, because Zerton hasn't stonewalled. He just realized it. He scouted, right? The crossbows saw this. Stonewalls are on the way, but Zerton, this is insanely ambitious. I mean, I thought that Core was playing China, but Zerton now coming in with his own Great Wall. Great Wall, the Abbasid is now on the way up. He's going to need a lot of distraction time for this. If he gets it up, Core has a big problem. Because you will have to fight the Ghoulems directly, and Fire Lancers suck there. Speaking of which, Ghoulems now marching in towards the keep. This might draw the attention he needs. However, it looks like Fire Lancers are starting to maneuver. Moving now towards the Palisades. Backside, Ghoulems did dive into the farms again. Good blocker come out for the Palace Guard, though. And the Fire Lancers are breaking through. Wall. Oh, no, he sees it. Core, he knows what the plan is from Zerton. Now, the question mark is Zerton spread a bit too thin to make this happen. Golem Raid still doing substantial damage here. Villager count shrinking fast for Core. That is opening the door to more towards more Fire Lancers, but he needs to focus fire on this north side to break in and stay broken in. Zerton is doing such a good job of pocketing these golds as well. It's important because he's going for a Ghoulen Flood and a Ghoulen Flood only. Fire Lancers are starting to move into the base, though. Zerton, his army's looking pathetically small here, guys. Only 37 bio units. And then, of course, the deceptive thing is 3 bombards. Those bombards are useless here. I'm getting a bad feeling. A really bad feeling. 2 bombards go down like that. Expensive losses for Zerton. Palace Guard wave also stacking up, so follow-up is coming in. We are legit looking at landmark snipe. And I don't think Zerton has the bandwidth to deal with that, right? Because the issue is you can back up with Ghoulems to defend this, but that means you forfeit the entire map. That means the Fire Lancers take control of the golds, and it's GG.
And here we go. Torches are out. Core now heading in. What a signature Core move. We know he loves it. He thrives on it. It's a landmark snipe. Certain choke points are going to work against him as well. The Ghoulims, they just can't do anything. The pathing is not helping either. Oh my god, he deletes the buildings. But it's Palace Guard. Double melee armor. No way is he going to stop this. House of Wisdom about to hit the deck. And the TC, remember, going House of Wisdom first means that the town center loses the fire armor. Core is going to get game one. And he does it in Core style. Full on, just headbutts his way to victory. House of Wisdom down. And a good thing that the acronym equals HOW, because with how Zerta was ahead in this game, he has to be wondering how the hell it came down to this. Game one in the hands of Core. Damn. I mean, if I was Zern, I would feel done dirty in that game. What a rough way to get beat down in the end. Well played. I feel like, you know, if he had those stone walls up, I could have seen this very easily being a certain dub, right? But good read by Core to just see the lack of walls and fully exploit it to the maximum. Crazy game, though. Definitely think, like, looking back at that, the lesson for Zertan is wall. Walling is your best friend. Oh, but we aren't done yet. Remember, that is just the first game. So we'll get a point on the board for good old Core. And it's time for game number 2. So let's see. It looks like we are going for a Japanese-English matchup. So I actually think Japan does okay here. You just can't rush the enemy base, right? So Core, no more torches out, going for the GG straight away. You do have to strike in mid-castle though, right? I don't think you can allow us to go imp. Japanese imp just doesn't feel that impressive. English imp feels like oppressive, right? But as long as he doesn't do something weird, like try to go all-in feudal, I think Japan has a decent shot here. And then, like, keep in mind where we go after this. It would be Malians or Deli versus Rus or Juji. So you're probably looking at what? Rus versus Deli there? Can you Juji Malians? I feel like you shouldn't be able to. We've seen it work in the past, but it's usually because people pay attention. They give too much focus to, like, clown carring when they shouldn't. Marlin's got jabs. Yeah, I'm talking about the clown carring for Chuganu. But it's like, that's easily counterable. You just kind of, weirdly enough, you kind of ignore it. And then come out ahead. We'll see, though. All right, let's get ready. Game number 2. Oh, my throat's really dry today. An insane beginning of this series, and let me rectify that, because it is not Zertan on match point. It is indeed Core on the verge of qualifying for King of Dry Arabia. Can he do this, though? Japanese versus English, one of the most oppressive and impressive picks. Up against, I think people would agree, one of the big underperformers of 2024. Japan, definitely great on water hybrid maps, but there is no water here, no paddling pool, no rubber ducky, no fishies. We're on Dry Arabia and Dry Arabia only for this entire tournament. Japan versus English, though. I think Japanese have a window in early castle with the castle rush build, because you can actually buff the king away very easily with your static defenses. Remember, the Japanese, they get stoned by gathering gold and vice versa, so they can very efficiently get into double outpost arrow slits. And if you rush castle, you get mounted samurai that can eclipse the English knights in the mid-game. Then you rush relics and delay 2 TC play. If it goes deep past that into Imperial, that's where I'd say this tends to lean more towards the English. They have some very potent plays. If they can get into Wingguard, their units are just, it feels unrivaled. So at the same time, I genuinely think ever since the Azutsu nerf, Japanese Imp has been quite underwhelming. It requires a constant state of raid to even stand a chance. So we'll see if Core hits that win condition in the mid-game if he's targeted for castle. I should emphasize, because I feel contractually obligated to, as a lover of Japanese, if you're going to play feudal all-in as Japan, yeah, you're going to lose. The reason why the Castle Age build is always the go-to is part of it is it's really strong. The other part of it is it's just everything else feels underwhelming. Wait, I just realized, did I say thank you to Kaivayu for the sub earlier? Thank you, Kaivayu, in case I didn't. But yeah, the problem is the Japanese just don't really have a lot of variability. I think some things need to change. For one, I think maybe starting with a bannerman point would be a really solid way to help them. They'd have to tweak it though, because the problem is that if you start with a bannerman, the Uma bannerman play opening is kind of ridiculous. If you just get a knight for free that early is very strong, right? So there would have to be a kind of give or take. Maybe you give a free daimyo point into Katana and Yumi, but Uma requires a further investment. Meanwhile, on the other side, a lot of people seem to think that this is OP. I don't think this is OP. I think what this leads to is OP. The Abbey of Kings is very strong. I think healing in feudal is kind of nuts. I'll agree on that. But actually, fundamentally, the problem with the English build isn't the Abbey of Kings. It's the landmark that follows it. The White Tower prevents any form of punishment. And that's what I'm hoping they're going to adjust with the English. I think it has too many garrison slots, probably a little bit too much firepower, and the double production pump is insanely powerful. I'm okay with potentially them keeping the double production pump, but if they do that, they need to be crippled on the defense power. Kings plus Knights over Mounted Samurais? No. What? No. Mounted Samurais with deflective armor. Are you really going to make that call? I guess if you can reset the fight long enough, right, the Kings of the heal. I just generally think something that's underrated with Japan right now is if you know the game's going to turn to mid-maps, you need... What? Pause thoughts. What? Core snuck a villager out for an outpost. Dude, this is disgusting because if Zertin doesn't see this, he already has the stone for arrow slits because of gathering gold. That is so dirty. Are you kidding me? And think about the timing here. The king takes 35 seconds to come out. The outpost is only going to take another 30 seconds to build. He doesn't know. Who outpost rushes the English? Apparently Japan. I can't believe this. That is wild. But keep in mind, it's not the end of the world for Zertin, right? He wants stone first. So he's still ticking objective 1, but objective 2 is going to be annoying. He's going to have to villager rush. If Core invests in the arrow slits and the fortification, this will be an insane play. And King, dude, he doesn't even know. He has no clue. Okay, so I think you fortify first into arrow slits. That way, if the villagers all get pulled, they can't burn you down straight away. Because remember, an English player is typically going to drop the TC on the gold. Yep, here it comes. Okay, cool. Arrow slits on the way first. Fortification needs to be queued up straight afterwards, but the problem is he doesn't have the stone. Yeah, I don't think this is going to maybe achieve the full power of what Core was looking for. The problem with this is, like, this is insane, right? Yeah, like, this is what I was highlighting. It's like fortification kind of has to come first. I mean, you're rushing a village. You're rushing an English player, right? What were you expecting here? Okay, he got more than he should have expected. A villager kill is actually impressive. I'm surprised he got one here. Sick little read there. The scout got him the kill. So the reason I was going to say that this is a sucky play is because you're next to an Abbey of Kings. So a good English player will pull the villager back and heal him, like this one right here. The fact that Core got one kill out of that, I'm impressed. I don't think he should have even got that. Damn. What a crazy one, though. So let's go back to that whole idea of the knight conversation, because I think it's really interesting what Kazuyohan brought up. The English knights with king wins, true in a vacuum, but not true in execution. And the reason is that high-level Japanese players will add in Onimusha. You'd think that that would be bad because Lombos, right? But the logic is, where are you fighting with these knights? In the mid-map. Onimusha can disintegrate English. That's the important detail. Because you can't peel back injured and then reflex them in, right? So like that's the thing I look for is a Japanese player that's looking to flex knights into Onimusha. Very strong combo. Just Mount Samurai against just knights, agreed. You peel back, you heal. But Kaburuya on Onimusha gives you chase to kill all the injured knights. Just have to see if Core plays towards it. Heck, I think you could even go for like a Mount Samurai opening, Onimusha opening, but Mount Samurai is better here simply because you'll have an opportunity to dive the English when they're teching. Now, credit to him, it may not look like Core got much out of that, but lost a villager, killed a villager. Okay, even. He delayed the TC long enough that Zerton missed out on probably like a 1.5 to 2 villagers worth of production. So in that regards, it was a somewhat worthwhile play for Core. To spend 100 wood to do that, if you think about like the logic is even idling an extra village worth of production is worth it because of the fact that your opponent is going to miss out on potentially infinite resources, right? You don't know how long the game's going to go. Let's theorize that this game's going to go another 20 minutes. That means now Zerton in perpetuity from this point on has missed out on an extra 800 resources at least in the game. Yeah, we talked about this with the king, right? Like, Japanese are very good at dealing with the English king because of this detail. The stone gathering from the gold just makes it inherently impossible for you to dive and do damage. So if get on the way, it is going to be the standard stables play. Zerton should be prepping Iraqs. I think he's going to be greedy and just rush White Tower, though. As long as he pulls 25... he shouldn't have any contest here. Probably 15, and if you scout the Mount Samurai coming in quick, then you go to 20. There you go. Team Mount Samurai queued up. Needs to be careful about the scout. Running blind with the Shinto like this can backfire, but remember, Core did lose that scout earlier, so he has to risk it. Because right now, you're falling behind on eco, you need these relics to even it up. King's still distracted by that gold, though. A little bit surprised Zerton's tunnel visioning this. Like, the idle time isn't worth it anymore. You need to find the Shinto. Probably worried about running into this Mount Samurai blind, right? Because at this point, the Mount Samurai would beat the king one-on-one. Just because he's still feudal age. The first relic down the way back. Mount Samurai marching in. This has to be a 25 villager pool. 7, 15, 28. There we go. Zerton, he understands. He knows. Will come through. King is on the way, but Shinto, if he starts moving right now, should be able to get back. If he starts moving now, he's distracted, dude. He's diving. He's like, I pressed the button. I don't see the problem. Shinto. He's going to go down, though. I mean, it is pretty much home, so it's not... Wait, what? Oh, Zerton didn't want to trade. Guys, that's really bad. That means he can just rush for the next relic. This is a really good situation for Core. Tech up is at least complete. Zerton did lose villages there, though. Check the count. 5 more eco units going down. Good dive. And Core reaping the real rewards elsewhere. He's also getting a lot of stone right now, so you could go for 2 TC. A second TC to secure the deer is actually a pretty solid idea here. I don't know if Zerton's going to do knights. I'm not certain that Zerton is going to do... I'm sorry, that was terrible. I don't think you do knights here, right? Like, your eco is not great. And your opponent's already several ahead. You probably just hunker down and play spears. Yeah, there you go. Think about it. Like, he's actually got a really good spawn for defending. If you just wood wall yourself in the corner, you've got triple gold here. Right? You've actually got enough gold in this corner to get to Imperial Age. This is why I think like Dry Arabia gets hyped a bit too much sometimes. Yep, I said it. Everyone's got their shotguns out right now, but like think about it. Sometimes you get these absurd spawns. I love maps where you get one safe gold and everything else is off in Screw You Town, right? Like in the center of the map. Dry Arabia can do that. It doesn't always do that. And for civs like English, like this is just a free ticket, right? Am I the only one who likes Coastal Cliffs more at the moment than Dry Arabia? I don't know if that's just because we've had so much Dry Arabia. Like, it's kind of interesting. For all my hate of Hill and Dale, that's something Hill and Dale gets right, is that you get 1 safe gold, and now get your ass off the high ground, right? Like, I would say... I feel like I watched Dry Arabia be more generous to English with a lot of the spawns I've been seeing recently than, like, Hill and Dale. Which is wild. Onimusha is not going to be the follow-up. We're actually getting Onimugisha, which makes sense, right? His opponent went Spears. I do, by the way, think that Yuumi are critically underrated at this stage of the game. You could have built Yuumi to counter the Spears, and that would give you dive potential onto the villages as well. But the thing is, like, Core, he's got a lot of gold coming his way, right? Relic grabbing is going well. So if you go Yuumi, you can't spend the gold there, right? You can't spell the relic gain. You can spend the relic gain with Onimugisha, though. And oh, wow, will you look at that? Zerton is starting to wall himself in. What an unexpected play from the English. We could have never anticipated they would do this. I think the sarcasm was clear enough. Sounds like we actually have got Tawara on the way with Takazaiku. Is there enough berries nearby to rush Fudasashi? There are. I think Core could do that, considering that Zerton's playing a static comp. And it keeps you more eco-efficient, right? He has got that second TC we talked about. So this is good. This is what I want out of Core. This is going late game. This is the correct choice. It's very difficult right now to all in the English when you see White Tower, because you have to set up siege. And I think that's actually a really big weak point for Japan on the offensive. They're really good defensively for using mangoes, because you can Yorishiro drop siege workshops, right? But you don't really want to be building rams. You might as well just build more units to torch with. And you very rarely see Japanese wheeling siege across the field. This is also not a civ that can keep drop. I think that's actually one of the biggest problems with the Japanese for like aggro siege play in Castle, is because you can't build a castle until Imperial, you can't drop a keep offensively and then set up a siege workshop behind it like, say, a Deli player would do or a Chinese player would do. You'd have to play siege all the way home, which just doesn't feel ideal. So it's looking like we are heading towards Imperial. And remember what I said, that's a worry for the Japanese. They do not play well in Imperial. You'd think they would, because I know what people are about to say, but KP, Samurai, Deflective Armor, Odachi Tech. Fair point, astute watcher, but +4 damage to infantry kind of gets eclipsed by +2 armor and then 40% attack speed. Right? Like, even an extra +1 melee is not going to contest even 20% extra attack speed in the late game, but 40% is a problem. It's wild when you think about it as well, because 40% extra attack speed almost puts you at Onimugisha levels of attack speed, right? With Spearmen. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, Spearmen are still, they get almost the pure 40% increased attack, right? I think they were like 38% or something. Which is wild. And yeah, even more wild is the fact Zerton already got 1 relic home. He's going to get a second. Holy crap. Core has problems. This is now pretty much on a firm course towards the late game. And I don't know what Core's winning comp is meant to be there. I guess mass hand cannoneers, but attack speed again. If only Azutsu did not suck at fighting. Don't get me wrong, Azutsu are great at taking out buildings, but they kind of suck at fighting enemies now. Anyone who just dropped their beer and is outraged right now is shaking their fist. The reason Azutsu suck is because they're bugged. Right? The problem is that their hitboxes don't make sense. Sometimes you do splash damage against units further away. Sometimes you fail to do splash damage to units closer. It never has felt to me, for the last several months, like Azutsu's splash is consistent. I think it released, it was a little bit too good. And then after that, it just felt like it didn't make sense. Like, I've legit watched someone pile into a fight with men-at-arms, full clustered front line, and then Azutsu, I'll see like 1 men-at-arms health bar drop. Right? That's a problem. Mount Samurai. I'm going to be able to break in on the top here. Could he go free TC? Because like, if Korg theoretically gets enough meat, he can push this before Imp comes, right? The problem is going free TC. You're inherently investing in eco and not in that push for the meat, right? And by meat, I'm talking about getting enough Onabagisha together. Because 30 is not enough. Not with that attack speed buffer. Armorclad down the way. And by the way, Armorclad is really where playing Onabagisha kind of gets depressing. You have movement speed, but if you ever have to take a bogged down fight, you're never winning, right? So it's very important for Core to try and control the wider map. And this is a good way, right? Sacred Sites is a nice beginning. Problem is, like, once again, if this turns into a hunkered fight now, right, you're pushing into, like, what, mass men-at-arms, mass lombos with Onabagisha Samurai. In theory, good if there's no attack speed aura. Something tells me Zertan's going to be crawling that out soon. And guys, would you like to guess where the mangoes are being produced from? He could have went for a Euroshire drop, but I think he's out of them. So what, we probably dropped them in the forges? Yeah, 1 forge, 2 forge. Core's eco doesn't make sense right now. He needs to upgrade daimyos. Sitting on way too much stone. Rushing Shogunate's a good idea here because his food sucks. Like, if he rushed Shogunate, he could be flooding a lot of Onabagisha right now. What worries me a bit is I'm wondering if he's thinking of hunkering down the Sacred Sites for a win condition. But the problem with doing that is you're inherently playing into the English playstyle. A slow, methodical, direct fight. You cannot do a slow, methodical, direct fight here. You have to make Zertan dance like a monkey across the map. Okay, Daimyo Q2 got queued up. Yeah, so this should be immediate Daimyo into Shogunate. He's gathered an insane amount of stone. Remember, per level of Daimyo, you get 25% more gathering on farms in range, of which he has 22 right now. I mean, can I just be honest? I kind of hate defensive landmarks full stop. Defensive landmarks, I struggle to think of a single defensive landmark that doesn't feel... What's the word I'm looking for? Anti-progressive. Does that make sense? Some of them are like not only anti-progressive, but they also progress the enemy's agenda way too much, like a White Tower. Kremlin is very strong. I think White Tower has eclipsed it in terms of balkedness, right? Like, you know, there's only a few that don't feel insane, and I think it's the Imp ones. Because by the time you get, like, those in Imp, some of them can be strong for sure, but you feel like your army can be big enough to probably count them. Speaking of which, big army's now contesting. 3 Mangonels coming in, but the Spring's already here. Split the lines, and right now, notice he has to focus on the front line instead of the Lombos on the back. This is not going to be a breakthrough, it's going to be a breakdown. Zertan able to snipe him out here. Spring's taking out the final siege. And Core just threw away the entire army for nothing. Wow. And that right there, I mean, it's a combo of the siege attacking the wrong thing, but the bigger deal really is that juiced up attack speed. Network of castles, eat your heart out. And that's where the Samurai can't win, man. You know, do I think that this one's a bit of an outdraft? Inevitability, right? Like, I think English-Japanese on a land map, we talked about this at the beginning of the game, that Japan can't play all in feudal, which makes them a very predictable civ on what they're going to try to do. And we said this is probably going Imp, right? But funnily enough, it might not even reach there. Network of Citadels is now on the way, and Outpost drop is coming in. This game could end in the next 3 minutes. Shogunate will at least give Core a reset point, but I'm worried about the flanks here. Not just inverse anti-fun. Well, I would actually say, and English players might hate me for this, I think the entire English attack speed aura is anti-fun. Defender's advantage is already an inherent thing in RTSs, and that bumps it up to 12. And wow. Remember what he said about this? Sometimes it's inevitability, but by the time you're doing it, your opponent usually has an army that can contest you still. Castle of the Crow is a bad sign here for Core. So no free hand cannoneers come down the line. No Azutsu. No potential for Reboldequins against mass men-at-arms. This is the nightmare. And also the position doesn't feel great either, right? It's retracted behind the front TC. Good news is Shogunate is a Giga Chad. 13,000 HP means it's not going to die quick. Dive in. Remember, those rockets only hit one unit at a time, so it's not a bad idea to dive and idle this all out. Behind this, we already see Zertin now saving up the resources for an in-play. A little bit of chip damage done. And it's going to be a reset. But behind this, map control now lost for Cool. And limited gold in reserve. He has at least stockpiled a lot at home. And he can get more still by going for the Bunrei and getting his hands on the extra 2 Yoroshiros. Well, if he actually has a temple, because... Oh no. Please tell me there are monks on the way. This would be the golden heist. Oh, it makes sense, right? Core needs a lot of gold for all these upgrades. We're talking 700 gold for the Onibigisha, 700 for the Samurai, 700 for the Elite Army Tech, aka Oda Tactics, and then even the Melee Tech, right? 275 gold. It's a lot. So this hurts, and my boy likes to win. Zern, win in the name, win in the game. Wingard Palace now on the way. Please bring the monks. Wait, where are the monks? He's got 2 of them right now. Now, screw the sacred sites. Get that permagold. Polar opposites here, man. One goes for a winning landmark. One goes for a please don't kill me landmark. The good news is he at least gets very good payoff from this, right? Like, actually, even if the trade post was, like, here, you'd still get max payoff, which is about 2k resources every 6 minutes. But compared to the Reboldequin potential, compared to the option to go into Masazutsu, it feels very underwhelming in this matchup. I know I mentioned Azutsu suck, but they are at least good for once you reach the enemy base. And the Reboldequins in particular are fantastic if Zertin ever goes full monkey mode with mass men-at-arms. You know, it's interesting people mention that English players weren't fast castling. There was, funnily enough, he doesn't play much Age of Empires 4 right now, but did you guys realize that State was the absolute Giga Chad about 4 seasons ago? I think it's longer than that. Back when Prairie was in ranked rotation, State discovered a really sick build where you go onto the deer close to your base and you fast castle with the White Tower and you pump knights. It was good enough to beat the crap out of HRE, right? Like, funnily enough, the White Tower production was being experimented with. I remember I was nerding out about it a long time ago. I lost my mind when I saw it because it was actually a really cool build to counter fast castle HRE players. So, you know, the White Tower has always been looming, that idea of production. I just think, you know, the King detail helped, but the bigger detail that really helped is, I think, the arrival of Japan. People have really started to appreciate how insane these juiced up production rates are because of the Yoroshiro drops to the Japanese. It's insane what this can do to one production building. Certain flank raid coming in. Looks like we got elite techs on the way. I mean, this should be the fight that Core's able to win, but the problem is if you win it in your own base, what's happening elsewhere, right? And here's a crazy detail for you guys. Remember what I said about why Dry Arabia is a problem sometimes? 12,000 gold in your corner. He's in him. He's got the important upgrades coming in. And he still has 2,000 gold in reserve. Welcome to why English really love this map now. Spawns like that. Decent amount of farms being burnt down this backside. I don't know, guys. I've got a rough feeling for Core that we're going to a Game 3 decider. Whew. Maybe if he controls the outposts, Core has a shot. Because remember, Network of Citadels was researched, which means if Zertin screws up and doesn't have outposts, he doesn't have an aura. Remember, it gets removed from existing TCs and landmarks. So the White Tower, the TCs, they don't have a network effect anymore. It's only in this base right now, a single outpost, from what I can see, that's giving that buff. And he's got some on the north side here, but that's not where the fight's going to be, right? Damn, so... We talked about this in game 1, right? He's really good at finding this timing to starve out the gold. It's very important in this matchup, not because you need it, but because the Japanese do. I swear this matchup always goes long. I swear Zertan's games always go long. He's shown me stats recently proving that he has very fast games, but we always seem to find the longer games when we watch him. And Arms just diving for that economy if they can find it. It's just straight after the gold again. Oh, every time with Zertan. What a joker. As a very expensive monastery to kill. He lost what? 25 men-at-arms? So just a casual 3,000 resources to kill 200 wood worth of resources. And then immediately watch it be built up next to you again. Yeah, not the most ideal of trades, but welcome to English late game, where you don't have to care. Credit to him, Core does have a very big military lead. There is a risk that this is kind of baiting him, though. Because now you're likely to go take a fight under the aura. Bloody hell. Zertan with the ambitious stone walls coming through. Yeah, is it me? I'm correct on this. Zertan, that's the first Wingard usage we've seen all game, right? So he just kind of forgot about it for several minutes. Wingard raid, like Wingard footmen aren't that crazy here, by the way, because they have less melee armor while having more health. And they don't... I mean, they are better than men-at-arms, but against Samurai particularly, they're not crazy in this matchup. I'd say you probably get more value out of just possibly Wingard Raiders to flank. Force reactions. Even Rangers is kind of cool up against Onibagisha. But he just wants the A-click brain comp, right? And Footmen do tick that box. Like, look at this unit. This is insane. Here's a men-at-arms with 216 health. And here's a Footman with 336. Did you guys know that Footmen almost have more health than Gilded men-at-arms? They are absurd. Why? Good question. Next question. And all you sacrifice is 2 melee armor while also inflating your damage by an extra 6. It's just such a good trade. And the attack speed is just as good as the normal ones, right? Yeah, 1.18. Okay, sorry, no, it's slightly worse. But remember, these guys also do get bonus damage against Cav. Not important in this matchup, but crazy in a lot of matchups, especially in the late game. Flash coming in. Nice snipe in the outpost. A good fight for Core now. Wait, Zertan, he's actually committing to this hard. We have got a hand cannoneer switch coming in behind this. Sometimes melee fights just look so stupid to watch. It truly is the Congo line around the back to backstab here. By the time they actually get in the fight, where they started, there's already dead people. So good initial fight for Core. Zertan is going to have to retreat, but look what's coming. This is the MVP. Hand cannoneers now on the way. Wait, we have got a slight lack of walls here, but Core is going to go for the walls anyway. I mean, it makes sense, right? He sees hand cannoneers, he can't afford choke points. He needs to reach these guys. But now the fight trade goes the other way, right? The outpost is up. He can't snipe this. Core is going to lose the entire army. This is doomed to fail, man. Like, this is the problem. The attack speed is insane. Onibagisha attacked every 0.9 seconds. Men-at-arms in range of this aura are going to attack, what was it, 1 point something? Yeah, every 1 second. They almost attack quicker than Onibagisha while having substantially more damage and more health. Pop efficiency at work, folks. Japanese, they play like a Zerg Civ in these situations, and that doesn't work once you're both at 200 pop. And yeah, let's not talk about the hand cannoneer's attack speed. Woo, woo, woo. Every 1.64 seconds. Corv, bless him. Trying for those raids. Looking for the decap, right? But that's not going to work either. The only place you can decap is center here. South side, looks like we have got a contest over the gold, but unfortunately, with the loss of the main army, Core is going to have to retreat. I think the tough part is I'm just seeing like a death limbo here for Core, right? Like if the comp doesn't change, how does the outcome of the fights change? Because if Zertan now just creeps those outposts up, he should never really lose a fight. In fact, theoretically, with hand cannon near mass at 20, I don't think he even loses the fight without the aura. Have to see. Flash now coming in, and arms reinforcements on the way. The problem is Core is actually taking the bait. He's going into the MAA and not the hand cannoneers, so that just means the main army is getting melted. Oh, the backstab comes in. There's no retreat away from this anymore. Timer continues down. We're now just 7 minutes away from a victory for Zertan. And I don't see Core ever getting out of what is now a tomb. So we get that deciding game. I'd have it no other way. As the GG gets called, we are going to see a game 3. Woo-wee! We're cooking. We're going the distance, baby. 1-1 apiece. Give me that bundled up present. Wrap it up, pack it up, and take me to a third map. Dry Arabia. So, we talked about the draft and how... So, what did we say? So, we had Japan and we had... It was Chinese, right? On the other side, we had Abbasids and English. Is this Deli Rus? I think it's Deli Rus, right? I mean, Core got the broken pick, man. He's literally just sitting on a gold mine that is known as Rus. Core should just siege slowly into the English base. I think it's like maybe the only approach. I just don't know if it's quick enough still. I think losing out on the 2 relics north side was kind of a fumble, because he should have enough units to contest the English there, but he was slow on the switch, right? Because he stuck Samurai for quite a while and the Spearman countered. That was a really important detail, because that would have inflated him quicker. But it's a tough matchup for the Japanese. I think you have to play that really fast. And we mentioned that this is not a civ that forward sieges at all. Like, I think even if you slow siege in the late game like that, it's an uphill battle, man. Your economy just gets eclipsed. Like, everyone thinks that the Japanese economy is good in the late game because they see the number that says 75%. But what I really want to remind people is that 75% increased gathering rate on farms minus 45% from it because you don't have eco techs, right? So all of a sudden it's 30% eco lead. English, meanwhile, get, was it 30% at that point? And then they get gold as well. Right? It's surprisingly underwhelming compared to a lot of late game civs. I think someone done tests on this as well, like an optimal Japanese farm spot. I don't think it even makes top 4 on your food income. Like Abbasids, HRE, Chinese, I think English all outdo them. Okay, so third game now on the way. Wow, it's Rus Malians. Okay, so he doesn't even try the Deli. We don't actually see Deli versus Rus very often. How does that match up fair? I'm trying to remember the last time I saw it. So I'm wondering if that would have been, if Deli would have been better here. I mean, in theory, Rus just hunker down with 2 TC on the Kremlin, and then they come out in a delay, right? Yeah, Rus is positive. 60% versus Deli. That makes sense then. Is it not like 75% at first 15%? What do you mean? You don't have a starting eco-tech, so no. Like, Japanese don't have an increase on food gathering. Full stop. Outside of berries, which is different completely. Yeah. Emerald playing with only archers and BC's Hidden Cup? Playing what? The Rus Malians? What? Like mass Rus archers? Oh, Deli. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that makes more sense, right? But I think you still open Ghazi. Just, you delay the switch over. Okay.
Nice. I just got really good news about a partnership I've been sorting for someone. Big Pogs! You guys ready to hype it up? Let's go. Let me ask that quickly before we hop on this. Any thoughts on patches you're 99% certain are going to happen next month? I think Age 3 needs to be tweaked back. I think they shouldn't have Dark Age marching drills. They should probably actually have a slightly scaling Archon Chapel as well. Maybe Archon has like a buff in it. Well, actually, maybe Archon itself is inherently... Ooh, that's interesting. Imagine if Archon doesn't give 40% buff, but gives 30%, and then the Prelates can give the 40% still. That would be a cool change, I think, that might be needed. Byzantines 100% needs to be nerfed. They are way too powerful, way too good. They're the most overtuned civ in the game right now. They need to have something changed drastically. I think that the gathering rates are too good in conjunction with their merc timings. I actually think the biggest hidden detail, we mentioned in the last game, in general with a lot of civs, production rate is king. Their production rate is far too good. It's why you see most games end up being Varangian fast castle spam. It's too good. Outside that, I really would like to see Deli get reworked somewhere. I just think Deli's too one-dimensional. Rus are overdue for a bounty rework. The whole bounty system is just flawed. It cripples map design and it's just not fun. But I don't expect that to happen. I wish it would. I've been asking for it for 2+ years. All right, let's go, though. You know what? Cornbiter just locked himself in for a main event here. Imagine drafting Rus and getting to save them for a game number 3 when your opponent's draft is limited and predictable. Core pulling out the Rus, certain he had the options of Deli or Marlians. And Deli, they've been struggling this matchup. 60% win rate for the Rus. Marlians, I think, are faring a little bit better, I want to say here. Rus versus Marlians is a 50-50 split entirely. So this is going to be interesting, right? I think Zertan, by choosing this over Deli, he also gave himself a bit more agency over strategy. Because Marlians are very good at that fast castle build. They're renowned for it. But people have also noticed that actually Marlians, they've got a bit of feudal kick behind them that just really was being slept on. What's interesting in this particular matchup, I do expect Zertan to go on the offensive because something that people start to notice very quickly about the Marlians is when you just go for a fast castle rush, if your opponent goes 2TC, they kind of offset your advantage a lot. And Rus are phenomenal at rushing 2TC. Look at this spawn as well. Quite a delectable one, right? Do you Kremlin... The problem is you want to Kremlin here, but if you Kremlin here, you don't have the tree line, right? You can fix that, though. If you Kremlin right here, you can drop 2 lumber camps to connect in. So, it's a bit inefficient there. But the reason why this Kremlin would be really good is that it would insulate you on the double gold, it would protect the berries, and it then allows you to short wall here to get the deer. Being deer. Core, of course, going for the free scouts. Surprising detail here. Zertan didn't try to contest, but I think this is another issue for Marlians, right? Compared to other civs, you can't go 2 scout opener as easily because your scouts cost 20 food more. That being said, you do get them quicker, right? 15 to 25 seconds, so it's kind of a trade-off in that regard. I don't know, have I got any Marlian spammers in the chat? My feeling is that it's actually advantageous to do this because you miss out on less in terms of villages long-term while denying the gold. I feel like you do need to deny that gold. Actually, I say that. Dude, what? Is Zertan secretly M-Lord? That's a champ spawn right there. Double deer on top of each other. Easy denial for him. So he takes away 140 gold, easy peasy. There's no denying that the core should still get everything here. He's already got wheelbarrow on the way. He's found 2 wolves. He's 100% going to find his way into a tech up. Slight suboptimal timing here, by the way. This is why sometimes people just like delay the wheelbarrow until they're starting the tech up. Because I think by the looks of that, he could have had it maybe 5 or 6 seconds sooner. But this is why Rus have one of the most disgusting average tech up times in the game, right? The bounty really surges them forward quicker than almost any other civ in the game. Kremlin drop is actually going to be on the backside. That's interesting to me. I'm wondering, like, was Core paranoid about some sort of rush with Javs early on? Because the problem I have with this type of Kremlin is, like, I don't think the issue for you is going to be gathering stone in this matchup now. It's going to be dropping a good TC, right? So I wonder if maybe it would have been better value to have it over here. Like we said, though, the problem is, like, if you do that, you're forfeiting the extra 20% wood, which is a really big loss. So Madsen now on the way.
Certain. A lot of wood being gathered. This does suggest we're probably looking at a production building opening. Because honestly, if he was going to be prepping for mill and ranch spam, he'd already be dropping a mill. Right? Like, there's no reason to not be building a mill before the Mansa completes. Yeah, instead, looks like he's actually going for the second pit mine. I mean, it makes sense, right? I'm trying to remember, what's the default on a pit mine without actually having any houses? I think it's 40? Is that correct? Is he really going to do a blind rush? Because the scary part now is, cool, look at his gold. He could actually open with a stables and build one knight. So, like, you being a bit too greedy here can be problematic. That being said, like, one knight against Malians, they have a condensed economy, right? And you don't want to dive a TC with a knight. Typically, the knight opener is more impactful against civs that need the deer. That's something that usually makes the Malians feel really dirty. It's still baffling to me that after all this time, we have a civ in the game that can so freely have over 1,000 food income underneath their TC. There's additional eco. It's not villagers doing something, right? It's you side invest and they just exist permanently. Yeah, so this is going to force a reaction. Another reason why Roost feels quite nice here, right? That's why I was a little bit surprised the rats came before the pit mine. Because the scouts can just deny this. Like, the torch damage is kind of crazy. And if this was a knight follow-up, that would at least make you paranoid. So that's smart. I think the cool thing about this is Zertan has to react as if there is a knight follow-up. Right? Because he can scout, but scouting's limited, right? You can't see everywhere in the base at the same time. So if a knight creeps out, it's GG. Because you'll lose the villager, you'll lose the pit mine. Cool, immediately just targets it down. He shouldn't really get a kill, but... Oh, what the... Dude. Let's say he shouldn't get a kill, but he'll idle them out. Meanwhile, in the land of Core... So last game, the outpost rush really didn't pay off as intended. This game, though, it's a different kind of outpost. It's a wooden fortress. That's wild. I don't know if he hurt his TC timing either, right? It looked like he slightly hindered his TC timing because I think he could have had this up slightly sooner because he had the blueprint for the wooden fortress. But this is cool. He's changing the script. We mentioned that this TC is a bit vulnerable, but now he's going to draw attention to the back of Zertan's base, further away from the Rus economy. What a wild idea. I wonder, do you even like follow this up with a proxy base? Because that sounds kind of cool to me. Like maybe you drop an archery range here. Then I don't know if you go ram deep on this, but there is a lot of potential value in this area. Spearman seems more logical, so you can burn these down, right? What an awesome build. And yeah, Zertan's about to get the bad news. In fact, he might be baited in range to die to it. Wooden Fortress coming up. You better run. Okay, so caught. A bit unfortunate. I think if he pulled the scout further south, he could have got the kill maybe. But now you have to lose houses. Like, Zertan can't contest this, right? Oh, this is so tilting. Even Arislit's now in the way. Oh, cheeky. Remember, damage permanent on one side, not permanent on the other. What a cool game. I think you just... Is Cork probably going to fast castle behind this, right? No. He's adding in archers. So Roger's coming in. Archer range also being added. It looks like Zertan did scout out the next follow-up move. And yeah, caught Archer's correct reaction. It makes sense actually now that we look at it because he's got 4 gold, right? And the problem is even if it was just Donzos, you can't do anything because the wall won't protect you due to the javelin attack. So you just basically lose a villager every 15 seconds, right? It's lose-lose. That does mean Zertan is ignoring this entirely. I do wonder if Core could have actually made a Spearman play work here, which would have drawn more attention away from his base, right? Because now the natural flow of this is you have to, what? Mass archers first, clear Donzos, then go knights? Because you're up against Javs, right? Could you just rush mass archers? You have got 20% more wood, and you're going to have an eco lead. So in theory, yes. What is the sacrifice, though? Because Zern's trending quite nicely towards castle, right? Like, he's got 4 ranches down, 2 of them filled. Looks like Core is actually just going to give up on this and go castle. Snake in the gold as well. Okay. I like this a lot more. Because once you have castle, you can just, like, spam men-at-arms. I wonder if horse archer sounds bad. Did you notice how, like, perplexed I am? Just because we aren't really used to seeing Rus Marlians, because Rus just gets banned all the time. Typically, when we do see it, the Rus kind of just get away with castle age too easily. Right? I like that Zertan's tried to invest in pressure, because I think if you just turn this into a macro game, you're just at a disadvantage. Because Core will just rush castle with 2 TC. He'll then rush relics, which you can't compete because they are warrior monks. So this approach definitely makes a lot more sense. But if you can't find the gold, it's worthless. And wow, Zertan. He spots it. Blocker on the wall going up. So it looks like Zertan is aware. Gold must be being gathered over here. Cool. He's got the gold he needs though, right? And funnily enough, he could just build a gate and get out of here. He got enough walls up that Zertan's taking way too long to rotate around the back. Keep in mind also the other thing that's scaring Zertan, Kremlin. Right, there's 8 gremlins waiting to be spawned, which will make this more complicated. Zertan, oh my god. Core, get seen. Run! Fly, you fools! The timing on that! Core minimizes the losses, gets out. And now Zertan's in trouble. He hasn't filled the 4th ranch yet. He's about to be up against Castle Age. High Trade House coming up on the east side of the base, as far away from the Zertan assault as possible. Oh my god. Well, now we officially have a problem here, folks. Zertan has a big army. But I'm pretty sure this loses to mass men-at-arms. Why is Zertan making units versus Rus? Wham. This is why. I think he thought he was going to have a feudal dance. It started with him being paranoid about night opening. It ended with an outpost randomly on his gold. Now stockpiling up, so it looks like he's going to have to shadow into castle. The walls are up, by the way. Oh, wow. Okay, so basically Zertan has to waste time burning through to get out, or he has to run back towards the TC with the men-at-arms awaiting. Was that intentional? That's kind of dirty, if so, by Core. He doesn't have enough men-at-arms yet, so it looks like Zertan is going to read and retreat just before it becomes a problem. Wait, is it... What?! Oh no! Core! With the MVP sheep! Dude, Zertan is so desperate to get this clear. He's got extra villagers waiting their turn. Unbelievable. He has to give up and delete one of the ranches. That, I believe, is what we call a core W, right? Oh my god. Grand Fulani down the way from Zertan. But Core on his way to the party. He's like, I heard you guys got some lamb, some mutton chops to share. Little does he know, the Marlians have already eaten all, which I'm sure is to send the Rus into an angry killing frenzy. That was really smart by Zertan, by the way. Eating the sheep takes way too long. Especially when he doesn't have any horticulture tech, right? So that was actually smart. That would have screwed him otherwise. That was such a sick play. I mean, it delayed him by an extra 20 seconds, right? Something like that. There was a panic. And also, it lost him some food and some resources as he has to rebuild the ranch, right? Pickup complete, but mass men at arms on the way. Relics now being grabbed behind this. Did you guys get your high trade house numbers in? Guys, I gotta get your high trade house numbers in. Do you get bounty if you snipe stupid cows? No, because they're not a hunt. Does Zerg now win this? Because if you mass Sofa and Mustafadi, right? They disintegrate men at arms. I mean, Core's eco lead is decent, right? He's 20 up. This is at least a free relic game. He's got one from the mid on the way home and then two behind the walls. And Zerton is only one pit mine right now. Second needs to come soon. I think Core's okay. Smashing archers as well. Walls aren't quite up yet. Famous last words, maybe. High trade house is going to be a 140. Oof, wall not quite complete. Men-at-arms will push him away, though. There's just not enough Mustafadi yet. In fact, wait. Don't be that guy. Oh, that's intriguing. He's just massing sofas. Wait, doesn't this allow Core to go cheaper now and just go mass spears? Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's kind of crazy. I mean, I guess spears was always going to happen, right? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but like Mustafadi, they do not like matching up against spears, right? If I'm correctly, like someone done the maths recently, and that's like a bad trade for them. Walls did complete. That's going to buy some time for Core. Crossbows also being prepped. I mean, the problem I'm seeing right now is you're flooding Sofa, but this could turn into a choke fight. No secondary wall coming up from Core, so it seems content that by the time the break-in happens, he should be ready to contest. So now on his way in. Monk's also being prepped behind this, so he will take 2 relics away. Calls archers for some reason on a coffee break. TC is in trouble. I don't know if he can rush to defend this, though. It's a lot of torch power. It looks like Zern is going to get rid of the second TC, so it's going to be a 20 eco lead for Core. Basically enough to offset the power of the Fulani here. Oh, they're going to try to cut him. A nice breakout, Zern, before the wall goes up. Dude, that was so crafty. Core. He attempted to wall Zerton in to trap him. Instead, Zerton not only gets rid of the TC, he gets out just in the nick of time before the trap can be laid. Spam's continuing though. Sofa raid. Oh! Well played. Cool with a little trap there. One Sofa is still in, so he's got to waste time challenging that. That was actually smart. If he didn't do that with the 2 Sofas, he would have been forced to retreat. And right now, Core has no other food backup, right? Like, he's got the deer here in the same area. That actually saved his bacon. Flash is on the way, though, and I think this might roast him. Jav's just trading out against the Archer crossbows on the backside. First wave is trying to contest this. Wall's going up again from Core, but the eco losses are mounting here. That one Sofa is murdering. Oh, my God. Now, Zerton, his numbers are getting low, but a lot of it is going to remain in premium, right? He's focusing on Sofas here. Core has at least reset the first wave. It has, however, come at a cost. Core was so fixated on that fight. He lost the eco lead. Oh, my God. And the wood line. No wonder he GG's out. Core grabbed everywhere by the Sofas. And that means Zerton will qualify through. A great effort by Core, but a massacre end to favor Zerton. Dude, well played to Zerton. He was everywhere. He was cooking. I didn't even track all locations. That raid on the berries was so insane that it drew my full attention, right? It drew Core's full attention. As he highlighted afterwards, the wood line as well, just chopping him like that. Rough one. Damn. Well played. So Zerton will qualify for the main event of King of Dry Arabia, which will be happening in July. Commiserations to Core. It was a good effort, brother. You were so close. Damn. 1 sec. I need to send something across to someone. Yeah, that core, dude. No. The sheep drop was brilliant. It's just sad you didn't have 2 of you. Oh, man. Dude, what a cool series. So I think the highlights was game... Was it game 1 and game 3, maybe? We should Wait. Oh, shit. Chances take control of the goal. I'm trying to check something. I'm wondering if because I switched the way I record. And here we go. I don't know if the quality is better or worse. What do you guys think? Does the quality on this... Let me know. Does the quality on this look better or worse than what we had before? Torches are out. Core now heading in. What a signature Core move. We know he loves it. He thrives on it. It's a landmark snipe. Certain choke points are going to work against him as well. The Ghoulims, they just can't do anything. The pathing is not helping. Does the quality look better or worse, do you guys think? Because I changed across to NVENC. I forgot to double check. Quality probably limited by stream. Well, okay, but it doesn't look any different than normal, I guess, is the thing I'm going for. Oh, we'll see. It's a challenge, why I need a better PC. So I want to up the encoding detail. So, like, I think that maybe the first game and the third game are probably the highlights. TC bait and switch. So I think the first one was bait and switch. Chiganu bait and switch. Or TC bait and switch, I guess. He expected a TC race. He got a Chiganu massacre. A new pie. Show opponent going ecoing. Alright, there we go. Okay. But GG, well played, boys. Wait, let me switch over that so it's not just you guys staring at my face. No passive resources for you, Mr. Marlian. Sheep dies for our sins, I guess. Yeah, game 3 was close. I think it's like you kind of... Did you feel like you got stuck on Men-at-Arms and it kind of felt like it was going to get worse and worse, maybe? Because I guess it's like an expensive comp to scale, especially against a Civ that just has infinite food. One sec, I just need to send a message to someone. So, I don't know if you guys noticed, but like I tweeted out about it. So I got to do an amazing hour-long interview with Get Right from Counter-Strike. And I had this thing
where every time we mentioned the was it 87? Yeah, 87 0, right? Not 67, sorry. Every time we mentioned 87 0, we had to do shots. So I just kept mentioning 87 0 in the interview. That was a good time. What GPU do I have? I have a 2080. So it's not even the latest like tech for NVENC, right? Because I think they really upped the quality of NVENC in Super. Right. That's it. Sorry, I'm hyping out with a friend about a deal we're closing. I do like being able to like lock in business deals for influencers and other people. I'm really hyped for that. So 20 minutes until food. I guess we can catch one quickly on the ladder, and then what I'll do is we'll go to a break, and then we'll come back. And I think there's another series that happened. Marika said she's okay for me to cast them all. Because I think she's swamped down with some work right now. So it saves her having to trail back. So that helps out. Let me just... Go versus and 1, 2, and win. Did you use X264 before? I think I was, yeah. But then when I was trying to play and record, I noticed it was like that was tanking my frame rate. So like I've been streaming with NVENC for a while, and I switched the recording across as well. Yeah, no, you've done well, Court, man. Like, I think you'd admit, like, you've been more out of the loop than, like, you know, Zerton, who's been definitely grinding hard. I think you've done really well. I do, like, what was your alternative choice? You had Roos and... Yeah, honestly, like, I don't think Juji would have served you any better. Juji would have been just, like... Juji would have done nothing. Alright, so, let's have a quick ganders. Because afterwards, we have... there's one other series that wasn't done. We can do Cat versus Elyona after I eat, which I like. Whoop, whoop. Oh, sorry, I just looked in YouTube. Honestly, overwatching OG civs on OG maps. I cannot watch a Rus-Mongol match on Dry Arabia or Abbasid Lipany. See, this is the thing, right? Like, recently some people have been arguing that they don't think people want to watch stuff that isn't relatable because, like, you know, people only want to see the crap they watch on, you know, that they play, rather. But my point in that is I don't think that's true at all. That's like a very tunnel-visioned and narrow way of assessing the problem. The problem isn't that tournaments are trying to use different maps that don't appear on the ladder. The problem is that ladder is not adjusting for those tournaments and bringing in the new maps. That is the fundamental issue. People do want to see new maps. They want to play new maps as well, though, right? When I watch Kawasan, I'm like, damn, that looks fun. Would love to play that in ranked. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that's had that. When I see Coastal Quest, I'm like, damn, that looks fun. I'd love to play that in ranked, right? That's the problem. That's what needs to be fixed at the core of the issue. Sorry, I just said the word core, and I'm pretty sure, like, core's ears just peaked up. Okay, so what we can do, I think, got 20 minutes. We'll see if we can squeeze this one in. It's Abbasid versus Deli, so in theory, it's like usually 25-minute games, right? This is live, so it's hard to gauge. And then after, we will do... afterwards, we will do the final series, which I said was... My brain keeps forgetting what I said. Cat versus Elyona. I think that one could be pretty wild. One second, I need to message someone after this. Okay, one sec. Drag that across. So let's have a look. Wait, you guys see that? Click that link. Protein Works right now. If you guys actually haven't checked it out, we got a new bundle coming in. Like I said, I don't think the coffee is going to be for me. I'm just not a big fan of coffee. The fact I actually drank a whole one is actually impressive by itself, so check that out. But we will, over the next few days, be trying out things like the protein pancakes. We've got the superfood breakfast bowls. We've also got some protein porridge with different flavors. And then I think they also gave me the soup. I'm a little bit gutted I didn't get the Thai green curry. I think is the one I really, really wanted. But I am always a lover of tomato soup. 10-7's in there. So yeah, we'll be checking those out over the coming days. Oh, and they did send me the big-ass, tasty chicken and noodle. Remember, you can use my code. Killer Pigeon gets extra off. You wondering why I'm hyping this up? It's because they're back with us for the second month in a row. I want to make it 3 months in a row. So if you guys are thinking of checking out these products, go and use that code right now. It is free delivery over a certain point in the UK, but there's also scaling delivery costs if you're in different countries. So I think, for example, Mr. Whimsical in Canada, if he wanted to bulk up on his protein so that he can like knock Marine Lord out literally in person, right, and in-game, then if he spends over $50, I think it's $20 delivery. If you spend over $150, it's $10. That's true, Wham. I would like for the devs to work on the game. It would be nice for them to focus on the future of the Age of scene instead of the past that has done well, but yeah. All right, one sec. Let's get into this, though. All right, already an exciting one. We are 2.5 minutes into this game. Abbasid Eco-Wing is not something we party with too often, especially when you're up against a civ like the Deli that turns the screws. So this should be delightful to watch because we're on Lipany. Ah, let's party on. I feel like Eco-Wing is inherently easier to pull off on Lipany than any other map, right? Because you have extra options for good TC drops due to the berries being more saturated. So I think that's maybe what's informing Roger Scrutton's choice here. If you guys aren't familiar with who Roger Scrutton is, I believe he was in our chat a little bit earlier. Just in a different name, because Roger Scrutton is none other than... I think I did this as Kaiser Johann before, right? Avali is Avali, if you guys haven't figured that out. But yeah, I'm glad KJ's back on the grind, man. I've kind of missed the dude. He went AWOL for what felt like, I want to say 2 months? I don't know what he was up to, but it felt like he was missing for a bit. Glad he's back at it, because I think he was steadily on the climb. He was easily posting in like the top 80 all the time. He was actually taking games off some of the top players. So I'm glad that he's back. And I noticed the score is back for some reason. Let me get rid of that. There we go. Purge that from the front. We will be doing some more tournament games in a little bit. Yeah, Abbasid versus Deli. This is a matchup that I'm still convinced Abbasid has a decent shot at winning, usually because of the military wing. When you go military wing, you force your opponent to do something other than Ghazi, because they have to react with 3 archers. And then if you play Horseman right now, that's an overwhelming advantage for the Abbasids. So Deli, they struggle against that opening. Eco Wing is one I haven't seen much of. I do feel like this is leaning into the Deli's favor, though, because you're letting them pick relic sites. And this is a broken spawn. This is exactly why people hate default Lipany, because of spawns like this. This is so weighted towards the Deli. Dry Arabia is the pinnacle of maps. So here's the thing that I'm going to argue. Dry Arabia may be the pinnacle of maps, but I genuinely think that's because there's not enough ways of exploring new maps. And what I mean by that is that we haven't got devs adding in, 3 brand new maps every season and rotating them in the rank pool and then rotating some community maps, right? Like, that could be a good idea of follow-up maps. There is also certain things that are handcuffing better balance of maps, and I've mentioned this in one of the previous casts. I think Roost Bounty System needs to go. In its current format, it's too oppressive to map design. Roost Bounty System should be when you gather from Hunt, you get some gold. Full stop. Right? Sacred Sites with Deli is another big limitation on how you design maps. Right? So, like, when you have those type of limitations, that's a big part of why Dry Arabia just feels like it's the best. Second TC now on the gold. So, is this Fast Castle from Roger Scrutton? I'm kind of curious, though. I wonder if, like, this is worth it. Eco Wing over Culture Wing if you're going Fast Castle. Nah, you can't just FC.
It feels like it with the position, though, right? If you were going to go for a defensive TC drop that was about feudal, you drop it on the wood line. Dropping on the gold feels indicative of a fast castle plan. And he's even got enough sheep for that. I mean, he's got 11 sheep to work with. Other side did get 14. And they are both berry sieves, right? So you can hunker down for a while. He's also got the back spawn of 8. The deer feels like a reach. I think that's what he would have liked, but this is what makes the Deli so oppressive. We mentioned earlier today, the thing that people realize is really broken recently is production speed. Production speed has been on the rise in terms of notoriety, and Deli has always been king for that due to the military efficiency. It's the fact he's got this many Ghazi out already that stops Roger Scruton attempting a more greedy or desirable TC. So Avali, this feels like the freest pressure game imaginable. Like double Sacred Sight this early. Roger Scruton does have to react to the spears, so this opens the floodgates for archers, and Avali knows it. Right, this is just very surgical execution. I force spears, react archers, 2 steps ahead. Well, it's interesting that Man's bringing up this point around fishing and water maps design. I said before, I genuinely feel like fishing should be crippled more. It needs to be turned into an option, but not a default. The biggest problem with water maps right now is fishing is an absolute requirement. Now, that's an interesting one. I think without fishing, you could see Deli in a pure water map for the manuscript trades. It's like, I actually think there's maybe something to Deli on, say, floodplains, right? But I guess it depends what your definition of pure water is, right? Because you're thinking like Archipelago, which is very different. That's Ghazi. Coming problematic here. The other issue is you have to go back for an archery range to get a camel, right? Like, that's the only way your horseman mass is going to be able to fight against Ghazi. Avali already does have the blacksmith upgrades on the way. So he was anticipating an archer switch, right? That's why he's got Undermission and Rush. But this will also benefit him from the dive when it comes through. Speaking of which, dive in. 2 villagers chip straight away. Gets out uninjured. Oof. I think Purple's kind of cracking a bit. He's rushing to address the threat instead of just accepting the gives and takes of the game. But this is what Deli does to you, right? They ramp up so insanely quick that you have to dance with them. They don't give you a choice because you know if you don't address the flood, the follow-up is Sacred Sites, which requires you to come out from behind anyway. Now coming through. I like the time on Blacksmiths at least. Remember, Deli times are quite locked in because they tend to have like 2 scholars. Avali done something intriguing here though, guys. I don't think I've seen this out of a Deli player in a very long time. He went 1 scholar. Most players go for a double scholar play, right? Because it gives you a carte blanche to quickly play 2 Sacred Sites. Also gives you increased tech speeds when you pull. His Blacksmith timing sucks because he doesn't have a scholar at home at all. Oh, that's an interesting poll. I just noticed that. Oh, so slap that one in. Is Dry Arabia a good map? I mean, actually, I don't think that's that good of a poll. I feel like everyone's going to say yes. I think the issues with Frisian Marshes can be resolved if you just shove the people out of the corner a little bit and give them less starting wood. Then turtling isn't just the default, right? The trade-off is you can get loads of sheep, but other things are limited. Back from the wall coming in, Avali looking to break through. And the walls are already up. Man, this is so constrictive what he's doing. Good read, though. Purple riding out just in the nick of time before the walls will be complete. I'm still not sure what Purple's end goal is here. We're massing a lot of spears. I'm guessing they would just want to scale about a 20 eco lead and then go castle. Because I don't think you want to play all in feudal here, right? I feel like by the time you're a military lead, like a eco lead that makes sense, military is almost popped. That's kind of just how insane Ghazi and the Tower of Victory attack speed is. Third Sacred Site now being locked in as well. And skulls are being pumped, so now we're getting the blacksmith tech timings. God, even the wildlife now working against Roger Scruton. Wait, he doesn't realize. Oops. Oh! Well, that was uncomfortably close. Every villager is important right now. Like, you're trying to scale to a point where you can overwhelm this military lead. Because although it says 38, it's actually so much higher. Right? Between the attack speed aura that the archers carry in them and the Ghazi being just better horsemen, it puts you notably further behind. One thing I really would love for Roger Scruton right now is a Camel Archer. It's 20 Ghazi. Think about the value one Camel on these gives. These guys do 12 damage, like 2.4 damage reduction per Ghazi. So you are removing 48 damage every 2 seconds in a fight. That is insane value, right? 48 damage, for reference, if you put that into a raw archer count, that ends up being, what, I think it ends up being a perfect 8 archers worth of damage. If they have the steeled arrow, of course. Seems like he's tunnel vision, though. I feel like he's forgotten about it. Burnthrough on the wall coming in. Roger Scruton might be in trouble. I mean, Ghazi could circle to the berries. It's just risky because the walls are going up. But it's not full encapsulation, right? And you do have control on the west side. Clash on the sacred sites again, though. And this is where it starts to turn into a ticking time bomb, right? It's still 9 minutes away. But the worry now for Roger Scruton is he might feel forced to react more aggressively. Which is exactly what a Deli player wants. Stop starting to occur for purple. I don't think Avali wants castle here. If he wanted it, he would have started macroing up. If it goes too deep in feudal, like if he gets decapped once, he'll be forced to do it. But I think he sees this as a game where 9 minutes is enough time to still play feudal. Ghazi raid. Oh my god, he finds him. Wait, the villagers. Oh, they can't reach the second outpost. Troops are on the way. That should force Avali out of here. Some idle time achieved. Not many eco kills. Behind this, though, the Sacred Site time bomb is still ticking. Burn free now from the horseman, so he's trying to rake in. Army is on the way, though. With the gate already there, he should be able to rack quick enough. In fact, there's a risk that if he brings the Ghazi back as well, he could pinch this all. Wait, this wall never went up. What? Hold on, did we forget? I feel like we forgot. Ghazi, you don't even have to run around. I'm worried that Roger Scruton is getting baited a bit too much into the feudal age now. He's full scaling. Horsemen are going to ride for the backside, but with the Myriad Ghazi, there's no way you can hang around. We're reaching a point where Roger Scruton is going to have to come out and fight. And there is a growing risk that he'll lose to just mass archers. Yeah, good maps are hard to make, not just because of the balance of the game, but because of the limitations on the way that generational code works. It's why I've been curious about the idea of genuinely crafted maps tournament, right? Like, the crafted maps would probably only be good for, like, one tournament, which is, I think that's the issue, is there's a lot of burn for maybe limited return. But I would be intrigued to see how the game would function with something more akin to, like, what StarCraft has from a map design perspective. I know people hate me mentioning StarCraft and mirroring it to, like, AoE. But it's kind of intriguing, like, we just defaulted to thinking Age of Empires 2's map system was the way, without even experimenting the other way.
Camelot. There we go. Okay, so this is where purple probably has the best opportunity to fight. Because that Ghazi count is kind of getting out of control. So the Camel Archer is going to offset a lot of this. Spearman count looks good, but against 50 archers. It's definitely going to be a matchup where Roger Scruton has his work cut out. Yeah, crafter maps are static. Crafter maps are maps that are designed, every detail is like etched out. I feel like there aren't any of those targeted 1v1s, really, from what I've seen. The crafter maps are usually targeted at team games, if anything. And most people just don't know how to fully leverage the crafting tools. The people who do don't design multiplayer maps, they actually design single player. Emperor on the way. Oh, she's now sniping Eco as well. Roger Scruton on the front line. He doesn't realize what's happening yet. Wait, he's going for the sacred sites. Big mistake. Oh my god, that wall saved him. It looks like... Wait, was there not a chop through? There was, but Avali didn't realize. Golden opportunity missed there. He whiffed with the Ghazi. He could have easily pinched 20 villages there. Still, he has shrunk the lead. 13 between them now. Roger Scruton now comes for the clash. Those archers, you'd think they'd be favored here. Camel Archer can't be reached. Spearmen are overextending, though. They're getting baited out. They kill 1 or 2 Ghazi, but now they're completely out of position. Good micro from Avali. Backs up into the bushes to make sure the melee can't overwhelm him. Ghazi are holding back. Now, if he trades out the archers to kill the spears, it's worthwhile. The follow-up would win the game. That's what Avali's looking for. That trickle of troops is also just aggroing a lot of the army away from the engagement. Spearman count. Shrinking fast. 16 in the front line. Avali getting ready to pounce. Count down to 7. This is it. This is go. Avali sees the opportunity. He dives in. Wait, no, Avali, come on. Oh, no. He clicked on the camel he killed. Ghazi are going to follow up now, but a missed opportunity there. He could have been in. Oh, I can't believe that. Camel Archer is going to go down, and Ghazi need to just stick to this. Unfortunately, a lot of them are being sacrificed right now. But the numbers don't lie. Reinforcements are on the way. This is defender's advantage, and Roger Scruton is still losing the army. This is the disgusting thing about this, right? If the archers clear up the spearmen, Ghazi win then. If the archers versus archers are left, Deli archers still win. Like, it feels like there's no way Roger Scruton could do right with this strat. And there's no way he could do right now. That archer count is simply too high. 46 versus 18. Horseman spam will not be quick enough. They'll die 1 by 1. His eco is on the front side, and he's running out of food in the corner. I think this is it. 4 minutes left on the sacred site timer as well. There needs to be a breakthrough soon. The problem now is Roger Scruton, even if he somehow resets this army, he has no army to break out with. Instead, Avali's going to be breaking in. A 3-1 army advantage now for the Deli, and a GG call out as the Deli take the dub. Damn, what a game. I don't know, is that one uploadable? What's up, Avali? Oh, you want to weigh him and not spoil the cast? That's all good, buddy. But yeah, I genuinely would like to see a tournament done on static maps. Like I said, the problem is compared to like Generate has more reusability. I think Generate versus Craft makes a lot of difference. I think Crafted offers a lot more potential personality you can add to maps, I guess. That's why I'd like to see it. Right. Like, I could even imagine someone just making something almost equivalent to like a StarCraft ramping map. Probably a bit too choke point oriented, but would kind of be intriguing to test. Is that one uploadable? Not sure. Don't know if that was like a crazy good game.
I don't know. I'll think on that one. Guys, I think my food is ready now, so I'm gonna go eat. But I'm gonna put a game up for you guys to watch, and then when I come back, we can cast another series. Because we have still got Cat versus Elyona to do. And potentially, if there's enough time, we can maybe even do Voldemar versus May-Michel. So definitely hang around, and I'll be back soon. Let me have a look. What have we got for you guys to watch? Oh, that one was quite funny. The TC aggro game. Maybe the TC aggro game. Or have I got... Oh, maybe I've got some games on the YouTube side that haven't been released. Give me a sec, guys. By the way, it's weird on YouTube. If I try to show matches that have been posted on my channel, I get ads, even though it's my channel. That's so weird, right? Like, Jesus, the greed. The greed knows no bounds. So give me a sec. Yeah, can you guys... Did I show that Puppy Paw fan versus Voldemar one recently? I can't remember. I think a lot of people... Okay, yeah, this one was quite funny. Anatan versus B. Alright, guys. So I'm quickly going to go eat, enjoy this game, and when I come back, we will hop into more of the King of Dry Arabia games. Right, here you go. I think a lot of people actually didn't get a chance to see this, so we're going to fix that. This is from the Rising Empires tournament. This was the upper bracket finals between Anatan and B. That's right, 3D Clans B and former 3D Clans Anatan. Let's see if it was the right call to drop this absolute Anno Chad. Playing as the Chinese to open us up and going up against the Rus. Now, that is a matchup you will not say very often in tournament play right now. These two civs are coveted bans. I think it's these two, Byzantines and Abbasid, probably going to be most banned. HRE's kind of wiggling there, but right now I'd say like Rus, Byzantines, Chinese kind of feel like the most bannable. Abbasid sometimes slips through. I think if you have the right map pull for it, it'll definitely not take priority over those ones. But Abbasid, Chinese, and Byzantines are probably about even in terms of ban priority. Rus is still the king. This civ is absurd, and I just keep disagreeing with anyone that thinks that its ban rate is going to drop. It's way too flexible. It's way too applicable to practically any situation. And Recon coming and saying, what about Deli, though? Okay, but like if you pick Deli, I'm just picking Jeanne d'Arc and laughing, right? I think Deli actually has decent counters. Like, I think Deli is still a little bit too oppressive for what they do. But, you know, even the English feels decent now with the King build. So I don't think Deli is that big of a problem. I think Deli is a problem from a design perspective, but not from a balance perspective, right? This civ right here is a problem from a design and a balance perspective. It gets way too much value in the opening minutes of the game. It has way too much ease going into different builds at the beginning of Feudal Age. I can't think of a civ right now that feels easier to execute than the Rus. Some people might say the Deli look easy to execute, but you have to realize the amount of hours of perfection that goes into that. The reason the Deli looks so easy to execute is because they haven't been changed for so long in any meaningful way. And the Rus are kind of similar in that regards. But I also think the difference with the Rus compared to Deli is Deli have to play quite an obvious playstyle, one of two. Whereas Rus, it feels like they have 3 or 4 different approaches they can take, right? There's the all-in-one TC, there's the 2 TC builds, fast castle, 2 TC, fast castle, 3 TC. And all these options don't really feel too greedy or easily punishable. And this is already vicious, dude. This detail is sick by B. What have I been saying to people about Cliffside? If you want to dictate timings, flow control of the game, wall the center ramp. What makes this interesting as well is like this particular game didn't require walling on the center ramp. Both of them have the landmark drop that can screw the short ramp. But instead, by doing this, B can now secure his left side flank, I think he could even have been more aggressive with this, actually. Considering the civ he was up against, I kind of don't like this placement. I would have preferred it to have been here. I think this is because he wants to chain in the primary wood line, which makes a bit of sense, but you could have easily blocked this area as well and secured all the gold you could require for this game. In fact, kind of a bold thought here. Like, when you're playing Rus, what's to really stop you from dropping, say, a Kremlin over here? I guess it's more the wheelbarrow factor, though. Like, the reason why B probably didn't want to move that far out is he didn't actually have the gold required for the wheelbarrow straight away. Has not got it coming in, though. So it looks like a pretty good gold haul overall. What? Oh my god, dude. Oh, well, Anatan can at least mess with him here. Unfortunately, Anatan's taken way too much damage on the scout. So he needs to be careful not to just lose out in this fight. You can already see that B's trying to start a step past him. Now, the annoying thing about this for Anno is, like, he's going to have to consider going home. He has got a second scout, but that scout is nowhere nearby. And the problem is he's carrying 4 or 5 sheep with him, and you could already see that B is on his way with the additional scout. So you won't be able to stop him from getting this. That's going to be an insane gold haul. That means he can get wheelbarrow. He can even open up for a knight, and he doesn't even have to touch the gold. I actually love the way he's trying to corral him in. Sometimes I wonder if these scout situations would be more interesting if you didn't heal. Okay, I'm going to take that back because we all know how painful losing your sheep are. Probably would lead to a lot more 5-minute GG games. So tech up's complete. We did get Imperial Academy on the other side. Nothing too unorthodox here. What I'm starting to wonder is, B, with the mine on the gold, are we looking at a 1 TC all-in? It's possible against this Civ, right? Like, I think you can actually hit them pretty hard. The alternative is that we're looking at a fast castle build, which also isn't the worst of ideas. I do feel like if you go that way, though, the Chinese can mirror you and go fast castle quicker. God, you want a wall everywhere now? I mean, Roost walls are OP. I feel like I should just genuinely do a committed video explaining all the reasons why Roost is broken, because I feel like I go for a few of them each game. There's just so many things to cover. This wall is absurd. Like, I actually can't think of a stronger civ for doing this play on this map than Roost, because the palisade walls are double the health of normal walls, right? So, like, burning through this in the early game is impossible. Now, the thing is, Anatan picked a civ that doesn't really care, right? Unless he wanted to do a Chuginu all-in, this ramp doesn't matter to him. So I don't think this is going to ruin his game unless B all-ins. And considering he's going for the gate now, considering we've already got the gold gathering with 4 on it, I think we are going to see some aggressive plays coming out from B. They will build faster too. Does it build faster? It builds the same speed, right? Are you oh, wait. You're right. Why do... Wait. I knew they were faster than standard, but not that much. What? You're right. That feels way too fast. I'm trying to figure out why they ever done that. Like I don't know if it's just because people were sleeping on Roost originally, but do you ever get that feeling you look at a lot of the things they have, and your brain's immediately like, why did we give them this? Yeah, I'm surprised by that. Like, that's a crafty detail. Wow. So I was going to then go on the tandem about how scouts are OP as well, but like we can just focus on this detail. This is absurd. I will quickly glaze on the scout factor, which is this matchup is interesting because people consider China to have the best scouts, but that's simply not true because Rus build more scouts, right? So arguably Rus are still #1 for scout play in early game. Chinese is definitely second, which is why I haven't written this off as just a game done. I think Anatan has a decent shot here, especially considering he's got the Barbican set up on the deer, so he's got good food source. What I don't like from B, no food secure right now. So if this does get aggressive in the early phases and he gets repelled, all of a sudden Anatan can starve him out. In fact, B already looks pretty battered and bruised here. Only 5 sheep to work with. His opponent has 11. Raid coming in though, and Anatan, he has got the spear here. Now if you're crafty about this, B could easily snipe out the Imperial official. Unfortunately, he didn't go straight for it. So it looks like Anatan will gather just enough stone required and be able to pull away. Now the question is, Anatan, do you try to hang in feudal for a while? Do you actually try to develop a lot of spears and just defend and get Chuganu? Or do you try to go castle? I feel like the timing on this map requires you to be present. Trying to now go fast castle off the back of 2TC Song is very expensive on such a short map. You have to remember the distance between these two bases only looks big because we've got an enlarged map. On a normal sized map on your UI, this is very short. So there is a golden opportunity here for B to strike, because one of the issues for Anatan's build here, this Barbican is insanely loose. He doesn't control the short ramp. It means that B doesn't have to attack through one of the most powerful tools in the early game Chinese arsenal. He can just ignore it. In fact, what we really need here is siege engineering coming in pretty quick, and the Rams could easily break this base ASAP. Blacksmith now being dropped. I think you go siege engineering first. There's no reason to really rush into Steeled Arrow here. You've got 10 archers, it's not too bad, but there's no high priority target, right? It's just spearmen, so you don't need that bonus damage as much. And in fact, having 10 archers is good enough to even snipe down villagers. Not to mention the fact by the time he goes in, he's probably going to have about 12 to 14. And B agrees. Siege engineering now on the way. Love the reaction from Anatan, though. Going into the Horseman, this is sick, actually. So B has scouted this out. One negative of what Anatan's done here is that he has not got an Imperial official out here supervising the food. That means that now scaling the Horseman is missing out on a lot of additional food to work with. He has at least got it over here, though, right? No. Okay, yeah, so I am a little bit perplexed by Anatan's build. If you want to go into Horseman, then actually supervising the food is a really big deal here. This is an expensive comp that he's trying to now scale into, and he's going to need quite a lot of Horsemen considering he's facing off against Knights. Now, one thing to consider here is he should have enough Horsemen to shut down the Rams quite easily. He has also now got Undermesh on the way, which means these archers are making the wrong choice. B decided to go for his own range defense instead of going for the attack. I'm not a fan of that. I think that's a little bit of a mistake. I get what he's looking towards, but realistically, you can clown car here, right? If you're going to clown car, you shouldn't really be getting hit by the TC. So it makes a lot more sense to rush Steeled Arrow than Undermesh. But I think what B's doing is he's focusing quite heavily on what the Knights can do. And not just that, he's now arguably focusing on the wrong location here. He goes to the Barbican. I mean, in some ways it's free, right? But at the same time, you're giving Anatan time. And time's a dangerous thing in the hands of the right people. Now, Anatan is no Time Lord, but China tends to boom up like they're living that utopia, right? You give them 5 extra minutes in the game, and all of a sudden their income is out of control. Horseman trying to wrap in the back here. Archers are going to get stabbed into. The Undermesh making a big difference. Like, this is exactly what I warned about, right? No Steeled Arrow, which means the Ram is going to go down. Oof, just about. Does cost him a lot to do so. However, look at what he got in return. Just those 3 Knights dying equals out the losses Anatan took there. So this is absolutely fine. Oh my god, B. I think he messed up big time here. Like, don't get me wrong, Anatan's got a non-existent army right now, but B is so heavily focused on going for this one target for the Barbican. When, from my POV, this Barbican is kind of an irrelevant detail. Like, sure, there's some food over here. There's, like, what? I think about 1,000 food left. But what about this food? What about this food? This is all more important to try and block out, right? Because by blocking that out, you also block the TC. Right now, you're spending all your army efforts to idle out 7 workers. Plus side, he has at least now moved out on the deer himself, so he's not going to run out of food. Negative of this, of course, is he's buying time. He's allowing Anatan to get into this 1-1-1 build, and Chuganu will destroy all of this. Oh boy. Nice pincher as well. Mistakes being made. B. Another thing I don't like here is the Knights aren't able to split off because you're prioritizing the Barbican and you've got your back towards your opponent. I don't know why I said Barbican like that. You can't just roam with the Knights and dive everywhere. You have to defend the Archer Mass, right? And over time, it's costing you a lot more than you're gaining out of this. Horseman jumping in again. Ram. He's going to get targeted. In fact, love that. Remember, Garrison's got buffed. You can come out wherever you choose now. The Archers are also trading with the Chuganu, so that's it. B. He's stuck now. I don't see a clear way out of this now. Anatan has over a 20 eco lead. And that's pure eco now, right? It's not the taxmen inflaying it by lie. B, meanwhile, is 1 TC. He's nowhere near Castle Age. And he's just lost way too many troops in these exchanges. Like, I can't believe this, man. Do not dive the Barbican. If there is any lesson people take away from this game, that's what it should be. I want you to consider just how many knights have died underneath this Barbican. It's getting ridiculous. Like, I think this thing has claimed 7 or 8 at this point. That's insane value out of a 600 resource landmark. You should absolutely dive the Barbican, but you shouldn't destroy it. Run past it. Yes, fair point, Crackety. Allow me to reassess that. Don't dive it either, because it's here. And the Chinese base is here. To Crackety's point, like, usually when you're coming at a base, the Barbican's in front of you. You're like, oh yeah, we have to go past that. Let's run under it, go past it, kill everything behind it. It's nowhere near his home. If it sounds like this is a really big sticking point for me, it's because it should be a big sticking point for anyone watching this game, wanting to know how do you beat the Chinese. If you see a Barbican loose like this, and also you're going to try to siege it when a lot of the value's already been taken away, look elsewhere. It's crazy. Anatan, what should have been a weak point in his game, has been allowed to just scale up to a ridiculous degree. He's now with 30 eco ahead, but he has no comeback story down the line, right? He doesn't have Castle Age, he doesn't have a second TC. He just has an uphill battle now. And it's about to get a lot harder. Astronomical clock tower now on the way for Anatan. And I honestly would not blame B for waving the white flag the moment that happens. This is a pretty rough situation to be in. He's going to have to dive. He's going to have to do a lot of damage. The problem is you're going to be diving into probably quite a few spearmen. And also, you know, eventually Nesta Beast is going to be coming out. Wouldn't it be better to attack the TCs and raid Woodline's berries? Exactly. But the problem is, like, this whole idea of sending the archers and the rams in and letting the knights roam doesn't work, because you've now turned your back to the enemy base. If you send the knights down here, there's nothing to defend the Barbican bush, so you lose it even quicker. So B chose an action that forced all of his forces to one location. But that one location wasn't beneficial, because if this is a 1 TC play, you could argue he's idling out a substantial amount of your opponent's economy. B knew this was a 2 TC play. He saw the stone gathering. He's even burned down the mining camp, right? But he chose, knowing all this info, not to pursue the second TC, not to pursue the main base, but to pursue the pocket economy. And he's doing it again. Oh my god. At this point, Anatan has to be laughing to himself, right? If you kill like 3 knights here, this is still worth it. So was he killing on average, right? He's killing a knight every 25 seconds, 30 seconds maybe? Knights cost 240. He's adding out 7 villages. Villages worth 40 each, so that ends up being 280 resources a minute. If you're killing a knight a minute, you're more or less balanced exchange here, right? But he's killing like 1.5 to 2 knights a minute. Barbican's going to go down finally, but I just don't think Anatan cares. Just look at the ecos. Gold gathering now at home in mass. He's got a lot of stone coming, so Anatan might be looking to get a keep drop just to secure his flanks. Might also consider going for stone walls. B, in the meantime, doesn't really have as many options. He needs significant damage, and he needs it now. If you're wondering why did he kill it again, a little interesting bug. I still consider it to be a bug. I don't know why any dev would ever say it was intended. If you tap a Barbican, I don't mean fully repair, if you tap it up to 1 HP, it gets its vision. So that's why he topped it off to 0 again. Like, he made sure it didn't have a single percentile of HP. Otherwise, your opponent would be getting free vision in this area. Well, the good news is, although those villagers don't get to go home furrow, you have to realize that their cousins had so many kids they won't be missed, right? Turns out we've got plenty of hands to till the farms. 92 eco to 54 now. Tech up has come through from B. He has still got an opportunity to play for relics, but it's going to get more difficult when he dives like this. Those are Vet Shuginu. Oh my god. And he should count his lucky stripes he did not lose more. I think that was 5 knights going down. Could have easily been double that. At this point, this should be a breakout. I wouldn't be surprised if Anatan now drops the monastery. and start surging out monks, because you can easily contest the one recovery arc of the Rus, which is relic gathering here. Nice, are still lingering around. Wait, wait, is B going for the play he should have continued at 1 minute into the game? He's actually going to try to wall him in. This doesn't work. This would have worked a few minutes ago, but now it's too late. If you get this up, Anatan is sleeping at the wheel. In fact, with the keep going up, you most definitely are not going to complete this wall. And behind this, we've got farm transition now coming in. Yeah, this is where the game truly gets scary for B. If you're wondering, like, why did I call it GG 2 or 3 minutes ago? The game's still going on. Because now you've reached a stage where Anatan gets to do this farm transition for free, right? In the... There's no pressure that can come out. B's an age behind. He lost way too many knights. He finally caught up, yes, but it's come at a price. He wasted too much time on the Barbican, and he allowed Anatan to reach this comfortable point. I always say if you're above 90 economy as the Chinese, a farm transition is quite comfortable. It doesn't kill your game. And that's why there's not really much B can do about this, right? He's going to have to play for a much later phase of the game, but to do that, he first needs to eco up. And then he needs to survive the Chinese zombie apocalypse. B trying to get cheeky with a few raids in. And this is where I'm actually expecting Anatan to just commit to some walls on the flank here. I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't tried it yet. Like, actually, there's enough stone left over here to get this covered, which is really important considering that's a quick and easy sneak into the back of your base. Instead, looks like our boy is focused on getting those relics. He misplaced a farm. Not a farm! Oh no. I love that there's just a horse over time fertilizing this little farm. But we're at what? Probably 40? 34. 34 farms right now. That's more than good enough to now start just surging troops down the center, right? That's why these walls are up from B. He's trying to buy time. Meantime, the gathering begins. Villagers caught out in the wrong location here by Anatan. The mistake made there. He's trying to shift out for the stone. Well played by B to be aware of that, though. Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked Anatan isn't trying to systematically set up walls. Really, when you're in this type of position, it's worth it just to move out with your troops into one area, wall off, move to the next, wall off. He hasn't done any of that so far. Like, if I had to criticize one element of Anatan's build, it might be that. And I can't say I'm surprised. For a guy who started by dropping his Barbican away from his base, it's fitting to the narrative that he's not focusing on a structural approach to his defenses, right? He's kind of just punting himself out there. I think even at this point, say, walling between these short tree lines would pay off just to stop any night raids. Like, you are up against the Rus. You have to show respect to that, right? Especially at this stage in the game, Boys Fortitude is a nice little boon that they get access to that makes their knights just better than most other civs at this stage. Well, that said, though, Anatan, a man who likes to attack, is looking to do exactly that. A lot of Chiginu now on the move towards B's side of the map. Relic has at least been picked and pulled back, so it looks like we're going to get probably a 4-1 split here, as B still has a safe Relic in the back corner. However, that doesn't quite make up for the 50 economy deficit here. That's a bigger deficit than my home country's economy these days. And it's going to make it a hard battle that requires a lot of outskill from B. Now, he could consider going in for a second TC. I actually like that idea once he's scaled to like 60 military. It sounds weird to wait, but you have to make sure you've got a big enough army to try and repel. And also right now, like, the positives for B is Anatan's army is not focused on ending the game quickly. When I see mass spears, mass Chiginu, mass crossbows, these are all slow-moving units. They're not designed to just bleed you straight away. I think instead Anatan might just try to get towards Imperial here, get into Yuan Dynasty, and then look to end the game quickly from there. Tango. Whoops. Anatan's. I love as soon as someone in chat says Anatan's maxed out, we free up a little bit of population, you know? It's a nice little fight here. Barbican is most definitely not going to be repaired in time. Still no walls coming from Anatan. Actually, scrap that. West side is finally protected. Okay, so this is starting to look really cozy. Imperial Palace is now on the way. Now, this is interesting. a lot of players typically will look for Imp before they look for the Imperial Palace, right? A different kind of Imperial. But the reason he's doing this is right now, Pascal can get a lot of value. The map's still kept open to a certain degree, right? You can burn through these walls, and then you can start flooding. And I think the goal for Anatan, what he's seeing right now, is he's understanding that B can't be fully eco set up for late game, right? He can't have mass farms yet. So if you catch him now, you can probably find him predictably on tree lines, and at a point where he doesn't have enough food to match your comp. And although you're going to spam Palace Guard into Knights, the reality is that Knight count isn't that big. And even Spearmen could actually raid at this stage. Knights once again sneaking in. I know, getting those keeps up. Barbican is going to be brought down again, but the castle up on the gold is really important here. Anatan's going to have everything he needs to either search Age or search Palace Guard, and I think it's going to be both here. He slowed down the production a bit on PG. Realistically, from this position, he should be easily able to just get up into Imperial. Villagers on the backside now forced to fight. B does at least have textiles, but what he does not have is a second TC to replace these losses. And look at that insane movement speed. I still am always baffled that this is a dynasty you can get. A little tacked on additive. 15% movement speed might not sound like a lot of infantry, but when you consider what marching drills does to the HRE, I think you can see why this is so absurd. In fact, you're just seeing it in the chase down. Like, what makes it even more frustrating is whether it's Palace Guard or Spearman, at this point in the game, you're usually going to be chasing him with Horsemen if you're looking at something that gap closes. And Horsemen will lose to both those units, right? So yeah, like, it's always been a frustration with this unit. It's why, quite often, when you play against Chinese, the best piece of advice you're given is make sure you wall for the late game. Because if you don't have stone walls up, you're not stopping these guys. And that's a problem here, folks. Because you can't build stone walls as the Rus. Not unless you want to sacrifice a very powerful Imperial Age landmark. And that's not to mention the fact you have to get to Imperial. Another reason why Anatan is doubling down now. You can see he's saving up. It's inherently going to happen. Imperial will be on the way. But he's kept this pressure up because at this stage in the game, there's no way that B can keep him out permanently. And that's an interesting difference, right? Like, if this was a game against, like, I don't know, let's say any other Civ, Ottomans, Juji, English, whatever, they would have tried to stonewall these. They would have seen this play starting, they probably would have tried to get stonewalls up. You just can't use this Civ. It's one of very few weak points for Rus, is I'd say defenses fail you a bit in Castle. Right? Palisades are still strong, but when your opponent starts approaching 200 pop, these wooden walls seem quite pathetic. B is going to be getting the bad news soon. Great Wall Gatehouse is being built up. Keep on the side. This is about as protected as you can get for a farm area on a map like this. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, little tip, guys. If you want to build the Great Wall Gatehouses quicker, build a wall blueprint, tap the center of the wall, then drop the landmark, and all these villages will work around it. It's always the stupid thing with the Great Wall Gatehouse. It's not 21 villages building up, it's about 10. Tech up complete. And let the spam begin. I'm wondering what B sees as his comeback now. Because going Imperial is going to take way too long here. He still needs to set up the farms, and he's still getting raided at the back by these infantry. Infantry that are going to start hitting a lot harder soon. Yeah, this one's over. Good news, though. It's a best of 3. It means we get at least one more game between these absolute mad lads. And I'm excited for it, man. The fact that China and Rus was let through on the drafting phase makes me wonder what else we have coming up. Maybe some HRE, a little bit of Abbasid, maybe a sprinkle of Byzantines. And maybe 2 busted Civs coming out is the most exciting part, right? Like, because that's what we got here. Rus versus Chinese. And I mean, it kind of shows you just how good Chinese is and competitive that they can do this. I would say there were mistakes made by the Rus here, by B for sure. But I think China right now is kind of more threatening in a lot of people's eyes. It used to be that you saw China and you just all in, like, B tried here, but you went for the kill before 20 minutes. I think now with the buffs to Imperial Academy, people are a little bit more paranoid about China's potential to play feudal. And it means that quite often when you should be going for the kill and blow, you're tending to see players hesitate a bit. He still doesn't have this short ramp, but with 50 plus path guard, this is kind of undeniable. I feel like B's going to take one fight when Elite Army Tactics comes in, and he's going to realize there's no hope here. Love the fact that Anatan's also getting Damascus Steel. Really underrated when you play into EAT. Just gets you so much additional damage. Villages, Anatans. You know, the dumb part about this build at this point is he can lose all these and still not care, right? Like, he still would have an insane eco lead. Not gonna lie, folks, at first glance when I looked at it, I thought it was all warrior monks. There's like 4 or 5 in there. This, by the way, is why I consider China to be one of the most toxic civs in the game. When they get to this stage and do this, it looks so broken. The goal is to not let them get here, but that's usually easier said than done. And I think B is about done here. Just a few of these guys leaking in again is way too much damage. At this stage, Textiles feels irrelevant. You get 4 tapped by PG. And at least 4 of them are getting back there every time. Castle drop now coming in from Anatans. Not really going to be stopped here, which means there's going to be no gold access for B and no hopes of ever climbing out of this hole. GG called. Game 1 will go to the former 3D Clan member.
Woo! That was a good one. What do you guys think of that game? Pretty hype, right? The Barbican obsession was wild to me still to this day after watching that game. So we are going to be getting ready for more King of Dry Arabia games. So there's actually a Cat versus Elyona series that needs to be cast. Let me open up the game. And we can start cooking with that. So, what we got here? I should have updated the other streams thing. Whoopsie. Misspelled a bit. Well, that's eerily silent. I'll say. Why the hell is Age of Empires not opened? Alright, there we go. So I think we'll see how this series goes. I don't know how long it's going to be. If it's a long one, it might be what we end the stream on, but we'll see. I think I'm aiming for at least 8 hours live today. If you guys have not used your Prime subs yet, I don't know why. 8 hours stream? Dude, the amount of ads you get to dodge? King of Dry Arabia started already. It's the qualifiers. So main event starts, I think it's mid to late July, if I'm not mistaken. It should be after King of the North. But we need to get all the players qualified. So we've covered most of the series. I think there's just one series left over. Warman cast 3 of them, and we've cast 2 of them so far. We're going to cast the final one now, which was Elyona versus Cat. So let me get that up. I don't think I'm going to have the draft for this one because I don't know if Cat or Elyona are online to pass the draft. But we're going to be opening up with Deli versus Abbasids. So, sorry, I'm just checking messages. I'm getting spammed left, right, and center by so many people. They always wait until I'm online, you know? Always wait until I'm streaming. Okay. So, let me have a look here. I think we are ready to get underway. Let me reset the score as well. I absolutely adore this matchup because on one side you have the epitome of I do one thing, on the other you have so many options on the table. You never quite know what the Abbasids are going to try to do when they're up against an aggressive civ like the Deli. That's right, it's the showdown of the Berry Boys, and we've got some very good gamers to kick this one off. Qualifying series, the King of Dry Arabia event, Elyona in the red on the Deli, and on the other side, it's going to be up against 3D Clan's Cat in the blue playing as the Abbasids. Best of 3, single elim, get it right, or it will be good night. Score is on. So, Dry Arabia is pretty much the theme of this. If you didn't get it from the name, King of Dry Arabia, it's all we do with this tournament format. Basically, every single game is going to be played on this. So it's going to be best of threes. I think the group stage is best of fives, and then best of seven finals. So a lot of Dry Arabia. We did have a draft. 4 civs picked on each side. 3 will be used. Kind of curious to see how Cat plays this, though. I've been really impressed. I think Cat is really coming to his own as a player. The only thing I think I've been critical of Cat before is I think his execution point is a little bit hesitant. We've seen games where Cat is very clearly ahead, and it's almost like he doesn't understand that he's ahead. He's a little bit paranoid. It reminds me of how even the best players were playing, say, 2 years ago, where they play for the safe choice instead of playing for the all-in choice. It's also polarizing because Cat, as a player himself, is very much all-in from what I've seen. He tends to just send ram after ram a lot of the time when you watch on the ladder. So something has to change in the tournament format if he wants to go deep. Elyon on the other side has been on the rise hard. I remember we had a show match between Elyon and Voldemar a few weeks back. Everyone was convinced Voldemar would wipe the floor of him. It ended up being the other way around. Elyon looked dominant. He's the second best player in France, which, if you know who the first best player in France in Age of Empires 4 is, being second is no small feat. It's hard to be first there. But what I also want to know is that whole idea of understanding your closing point and how to end the game. Very difficult in this particular matchup, because I feel like, if anything, you're more oriented to be defensive, considering how dominant the Deli proved to be time and time again in the feudal age. Looks like we have got the military wing opener coming out from Cat as well. Pretty standardized play right now. I really like the opening the military wing up against the Deli. The reason is that by going military wing, you force your opponent to not go stables first into Ghazi, because a military wing is going to spawn 2 archers, 2 spears, right? So you have the perfect counter to Ghazi opening. Your opponent can try to brute force it, but it just gives a better opening trade across to the Abbasids. Best in France is core. No. Best in every country is core, right? I think that's how that works. Now, what I have been seeing is a few Abbasid players trying 2TC here. It's a little bit dicey, but the logic is if you can force your opponent to go Archer first, you have the time for 2TC, but you can't rush it. So what I'd love to see from Cat is gather the wood like he is now. Ooh, jumping the mining camp this quickly is the scary part, though. Because now, if you make the wrong call, if your military wing doesn't force your opponent to do anything but Ghazi as an opener, those Ghazi can be a blocker to your TC extension on the deer or the berries. So keep an eye out for that detail. I'm wondering if Elyon is going to sniff it. He's a little bit too busy sniffing sheep right now. Yeah, that actually sounded as weird as I was expecting. But he's got 15 sheep in the mid-map. Kind of surprised he hasn't gone to check on what's happening, because this detail is very important. He also hasn't... Well, he's gauged the spawn, right? But he missed the middle. So he knows about the berry extensions. Those should be his prime targets. Forward berries as well is kind of awkward for Cat in this game, because you are expecting the Deli to be the more aggressive party here. Also, shout out to Dry Arabia for more frequently spawning these more balanced sacred site spots recently. Been noticing this as a recurring theme. It used to be sometimes you get this wild out there one to the far north. I feel like 90% plus of games right now, I'm seeing this type of spread, which is just overall more balanced for everyone involved. Tech up complete. So this is where Elyon on moment of truth, right? Wood's being gathered. A little bit of a delay on his timing, but he knows Millie's coming. That should be dead obvious. He scattered it around when it was being triggered originally. Libany's the worst when it comes to sacred site generation. That's why we're not playing on Libany. And also, if you use the EGC version, it's not terrible. So yeah, Elyon, he's going to balls against the walls. This is smart. He's anticipating the second TC placement, right? The cool thing as well is you can kind of just dodge the archer spears, really. And it's funny because Cat isn't trying to aggro with them at all. Instead, he's using them to shove the deer. There's another thing I like about Abbasids. I think they have one of the easiest deer shoves of any civ in the game. Because if a scout shows up and starts trying to lame the deers, you can start peppering him with arrows, you catch him once or twice with a stab, and he's just dead. And this means that, actually, Cat might just be able to get away with more defensive TC. I don't think you necessarily go on the gold, because I think you have to play a bit of feudal. Yeah, he's going to go very defensive. That's smart. He's bringing the deer to him, and this guarantees that the first Ghazi can't dive in and idle you out at all. So really smart play. Even creates a cool little choke point to make sure there's no wrap in, because if a Ghazi goes into that choke point, spears will cut him off behind. You don't know how to tell the wings apart, so military wing should always be left. Trade wing should be right.
And I think, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, I think Eco Wing's down here. Like here. And then finally, Culture Wing up here. I always get the Culture Wing and Eco Wing mixed up. But Millie Wing's here, and Trade Wing, you get like a wide little bump out here. So Alyona, he has scouted out the second TC. This is a hunker game now. Cat will have to contest, though. This is the beauty of playing Deli. As much as I hate them, one thing I respect about the Deli, as a Civ in AoE4, is the fact that they force you to be present in the game, which I quite like. Right? I actually wish there was more leans towards that idea of not turtling in a corner. We talked about how sometimes even Dry Arabia is sinful for this, where they give a player a really good back spawn, so they don't have to come out on the map at all. Archer range being added in, so Alyona. Pretty much standard play here, right? Like, you have to go Archer, you don't want to go Spears. Your opponent already has an Archer opening. Also, it benefits the Abbasids to be able to scale Archers here. So if you open Spears, like, even if he's going Horseman, you ideally want to max Archers on both sides, right? Like, the Abbasids love it for the composite bows and castle, and then the Deli absolutely adore it for the attack speed. And big shout out to Divine Calculate. Thank you very much, mate, for the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm. Don't forget to get those Primes in. If you watch this later on YouTube as well, come across to the Twitch. You're missing out. We've got a pretty awesome community here. Some walls going up. He's respecting this, right? Like, the Ghazi are incredibly efficient at just cutting you wide. And this guarantees he gets the 8 stack of berries, which is an insane amount of food, right? It's usually 2,000 food for normal civs, but the Abbasids add 100 in, so it's 2,800 food safely here with a superior gathering rate. An insanely superior gathering rate, right? The 35%. And on top of that, you're going to get... Oh, sorry, 50%. And on top of that, you're going to get the extra 15%, right? Like, it's ridiculous just how quickly Abbasids will munch through this. Yeah, 50% overall is pretty crazy. And actually, that's why I've had faith in the Deli to kind of have an edge against the Abbasid to have an edge against the Deli potentially. I think there is a window; it's just hard to navigate because although you've got a better economy, you're matching better economy versus better military, right? So it requires correct timing. It's the brown one. Hold on a sec. This is a very defensive style by Cat. Wait, is he going to go castle? When I see someone hunker down like this, I have this overwhelming feeling they're heading towards castle. It could be that Cat is just walling up so he can put everything into a front assault. Logic being walls will protect you against raids, and you don't have to dance the dance. Yeah, I know some people moaning about walls recently, but like one of the big problems is the moment you nerf walls, you make cavalry even better, right? And although there are some opinions about horsemen sucking, I think we can all agree things like Knights and Ghazi Raiders perform absolutely beautifully. Ghazi in particular. Actually curious, what do you guys think? Would you favor Abbasids here or Deli? Deli 1, Abbasids 2s. 6 sites now locked in. Deli knocking at the door. I mean, the problem is, like, Cat now has to scale mass archers, but I think you need about 3 or 4 minutes to reach an eco point where you'll eclipse the Deli completely, right? As you scale deeper and deeper and deeper into the feudal age and add more archer ranges, that's where Abbasids get advantage. Not just because they have 2 TC, but it's because you offset the military efficiency when you inflate your archer count that much, right? Because the reality is most Deli players won't add in more than 3, maybe 4 scholars at max, so they're not going to be able to garrison every single production building. So logic is when you go up to 8, 10 production buildings, Deli, they start to lose their edge there in terms of speed. And you might be noticing that Deli do not wall in the sites. Big little lesson for people who play Deli right now. If you're all in on feudal, you should really not need to wall in sites. The only potential risk is if you're against Cav. Right, this is a full infantry comp, so Cat realistically can never go to decap a site. It would just be a fail. Cat is definitely going to have to make a play to decap one soon. Actually wondering, is Cat going to add Horseman or delay? It's kind of surprising here, right? like, you have a pretty prime game to spam Horseman. You've got a decent amount of food behind you. Maybe he's worried about the fact that they're both berry civs and he'd run out of food first. So, like, Ghazi would eventually eclipse Horseman. It's definitely worth going for a Camel Archer here with the way the counter's playing. Like, we're up to 13 Ghazi now. You can see at least 10 of them. So, I am a little bit surprised how often Camel Archers get delayed on the add-in, but I think the paranoia for Cat is he doesn't have enough units yet, enough archers. And if you choose to build a Camel Archer, you're sacrificing 2.5 archers worth of production. That puts you even further behind in the grand scheme of things, right? And when the race is to scale archers, that just guarantees that Deli can reach in and snipe that one camel. Deli got to reach in and snipe something else. Rams on the move in now. Immediate knock on the front door. Cat has built a healthy lead, 15 villagers up, but he'd like to build more here. TC's going to get garrisoned. Rams moving in. Archers, I mean, the awkward thing here is like this dive could actually give the edge over to Cat. He's going to commit to it anyway. Run straight in, head first to the Ghazi. Now, the interesting thing is he's frontlining with the villagers inside the TC. If he ungarrisoned them, he could actually do some dirty things with the Spearman right now, because you could shift them to the other side of the TC to stab the Ghazi before they retreat. Instead, he just headbutts the fight, and it looks like Elyono is going to have to leave. Town Center is being repaired, so Cat just trying to keep it alive right now. But this feels like a dive that's doomed. Elyono, he does not have enough Ghazi to break through this. He's going to have to leave. Yeah, Archer's just sticking to the target now. So Elyono, an ambitious idea. He has got the Sacred Sites locked in behind this, but we just saw a valuable lesson that any Deli player can learn from. It's the same issue that has plagued Deli for so long. Feudal all-in timings that involve attacking bases put you at a disadvantage. Especially when you scale Ghazi. The whole logic is that you're able to outmaneuver. But when you decide to all-in a base, you are weaker. Right? Compare that to someone like English Feudal with longbows and men-at-arms. That is a much stronger comp at going directly for the throat. I've seen so many games of this now from the Deli. I feel like there's so many games where they have the clear, phenomenal edge, and they just try to end the enemy base, and it throws everything out of whack. And that's what's happened here, right? Like, a lot of units were expended. Cat still maintains his eco lead of about 20, and he still has that second TC to keep him flaying him. And now, he's going to decap that Sacred Site. Looks like Elyono is trying to contest this. Good patience coming out. He's going to have to rush on last second with the Ghazi to make sure he blocks the timer. And it looks like Elyono is ready to party. Not many spearmen here, though. Has to fall back. A nice blocker there. Elyono keeps the timer ticking. Yeah, and that's going to be full reset for Cat. He just doesn't have the scale yet. He did delay the timing, right? Like, it's still not even halfway. Cat has another opportunity to try and break out. I think Elyono needs to be more careful about how he now approaches this, because if you dive the enemy base again, without killing that TC, it's thumbs up for Abbasids. We talked about the idea of a long feudal and why it's good. We're there. Look at this. The archery ranges, the rats count. Like, we're going up to 5 archery ranges now. And on the other side, Elyono's what? Yeah. 4. Right? Because the Scholar doubles production. I don't know, guys. I'm starting to lean for Cat a bit here. Sacred Site. Oh my god, he got the decap. Wow. Well played. Cat. He drew him in. Ironically, Cat was the mouse in that situation, but Elyono got a little bit too tunnel visioned about it. So good sneak. Decap ticked, and that means that actually the win condition for Elyono is gone. He needs to look for a new one. And you can see what his target is. Stacking for Castle Age. Now, that's a very interesting thing about this matchup. This matchup has very peculiar dynamics. Because on one side, the Abbasids can't rush their tech up. On the other side, the Deli can't easily rush their tech. So although they can rush an age up, they don't get immediate value out of the Archer Mass, right? It's not like Veterancy comes in a minute, right? Usually it's 2.5 minutes at least. So that's just something to keep an eye on. It means that Elyono, he can either try to throw away his army for an exchange, or he tries to pull back and save them and focus on economy. It looks like he's favoring himself as the aggressor here. Combat Defender's coming in behind this. That is going to give a gradual play into eco-scaling for Elyono, but we are still minutes away from that. Elyono knocking at the door. Cat Will not answer though, and Men-at-Arms now being queued up. Men-at-Arms are pretty cool here, right? Like if your opponent goes Golems, they kind of struggle. The problem is Cat, he's already got Milliwing, right? He's heading into Mass Archers. Composite Bows is a wild tool. It's more powerful than Tower Victory, right? 1.37 versus 1.25. Relics will help him in the eco department, but I don't think it'll fully catch him up, right? Relic is worth about roughly 2.5 villages each. More like 2, to be honest with you. So you get 10 of, you get 5 of them, you get 10 extra villages. That doesn't equate, and then you add in the fact that your opponent has Golden Age as well, and also he's probably transitioning farm soon with Agriculture. You start to see why this is going to get more and more Abbasid favored the deeper you get into that Castle Age. Normally, a Deli player has a humongous Castle Age edge here, and that puts them over the top. That hasn't happened here. That dive, that attempt to end that second TC, cost Elyona that advantage. And Elyona, he has chosen to take the wiser of the choices here. Backs up entirely, because he doesn't know when the tech's coming through, right? It's not worth getting caught here when Castle Age triggers for Abbasids and then getting chased in the retreat. To only then fight in your base when they have Veterancy and you have nothing, right? So, good read. Cat, in a scary position here. 72 archers. And now the potential for them to get stronger. Veterancy can be immediately queued up. He could even think about double dipping into Composite Bows right away. He's got the gold. In fact, I'd love to see that here. Instead, Elyona jumps first, sees an opportunity. Ghazi are going to get baited in the spears. Nice initial stab, 4 taken down. Chases on though. This is the problem with the line formation. Sometimes it kind of betrays you in the retreat. The Composite Bows has been queued up. We are just 35 seconds away from this Archer force slapping the crap out of the Deli. Behind the walls we can go here. Veterancy close to triggering. Now, this is nice, right? Like, he's still actually got the massive archers. Most of the spearmen are gone, but this is switching away from spears anyway. It looks like Elyona is trying to lean back in with the lances, so Cat can re-answer. But for the time being, small counts of lances, veteran archers with Composite Bows will answer that. Speaking of which, Veterancy comes through. Composite Bows follows. Dude, the timing on this is disgusting from Cat. He's lined it up to kind of bait Elyona in, so there's a big risk that Elyona loses the entire army. In fact, I think that's about to happen here. Cat should be looking to confidently move forward. Instead, just standing his ground with the A-clicks. Gets back behind the walls. Men-at-Arms count has been reduced, but Elyona is milking this. 5th Relic now on the way home for the Frenchman. Sacred Sight's likely to be locked in afterwards, right? Meanwhile, Cat is playing flank resources to cover himself. Fertile Crescent. Oh, wait. No, Honey, no. What? Oh, wow. That was such a blunder. Cat. He didn't wait. So that's what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 farms. 17 farms that you could have, let's just round up. 25, we'll round down. So 15 farms you could have had 25 resource saving on each, right? That's ludicrous. He missed out on saving himself 375 resources. A little bit of a blunder there, but easy to get distracted, right, when you have to take these engagements. Archers, they need some help here, man. The Men-at-Arms are not to be trifled with in this count. When Cat had 60 archers, he could take on Men-at-Arms trickle, but that's not the case anymore. Numbers have shrunk heavily. 30 archers in the front line. Cat at risk of shying away when he needs more resources in the mid. Lancers are starting to arrive now for the Abbasids, though. Spearmen being held back due to the Lancers arriving here. I think this is enough. Elyona's going to have to reset. There's not enough damage to be done here, and it's not worth losing the rest of his army, so he gets what he needs off the map. All relics are accounted for. Village Fortresses is now just a minute and a half away. This is where Elyona can try to target a hunker down. He just needs to be careful about his timings, right? Like, if this turns into an Abbasid's fast imp build, rather, especially with the type of economy he's starting to get, with the farm set up, we could be seeing the sunset of the Deli Empire. It's really important that Elyona finds opportunities to still attack. Mango. Nice initial wallop there. Cat. Sleeping on the job here. Okay, this is impressively back and forth, which normally when you're looking at these direct assaults, it kind of snowballs one way, but they're doing a great job on both sides to kind of reset this. However, I think it's undeniable that Cat, he may just need to go hunker down and reset into a new comp. Because Mass Archers only works
when you have mass. Yeah, that's only massive by the standards of a mini person, right? That's only massive by the standards of the borrowers. If you guys have seen that film, the little people. The size of like a hand. Interesting Golem choice as well from Cat. I'm not really sure why he wants Golem so badly. Your opponent isn't that deep in archers, and I think Men-at-Arms handle Golems fine. Right? Like, Golems will win one-on-one, but that's not how it works. It's not how RTSs work. You have to think about the cost efficiency, right? It's 150 versus 120. And the interesting thing is Men-at-Arms with Tower Victory contest Golems really well. Cat, next wall lineup coming in. Is he thinking of harvesting the stone pretty hard here? Maybe like a keep drop on the 8k veins? There's a lot of value in the south side of this map. You've got double 4k and then an 8k. Oh, speaking of the south side. Uh-oh, Cat. 10 villagers out here. Only room for safety for 5. Fortunately, Alyona doesn't realize the auto-click betrays him here. Or the attack click. Auto-click. Yeah, so villagers should be able to get away. Maybe 2 to 3 go down maximum, but that's better than it should have been for Cat. Now just leaning hard into crossbow plus Men-at-Arms. This is really good, by the way. The more you can force Cat into this crossbow Men-at-Arms type comp on both sides, the better it is for Deli due to the attack speed buffer. Love this detail from Cat, though. It's kind of crazy, right? Horseman seems really greedy, but remember, he's 43 farms deep already. He has got... Okay, he has not got agriculture tech for wild reasons I cannot explain. I think he just forgot about it. But with this type of income, Horseman is scalable. Cat just needs to start spending it. I think he's actually lacking the production at this stage. Mango is going to get targeted out here. Baron Horseman should be able to take it down before the crossbows can count them, so nicely played there. Nice dodges as well. So Cat sticks to his guns, and Alyona now has to back off. As soon as you lock in the sacred sites, they are going to be unlocked here. Good fight, actually. Cat, just the right amount of horsemen to get rid of that sore thumb. I can't help but feel that things are starting to slip for Alyona. Food income is notably lower than Cat's, even though Cat's not fully eco-efficient yet. We do at least have multi-TC now, right? Like, if he's got 1 keep? God, yeah, it's only 1. This is quite grim for Alyona. I don't like his position in this game. He's behind by almost 40 villages. And on top of that, he has no standing army, right? And this castle, because he positioned it on the keep, on the stone rather, for more keeps, he can be dodged. Yeah, that's right. Straight into the main. Or not. Mango comes out just in time. But this is wave 1. Horseman now on the way for Cat. Archers also being rebooned is a really smart call here. Your opponent is leaning on crossbows to try and hold. Archers is always the way to win. It's kind of interesting, right? Like, in some ways, I think compared to some of the big flank attacks and whatnot, these type of games can seem a little bit trivial because of the way they go back and forth. But I respect it because it's back and forth. It's not just a tug of war where one player was constantly winning. You could feel both players had potential, but I still think Alyona, he left the prime of his potential back in that feudal age with the Rams. That play, if he hadn't made that choice, I genuinely think he would have closed this out by now. But credit to Cat. You know, doesn't stare a gift horse in the mouth. The moment he sees an opportunity, he fully exploits it. Now Alyona starting to feel uncomfortable in this game. Mass migration of villagers off the tree line. There are not many safe places right now for Alyona. A lot of stone gathering happening in the north side, but you know, if you build the keeps there, who's protecting your actual base? And oh my god, look at the mini-map. Rohirrim and Footman to boot. Horseman moving in. Triple Mango. Alyona needs to back up to the choke point. He can't be exposed here for a second. Shots are whiffing though. Farm's getting idled out, and Alyona, that's worrisome. He needs bio. He needs a front line here. This is such an uncomfortable game. The only reason he is not dead is those choke points. Is the one thing keeping Cat out from flooding in. It's the one thing keeping the Cat in the bag. But I think That cat is about to spring out of the bag like you just threw it in water. Jesus, that got dark. Imperial is now on the way. Trade Wing is coming in just a minute and 30 seconds. And Elyona, in a game where he already lacks the substance, the answer to what Cat is pumping, he now has a bigger problem. Oh, raid by the horsemen on the farms as well. Elyona barely keeping 1,000 food income together at this stage. Such an interesting matchup for this reason, right? We mentioned that I don't think Deli are inherently just favored by default. There's a lot of caveats. Abbasids have so many different approaches, I want to say, to the game right now, that it tends to kind of skew the Deli perspective, right? And I think the awkward thing for Deli is they themselves are so predictable by comparison. They do the same type of build again and again. We see it over and over. Almost fell victim to that, but now you just see that agency he has on the game. The economy truly is unrivaled for the Abbasids. This is a tug and pull game, isn't it? Every time he rats on one side, come on the other. The funny thing is, like, Cat has such a good economy, he could just eclipse the Spiral count and win this easily. It's almost like he's playing with his food. I'm wondering if that's going to hurt him later in this game. Later in this series, rather. This game, to me, feels mostly unlocked, bar Cat doing something really, really bad. But when you play this type of style, what Cat's done, where genuinely a slower approach with Springles should have just won you the game, it is the type of detail a player of Elyona's caliber will know and will look to exploit in the following up games. This game, this looks a bit cooked. Hand cannon is queued up. Elite Gulem's on the way, so it doesn't even care about the spears, the crossbows anymore. And we talked about the gold lock. He's played for the north side. Meanwhile, looks like Elyona did get a keep drop on the south. Something that Cat's about to discover the hard way, as the villagers are shifting out now. The other issue now is with them being in Imp, or rather Cat being an Imp, which forces an Imp state, Elyona's entire siege advantage should just dissipate, right? Like, if you just go for a Culverin or two, it's over. Interesting choice of the Camel Riders. I assume that's a misclick? There's basically no reason to build Camel Riders. I mean, they are very tanky, so I guess you could argue the pop efficiency. But outside that, they don't really offer too much. Keep drop. How many are we up to? 4 now? Yeah, 4 castles added by Elyona. So that is going to gap close the eco situation. God, these dives are getting a little bit wild. I wouldn't mind this if Cat was at least locking Sacred Sites, ironically, against the Deli. But he's been very slow to that play. Now, don't get me wrong, Elyona is still very much up against the ropes here. He's still got to make his way up into Imperial, which is 3,600 resources. Right, just think about the scale of that. While you're spending 3,600 resources, Cat could be spending all that resource on getting more hand cannoneers. That's 15 extra gunners, which would get him to critical mass. If, however, here we go, here's the big if. If Elyona somehow threads this needle, and he scales hand cannoneers, which remember, you can scale them very fast with Deli, right? It takes you 26 seconds with Military Academy to build them. And then on top of that, if you just go ahead and slap a Scholar inside, you could have them out in 13 seconds per. Here we go. Elyona is going to try to find his way out of the hole. Hissar Academy now on the way. Scholar counts at 2. That's actually a problem because it means that Elyona's only real existence in Imp is Bombards and Hand Cannoneers. With 2 Scholars, you're not unlocking text quickly. Like, for example, check this. 12 minutes. 12 minutes to get his hands on Men-at-Arms Elite status. Might be free, but sometimes you really wish you could just pay for it. You know, that is the equivalent of Spotify
free, right? Like, pay the premium or get ads to the excruciating point that it feels like a 12-minute wait. I've been experiencing that recently. You know what Deli without scholars is? 12-minute wait time, that's like not being subscribed to my channel. Think about all the ads that could be in your way. There it is. Queue up anything that we can actually get that feels valuable. It doesn't need an elite tech first. Hand cannon is being queued up. This should be too late for Alyona. I mean, he can replace the men-at-arms for the time being. With only 2 scholars, I just don't see how you ever get imp techs here. Wait, did Cat not capture the South Sacred Site, or did that get decapped? I think he's fixing that now. Castle is about to get dropped. Gold now unlock. 3 Sacred Sites fully locked in for Cat. Alyona has to come out and fight. I mean, does he really, though? He's got 10 minutes? This feels a bit rushed. I think his theory is that Alyona has everything in one location while Cat is stretched, but the reality is actually Cat's entire army is not that far away. And they're ready to party. Gulem's ready to boogie on in. Chemistry now being queued up. 1 minute away. Mango shooting on the crossbows, but that's fine. If Cat tanks the crossbows, the Mango shots, that's perfect. It's the hand cannons that need to die. Cat is immediately focused on dodging out with those. Frontline is failing him. Alyona at risk of being pushed all the way back to his base. I don't think he's going to have much to defend with at this rate. Hand cannons are in range now of both the crossbows and the Mangoes. They'll go for the killing blow. Siege needs to retreat. Alyona trying to backstab a few of these men-at-arms now. Dodges coming out from the hand cannons, and that's access gained. Mangoes now dropping. And without them, Alyona is struggling. No big gold access, 4,000 food in reserve, but no good way of spending it in this game. That has to be it. A tough game here for Alyona. One that he'll feel he had the means and opportunities to close earlier on. But seemingly that desire to dive, that paranoia about the 2TC crept up and kicked him out. And now Cat is ready to boot him out perma. Camel support now on the way. The +2 armor here will do wonders in these engagements, especially considering those men-at-arms are still 9 minutes away from elite tech. Oh my god. Elite Ghazi? Oh yeah, let me just get those Elite Ghazi for you. It's only going to take us a very reasonable 8.5 minutes. Soon. Oh, what's that? Biology to make them unkillable? Yeah, just 10.5 minutes. It's fine. You want to really cringe? Core Architects. Still 9 minutes to go, and it's already, what, a third of the way through? Cat is ready, man. Look at this. Full party with the camels. That's pretty cool, actually. Camel Riders is a really solid shout here. Remember, they get bonus damage versus Cav. Guess what elephants count as? Oh, that's such a clever read. We don't actually see it that often. But really, elephants is maybe the only thing that Alyona can use to front line, and that's just not going to work here. Camel Rider's coming in, and immediately the elephants break off the run. Cat will be the one finding himself a match point. I mean, it kind of fits with performance, right? Like, no offense to Alyona, but, you know, obviously Cat was the one who made it into the EGC main event. For Master of Realms, Alyona slipped a bit short. Cat has definitely looked like he's been faring a little bit better in the current meta than Alyona, but I still think this is going to be a very close series, right? L's got some pretty cool tricks, but for now, he's going to be taking the L in game number 1. If you guys want to win, though, why don't you go ahead and click that Protein Works link right now. Did I mention that, like, these meals are working out at, like, £1 each? We were talking about the coffee earlier. That's, like, well less than a pound. I think it's, like, less than $1 each. Especially if you use the Killer Pigeon code to check out.
All right, game 1 down. Let's get ready for the second one. You're winning all your games and not getting casted anymore? Don't worry, we'll be back for the losses. Voldemort, the risk you run here is the overconfidence. If you now go to Norway and lose in the first round, I don't want you to think about that. I'm more for storylines for the stream's perspective. If that happens, it is going to be quite comedial. I guess maybe that one's uploaded. I don't know. Getting Deli RAM time. RAM timing. Right. Is rare skill. You do it on purpose so I get excited. Ooh. You know what that really sounds like? Like Voldemort doesn't want to admit it. He's culling his hair right now. He's like, I just really want to. I want to like co-cast with KP. The co-host? Wait, who was this? We said a she, so we're not talking about Cal then. One sec, I've got... You want to co-cast me on the LAN? Yeah, but bro, you just admitted you're not going to make grand finals. Wait, just to really clarify for the YouTube recording as well, Voldemort, KP, I want to co-cast you on the LAN, and there's nothing you can do about it. It will be hype. So you just admitted you're just gonna you're gonna throw semi-finals. Oh, I don't know. Welcome back to A4 Action. Let me update that score because we've got a kitty cat not pushing out of this one. Game 1 going the way of 3D Clan's cat. Game 2 under the Malians. Elyona on the other side with the Rus. This is going to be spicy. What do you do in this game as the Rus? We've already seen a few attempts. There was a very interesting game we saw between Core and Zertan in the qualifiers for King of Dry Arabia. In this qualifying series, I've got a feeling maybe Elyona will have a different approach. I feel like Cause was a bit more aggressively oriented. I wonder if Elyona is just going to target an atypical 2TC fast castle build. I imagine Cat will look to do the same. The nice thing is that if your opponent doesn't aggro you, you just get your tech up for free. I feel like the interesting thing with the Rus is if they're very optimal in their TC timing and they drop on the deer, it does kind of light a fire under the Malian's butt to get up to castle quickly. Oh, look at that. We talked about this in the previous set. Going second scout is actually not a bad idea as Malians. You do pay 20 food more, but you get it 10 seconds sooner. That actually gives you advantage in this matchup because although the scout count will go up to 3 for Rus, they have to build the hunting cannon first, which is going to cost them 35 seconds, right? Before they get the second scout. So you actually have an overwhelming advantage there of 20 seconds. No, make that, no, we're not done. 45 seconds. A 45-second window where you should have a second scout and your opponent shouldn't, unless they're willing to sacrifice TC production, which Elyona wasn't. What a cool choice. A nice intercept. Wow, Elyona, no. Dude, he just got distracted on the wolf, so he traded 70 gold for 25. Bruh, if Elyona is willing to make those sort of trades, I'm willing to offer him $5 for $20. Any takers? Yeah, that's a rough one. He does have a reasonable amount of gold, but this is now looking a bit rough. I don't like that Wheelbarrow hasn't been queued up. Little tip to people, if you're past 300 gold, you should definitely have queued up Wheelbarrow. You should queue it up as soon as possible, because what can happen is you might find a state where you've got enough to tech up, and then you've got enough Wheelbarrow.
The better way of doing it is you prime wheelbarrow, and if you don't have enough gold, you cancel the moment you have 400 food. Admittedly, in this game, it worked out for Elyona because he wouldn't have had enough gold for the ideal timing, but he missed a potential chance for it. Can't imagine just standing man side. No pressure point. Looking the gold, this... I mean, I'm wondering if Elyona leans into attack. Because this is a 4 double gold spawn. One is retracted, but I know how this works in a Malian brain, right? You see 2 golds together, you're like, ooh, efficiency. And that's the type of thing that can cost you a game. Especially if you're leaning more greedy here. Oh, wow. Is this... This should still be 2 TC. He just wants the Ford Kremlin to protect. But this could easily be like a night opening. It's just if he does that, he's going to have to actively gather on the gold, which doesn't feel great here. The best situation for a Roost player is getting enough gold so they can get wheelbarrow, tech, and afford 1 night on the opening. So that ends up, you need basically 450 gold total. Because that gives you a pressure point, right? Like 1 night can do a lot of damage. Admittedly, I don't think it's too important in this matchup. I kind of find 1 night openers for the Rus a bit underwhelming in Malian matchups because of the fact that Malian players don't really pull their villages out to dangerous locations, right? They just all sit at home playing patty cake. Who can blame them? Patty cake is fun. I'm curious, actually, with the games you guys have been seeing recently, do you favor Rus or Malians? 1's for Rus, 2's for Malians. Twos. Of course, you're all a bunch of Malian fanboys. Wow, Elyona. TC is going to be on the way. Wait, what? Alright, I'm curious. Do you guys still favor Malians or do you favor Rus? Dude, he's scaling scouts. He's trying to block the TC drop. I don't think you can block it, though. Because it's not ideal, but if Elyona just drops the TC here, the Kremlin is most definitely in range. And you can just garrison the scouts inside the Kremlin, which I think is more DPS than if they attack, right? Because if they attack, they do 11 damage every 2 seconds. If they garrison inside, it's a 12 damage shot every 1.12 seconds. Okay, ignore me. Elyona is going to be a greedy mother ducker. So militia are going to be pulled to defend this. I mean, Cat. Wait, why is Cat gathering stuff? What? Send help. All those people who said 2 are feeling pretty dumb about now. We have a 2TC Malian build. I legitimately think the last time I saw this build win was when the Malians first released, and people weren't sure what to do. This is a very unorthodox build from Cat. Scouts in the meantime are just going to try to harass. Yeah, and if he dives this, he'll die to the Kremlin, right? Like, that thing is absurd. Does buck away. Like, look, 2 shots that quickly. Truly an insane landmark. I said 2, expecting a nice civilized cow boom. No, we've gone full savage here. We've gone condensed 2TC Malians build. What? I mean, not even a loose TC. In a game where his opponent has no military units. He didn't drop one on the deer. He went condensed 2TC. This is unhinged gaming. And Horseman now being queued up by Elyona. Because, you know, who would actively touch gold, right? He has got a few gold workers out now. What is Cat's game strat here? I'm really racking my brain as to what Cat's end goal is. Like, surely we're scaling feudal then. So, what? Frontline, warrior scouts, backline, jabs, or archers? That doesn't work against knights. He's going to have to add in Donzos as well, right? And now there is just a raw 2TC versus 2TC. You're behind, mate. You're 5 villages behind your opponent. You can at least build cows to eat to scale and offset that. And I think that is now on the way, right? Yeah, cows are coming out to be munched on. I hope they're being munched on and not ranched. Because I feel like if he tries to ranch them, he's not going to have enough food for this game. Well, I really hope that he pulls them next. Okay, now I hope it is for a ranch. Dude, Cat's doing weird things to my brain. You know who we blame for this? We blame Dumu. After that Archipelago game, Cat was never the same. He was a cat, and he's like, I think I'm a mouse. And then he's like, oh, he's a cat. He's like, I think I might be a butterfly. Like, he lost his sense for the game. I lost my game sense for the game after that series. Yeah, you walked in on Mali in 2TC. Knights are now moving in as well. So this is what I was talking about. Like, Cat needed spears, right? It's kind of weird that they've come in on such a delay. Like, I'm racking my brain what the end goal is here, because he's not been building units. He went 2TC. He's not building mass ranches. He's only built 1. Cancelled 1. Mass cattle isn't happening. There's not a lot of mass. There's a lot of min here. And I'm a bit worried that Cat didn't have a fully fleshed out plan against what Elyon had done here. Oh my god. I think Cat thought this was a macro game. But Elyon was smart about this, man. Like, I don't blame him. If I saw someone doing 2TC, I'd do this as well. It's all in. Archer range has been dropped already. Rax is being layered in. Cat is playing behind on the comp. He's going to be playing behind the tech. Blacksmith's upgrades coming in. Archers arrive as well. Bad news. Cat now needs to add in the archery range, which probably should have been his biggest priority at first in the beginning of this game, right? Like, typically the way this matchup goes is you open jabs and they can't play archers, right? And then you add donzos by the time the knights arrive. Sometimes you do it the other way around if you see a knight opening. But either way, that's meant to be your comp. The Cat, 2TC, warrior scouts, then donzos, then javelins. It's kind of, I don't want to say it's in reverse. Well, maybe it is, because you should probably never see the TC this early. Oh, you're not making payday here. May not get paid himself, but that's Cat now in the negative, right? Like, the amount of losses here from the pit mines, definitely adding up. This build doesn't look good. Are you sure you don't want to maybe switch to, you don't want to be like maybe a 2TC Malian Boomer? I think actually Alyona could just tech up now. But of course, Alyona has no chill. Siege engineering now on the way. Oh my god. When was the last time you saw a Malian player doing this? Be honest. No, guys, it's totally logical, because what it is he wants one of those nice cranberry sauces to just ooze across the beef. Okay, actually, cranberry sounds bad there. He wants wild berries to crush into a sauce to accompany the delicious prime steak. Perhaps now coming in. Also, a lot of pocket eco. Wow, look at this. Alyona everywhere on the map. Now, if Cat had continued scaling scouts, maybe he'd threaten these, but instead, Alyona remaining very efficient on income. We won't talk about Cat. For TC, I legit think he just forgot about the Mansa. Yeah. Well, what's the video name for this? When you forget you left your Mancer on stone and build a TC? I mean, the first one seems to have been intentional to a certain degree. But now it's just forgotten. Oh, no. It's such an easy thing to overlook. Like, when do you ever toggle to stone with Mancer Quarry? Like, it very, very rarely ever happens for the Malians. And we're seeing exactly why it should very rarely ever happen for them. Oh, you're not scared of the very expensive outpost that Cat has built. Rams will just target the pit mine instead. This is always an annoying thing for Roos up against Malians, these choke points. Makes it much harder to navigate with Knights. Trade out underway. Donzos. There's not many of them here. There's so many Knights on the front line as well. Archers are continuing to dive in. Meantime, pit mine is going to be taken down. Cat is also housed. That means this is a glorified outpost now. Well, luckily for him, good guy Elyona is here to relieve a little bit of pressure on the population. It's a purge. Dive him deeper. Elyona is throwing away his military lead the longer he hangs here, but behind this, value is being found. Cat cannot produce new units. He's losing too many houses. This has gone full scramble-brained. Elyona may have gotten a little bit overzealous with the dive, but considering the position he finds himself in here, it's not going to be enough to forfeit the game, right? Like, Cat, he does still have a defense force. He will hang in there. But if I don't see 3 ranches... Oh, Jesus. Wait, he's eating the cows! Oh, my God. He has no gold, right? So he can't just generate more to eat. He had to vacate the cows to eat them. Now, it's no secret that I'm not a big fan of the way Malians function. I think it's a bit of a broken concept. But this game is legitimately making me feel bad for the Malians. Right? Is anyone else getting a guilty feeling? Like, part of you wants to be like, yeah, take that, Malians. But at the same time... This is brutal to witness. No? Wow, dude, you guys are merciless. Congrats on your pit mine. Here's your reward. Oh no. Dive in as well. Dude, the archers are just gunning for the Donzos. They don't care. Now it looks like there's going to be a backstab coming in. Militia Knights underneath the TC. And Cat, there's another reason why Malians probably shouldn't have so many villages. Because when you get dove like this, where do you hide? Please tell me he has textiles. He probably wishes he had it with the amount of diving going on here. Once again, Elyona throws away his army. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing farms at this rate. There's 1,500 wood at home for Elyona to utilize. Pit mine once again goes down. I think Elyona's... Yeah, there we go. He has to add farms. Like, he's way too tunnel vision right now. Just spend. If your goal here is to body this entire game, at least get the infinite food for it. Now, very fair point comes from the Mayor. Elyona lost a lot of archers. That's true, but Malians are 2 TC. I don't... I feel like I'm memeing, but I'm not. This 2 TC build is such a struggle to figure out. Don't get me wrong. Like, I respect Cat for experimenting, finding new builds. That's actually what I always praise players for, because I don't like this obtuse idea that there's one way to play the game. However, on the verge of qualifying for the main event, this was a bold time to pull this strat out and then have to come into a third game decider, right? Because right now, that is the direction we're trending in. And by the way, that's with Elyona taking really bad fights, right? Like, I want you guys to be pretty cognizant of this. The last 2 engagements were not great from Elyona, but he still has an eco lead. He still has a military lead. It's not one of those fake eco leads where, oh my god, we've got all this gold from pit mines and we've got all these ranches. No, those don't exist. The pit mines are back up, but I wouldn't be surprised if they drop down again instantly. Oh, Yona now on his way to castle. Villagers frontlining. Because guess what? Cat doesn't really have many units to torch down rams with. It's also important he doesn't let the ram touch this wall too much. Remember, they do double damage up against walls. So basically just over 3 hits to kill a wall. High trade house now come. Ooh. Okay, you know how this mini game works. Get your numbers in. Breathe them deep. Let me know when they come at us. There's a high probability Elyona. Oh, I think he's on the verge of tier 2. I don't think he's got it yet, though. Because he took the ball. No, I think he got it. Because he got enough for wheelbarrow after the fact. So he got roughly, I reckon, like 190-ish, and then the ball put him over. So he's definitely tier 2 on bounty. Tech up complete, though, and Cat. Buddy, pal. We're still about 2 minutes out. And arms immediately queued up. This is a big advantage, by the way. Cat, the tough part he has now is he has to rush castle, so he can't really stop to produce Mustafadi. That burns into your food quite quick. In a standard Malian game, oh my god, he actually did go free TC. I thought someone was memeing. What? I can't believe this. Free TC Malians in a pro series. Gotta beat that Rus eco somehow. Who needs cows, man? Like dude, cows can't work in factories. They don't work well on them. They don't have opposable farms. They can't become pro gamers. You need villagers. Fulani now on the way. Elyona now with the dive. He's like, wait, another TC? Torch damage is high, remember. When you tech up, you increase the damage. So the town center only just went up, and it's immediately going down. Elyona now with a continued dive. Tech up still not complete yet. At least when it does come through Cat, it's only going to take him 30 seconds to get the veteran seize. The question mark is how much of an army is going to be left over by then. Veteran archers now hitting as hard as the feudal javelins. Cat does at least have enough gold to get all the techs lined up. But he's also going to line up for his own execution here. Villagers are running for their lives. Knights do at least get pinched by the Donzos. The archers are sticking on top of this. And that's wave number 1. Wave 2, wave 3 on the way. And not much safe left in the corner for Cat to harvest. Oh man, Cat. He might still be alive, but with 51 eco idle, I'd feel pretty dead inside. Goodness gracious, Cat gets a stay of execution. Elyona, I think he was paranoid that the upgrades were already queued. Little did he know that in the panic, Cat forgot to queue up the veterancies. So actually, Cat, he could have lost the entire game right then. There's a chance. It's true, the eco lead isn't overwhelming. However, there are other issues in the way, right? Like, Elyona should be leaning into Monastery soon. Instead, he just continues the aggression. And High Trade House was 132 gold. We got any winners? Got any winners? Good, I don't have to pay anyone. God, now queuing up sofas here. I mean, Elyona just needs additional production at this stage in the middle of the map right now. Just this place right here. You need to be closer. Choke point doesn't at least allow Cat to defend, but this is getting ugly, folks. It may look like Cat isn't falling further behind because the number's not moving. Remember, when the worker number doesn't move, that's actually equally bad. Something else is happening. You're losing villagers or not building them. Elyona's lead is extending. 30 ahead, and oh my god, he only just realized. Wait, I'm sorry. Your entire base is on fire, and you want to go and get relics. What? The smile on my face at this game, the levels of clownery it feels like we're witnessing right now, that this is what happens when you chart a new territory, right? You either look like a god, or you look like a dog. Just depends which way you want to write the word. Funnily enough, it's actually the cat that's looking like it's going to be put down here. Alyona is kind of going the hard way about this. Like, at this stage, either ramp up production, get more units out, or go Imperial Age. Either is a win. In a weird way, he's going the very slow and grindy way at killing Cat off here. I don't think Cat is back in this, but it's giving the opportunity for a very weird turn of events. Frontline slash here. I don't think we have Boy's Fortitude either. Yeah, no, Blacksmith techs have been a little bit lacking for Alyona. Focus on some, but ignoring Bloomery here when you're scaling Men-at-Arms and Knights is a big no-no. Oh my god, no front line anymore, Cat. Just can't get the Musafadi together quick enough here. And once again, we dive the double TC. The impenetrable defense of the Malians. We have got a single sofa trying to carry the entirety of the Malian kingdom on his shoulders. We'll come back to his story later. I don't know if Elyona's... I don't want to say he's not trying, but what I mean is, like, I think he's confident about his position, and this is the type of game where I wouldn't be surprised if Elyona's mentality is, like, the longer I just keep doing this, the more demoralizing it has to get for Cat. Because there's no recovery arc. It almost seems like Elyon is throwing away an easy way at ending the game, but he's actually not, guys. The reason that he's doing this is because he's playing Malians. The added benefit is he demoralizes his opponent, but the reality is what he needs to do is he has to keep the Malians' head in the dirt, because this Civ unlocks a ridiculous surge point at this point in the game, right? With the Fulani, they have so much food, they tend to spam out a gazillion units. So Elyona's goal is very self-serving in that it's to keep his opponent away from zerging the map. And if you have to body 1 million people to their death to do that, so be it. Nice little leak over. Horsemen, funnily enough, going to be the ones going after the villages now instead of the Knights. Mainland clash is going to be Archer Crossbows, Men-at-Arms pushing it, and Cav leaking in. And oh no, it's an overchop. Cat! What? Wait, where are we going? Just gonna go for a little bit of a parade, boys. Yep, this is the way. Oh, look, there's nice guys here with shiny helmets. They must be part of the parade as well. Why are they covered in Malian blood? Several villagers going down. Dive continues. Alyona fully invested again. Relics are also now being targeted by the Rus. Alyona now 40 plus villagers ahead. There are things Fulanis can do, but there are also limitations. We are at those limitations. This is rough. Which is weird, because that's the noise a dog makes when watching a cat. Okay, I'm going to stop with the animal puns. Oh my god, the out of time again. It's actually not 28 villages. It's over half of Cat's economy not working. They're being hunted. In fact, they're leading them to the deer packs. And the gold! Everyone just hide in the corner. Come down here, make a wall. No one can hurt us here. Oh my god. The wild part is if Alyona just capped sacred sites, this would be much more oppressive. He has got full farms though, right? Yeah, 52 farms. You can keep doing this for days. Can we just agree there's no other Civ that would probably be able to keep pumping units like this when this is happening? Just this one. Right? I feel like that's an honest statement. 54 villagers dead at 83 eco. Like, what other Civ could really achieve this scalability again with military? This is the only one. And it is quite frankly insane that it exists. Villages also, oh my god! Was that 50 villages? 59 villages! Oh my god, this has to be it. Elyona. I mean, Fulani, yes, broken, but it has reached its limits. He's frontlining with villagers right now. An absolute massacre, as now more people have died in the Malian kingdom than exists today. And still more to die. He's running them by the front line again. Cat looking more like a goldfish right now, in a panic. I mean, right now, he feels like a magic carp. There's just nothing you can do at this stage. It's over. Game 2 to the Frenchman. We need a decider in this absolutely bonkers set. Dude, I can't. Like, what? I mean, the thumbnail is going to be free TC Malian. I do. It's such a weird build. The weirdest Malian build order ever. Don't leave your Mansa on stone. What an unhinged game. All right, deciding game is Otto versus Chinese. I'm sorry, what are you meant to... Okay, I'm gonna upset the one person in my chat that mains Ottomans and thinks they're still good. What do you do with Ottomans here? Can we refund it? What was Elyona's other choice? I'm like, knowing him, I imagine he picked French, right? One sec, let me double check. One second. Sorry, one of my influencers... Yeah, no, dude, it's because I get, like, spammed about something, and it's, like, because someone misread something, but also someone mistyped something. So there's miscomms on both sides. Do I still play rando games? Yes, Chauncey Wilson. I play a bunch of different games. So, like, at the moment, I'm playing Dark and Darker. Probably after I finish the stream today, I'll play some Dark and Darker with my mate, Des. And then, what else have I been playing at the moment? Some Overwatch. I've actually been getting back into Overwatch. Been loving that. I used to play a lot of Europa in my spare time, but I've kind of weaned myself off that at the moment. I'll probably come back into that hardcore with Europa Universalis 5. Might even stream that. The only reason I don't really stream those games is, like, my audience likes watching strategy games. I don't know, it's that paranoia. I need to start reaching out on my show. Because I love, I mean, true for me, guys, I love strategy games, but I also love FPSs. I love MOBAs. Like, I love a lot of different genres. I'm a nerd like that. 300 games played on Ranked Ladder. Try out Songs of Conquest. Yeah, I play a bunch of Songs of Conquest, mate. Played the crap out of it. Played it
over a year ago as well. I actually love the game. If you guys haven't checked out Songs of Conquest, it's on Steam right now. It's like a new coming home. I'm just not sure if it's going to hold numbers. Like, I'm looking on the Twitch directory right now. It has 18 people watching, which is kind of unfortunate. I used to play a decent amount of Hearts of Iron. Not so much now. Tried Victoria 3? No, I heard bad things about it. What I am excited about, did you guys see the new Anno game? Dude, that's my jam. I think when that comes out, we will slam that. I hope people are excited for that and want to watch some of that. I'm a really big Caesar fan. Caesar 3 is one of my favorite games. One sec. One second. Sorry, I just need to link this across, and then we can get back to the party. Anna's nice, but you're concerned Anna 1800 spoiled us? I don't know, man. You'd be surprised. I still play a little bit of Caesar 3 today. Does anyone else play those games, the ones that Sierra made? I actually recently played a bunch of Empire. Is it Rise of the Middle Kingdom? It's the Chinese themed one. Really fun. I think you'll be surprised what going further back in time could add. You could intro gods. The Sierra games had a lot of god play. Yeah. Do you play Resonations back in the day? Yes, I played the crap out of that. I played a lot of the OG strategy games. Cossacks, Red Alert 2, Emperor, Battle for Dune. We've got like Battle for Middle-earth. The list goes on. My childhood is many, 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 many strategy games long. I'm a very big nerd for that. Let's update the score and get ready for the third game. Yeah, my hopes is we could just continue to build a homely community here. So then I can just like maybe start streaming everything instead of just streaming strat games. I think that's the ideal situation for me. I want to mix up the content because I think it's nice for you guys. You can have like an Age of Empires 4 day, like a Battle Aces day, you know, like an Anno day, those type of things. A insert random new strategy release day, and then some community days as well. All right, should we get ready to go? You're in a deciding game to qualify for the main event. You pick Ottomans. Explain. I cannot understand what this pick is about. I don't know what Elyona's final alternative choice was. Knowing him, it's probably something along the lines of French, but Ottomans versus Chinese is going to be an uphill battle for Elyona. Cat with the desirable Sith here in the third game on Dry Arabia to decide which player will make it to King of Dry Arabia, an event taking place in July that's being hosted by Wan QE. And I gotta say, it's hard to bank against China. I feel like China getting through the bans is a tough one anytime, right? Like Byzantines is a given ban, HRE is high prior as well. I feel like China is worth it after that. Like Insane Civ, and then of course Rus is usually the one that comes to mind. But Rus made it through. Somehow China made it through as well. Cat, gonna need a mental reset here. Last game, he did decide to build 3 TCs of the Malians. This Civ, it's not a bad idea on. Maybe not 3 TC, but 2 TC, definitely a cozy situation for the Chinese to put themselves in. And a decent spawn for it as well, right? Deer Retract on the south side. Nice tree line to cut off and protect. He's got double berry back spawn. The stone leans there as well. This is a golden spawn for Cat. In fact, the way it's configured, I don't think you even have to rush a Barbican. You open Imp Academy and maybe just go Barbican on delay. Other side, Ottos have been changing their builds a bit, but this is a bit more old school. We have got the military school opening. At the moment, Ottoman players have started to lean back from this, the logic being that the initial Spinman doesn't have as much value. And instead, I've noticed a few more Otto players leaning into a town center build, which I tend to be a bigger fan of. It's a bit tough against China in particular, though. So I wouldn't be surprised if instead Elyona goes for a condensed approach with 2 TC being off the table, and instead his focus being fast castle. And I'm hoping that Spearman is for shoving deer.
I've seen a lot of players recently send their spears across to try and harass the enemy. It doesn't work here. Cat already has 200 gold. By the time you arrive, Imperial Academy is up, and he doesn't need to be on gold anyway, right? So your denial is very limited at that stage. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, just trying to walk past here, you probably get sniped by the TC. So we'll see. He's also doing this blind. Oh, wow. Jeez, he got yoinked. Guys, Elyon only has 5 sheep. And there's no sheep left on the map. Like, they're all gone. Cat completely slapped him. This is another reason why China is ban-worthy in high level. Scouts with extra vision are busted. You see your opponent, you can out-rotate them, you can beat them to sheep. And I think that is actually what happened here. You can see in the mid-map area some overlap. I imagine Cat saw the sheep ahead of time and grabbed them just before Elyona could. Outside that, this does feel like a lack of RNG for Elyona. He missed 1, maybe 2 sheep, but the numbers don't make sense to me beyond that. I don't feel like you should ever be in a situation where it's 14 sheep to 5. So he definitely lucked out a bit. I feel bad for him, man. In a decided game as well. This is why I said before I'm not a really big fan of the way that sheep spawn on the map right now. And I don't think there's a... I don't really think there's a golden answer with generated code that works either. Because you either make it too predictable and there's like one optimal way, and it's at that point you might as well just have a 50-50 sheep spawn where both players have them in their base, or you have this situation where one player just jackpot locks and it ends the game. Well, Anatolian Hills might negate that, but that's a Vizier point. That's a limited value point. And although you're going to go for it, what you've just described to me is like, oh man, the game screwed you over. Luckily, you can use one of your advantages to get back to an even point when your advantage is meant to put you ahead of that point, right? That's a problem. Life is random? I don't like that logic. This isn't life. This is a video game. How many times in your life have you played a video game where you don't understand why you lost and you just give up? Or like RNG decides something and you don't want to play anymore? Dude, we had this in Dota 2 for a long time. Old school Phantom Assassin could one-hit supports. Was that fun? Hell no. Why? Because the one hit was an RNG, a 10% crit strike chance. That's not fun. When you play with... Oh, wait, no, you're playing Byzantines. Everything's always good. But let's say you're playing Byzantines. And you really just want more Lombos. And it starts giving you Landsnet too early. You don't feel great about it. But that's at least like a tempered RNG where it's like there's options, right? That's at least constricted. This is just true RNG. How many tournament games have we seen decided within the first 5 minutes because one player got 85% the sheep and the other got scraps? I still remember that Joan versus, I think, a Deli game where Wham was on Joan and he just couldn't play the game because of it. I think it was against Deli. But the part I remember about that is he had 5 sheep. He found 5 sheep total that game. Okay, I hate the argument of like, I'm just a diamond, I'm not playing for high level. Even a high level, low level, dude. What I'm saying applies to low levels just as much. Because here's the other thing, right? Like, you won't know that you were scammed on sheep until later in the game. It's very hard to pivot at that point, right? And this should definitely be Anatolian Hills, by the way. Because he went for the trade network. You don't have an option here. Like, if you don't go for the sheep, I think you're a bit screwed. He does go for the 2TC. Okay, so I'm a little bit perplexed by the Spearman choice then. I feel like the timing delay... I think he was expecting to do more with the Spearman. He did intercept the deer push, but it's still workable for Cat. And Cat, I think this is Fast Castle now. Yeah, that's sick. Song into Fast Castle. So Elyona's delay going 2TC seems crafty because I don't think Cat expected it. But this is now a big problem. You've got a 4TC, you've got no strong defenses. And this is the build I've been talking about with China that makes them kind of nuts. Right? I think this is the dirty build. 2TC is predictable, and I don't want to say, like, you know, not strong. It feels manageable, like people figured it out. I still think people are struggling with the Chinese Fast Castle. And what enabled this, by the way? Sheep Hall. You wouldn't rush castle like this with exposed resources, right? Because there's a risk your opponent is inting you in feudal. But with this much safe food, we're talking 14 sheep. 14 sheep, which equates, what is it? It ends up being 3,500 resources, right? Plus berries afterwards. And remember, 20% more on top of all that. Right? So that's 5,000 with an extra 20%. He's got 6,000 food to party with. That's fast castle and lancer spam. Smart read by Cat. Strong build. And what worries me even more now is Elyona, if he doesn't... Okay, he did go Anatolian. I was going to say, without Anatolian, all your food is front-facing and you're dead, right? His berries are here. Second berries here. Deer here. He's only got a berry pack really far out in the back. So this at least gives him a reset point. But without active production, there's not going to be much to defend on your reset. Pass guard not better. Too slow at the opening. You can supervise the stables to get your lancers out. The first few lancers are really impactful. He might consider pass guard because there was opening spears, but usually when the Ottomans do the spearman opening, they don't build a racks, so they don't upgrade. Right? So I imagine Cat will be scouting for this. His timing is really good. He's about to trigger for castle, and his scout's going to come around the back, and he should get all this info for free. Oh, bad news for Elyona as well. You just saw it. What hurts more, this is the really frustrating thing about Chinese with Song. You don't really feel like you're getting ahead very quickly with 2TC. Especially when they follow up with Fast Castle. There you go. Free info. So he scouts around the blacksmiths. He already saw that there's a military school here earlier, so he knows there's no other buildings other than stables. This handcuffs Elyona in terms of what he can do. And it looks like he's now proing castle. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Cat prioritizes a monastery. There is a Sipahi, though. So you're probably looking at stables... Okay, no, he's actually going PG. Interesting. With Sipahi in the field as well. So PG opening. That means this should be rushing monastery, right? Like, he's got blacksmiths queued up. This would make sense if he was going for a second comp like monastery, right? Because then you rush relics. Don't know if you guys know this, but China's kind of broken for this Castle Age build because of that detail. When you supervise a monastery, you pump out the priests every 10 seconds. Very reasonable, very balanced. Instead, dude, he's just sending Palace Guard. And this is crazy, right? Because he's supervising it. Look at this. 9 seconds. It's a mini Burgrave. And in fact, because he has Imperial Academy, he can afford to build another taxman and make it a full Burgrave. Oh man, the Mehmed's now being built up. Elyona caught with his hand in the cookie jar here. Lacks an ability to get a counter yet. He has at least got the archery range down to start producing crossbows. But the Palace Guard are so quick, they could actually cut those starting crossbows. Undermesh already queued up. He could actually go for the angled surfaces here. Steel Arrow is on the way. Villager's now in trouble. Wood Lancers have done better here. Quite possibly, but give it another minute, and that's where the value in Palace Guard comes out, right? Like, you're getting 2 for the price of 1 Lancer. It's all about bulking. Just continuing. What we've got on the other side. Racks still being supervised. We've got the Blacksmiths now being supervised. Subliminary on the way in 20 seconds. No monks. Yeah, Cat's trying to end the game. Usually, the goal with this play is that you gather relics behind, and then you're just going to go into a delayed 2TC, right? Instead, this guy is genuinely just sending it all. And Monk's now coming through. Okay, so pretty heavily delayed here. I guess Cat has accepted he can't dive to end the game, which makes sense, right? I felt like it was a bit overzealous to imagine you reach the full critical mass. What you can gradually do is try to burn down the TC. I don't think this works with the crossbow count coming up. You need to just find villagers and kill. Oh, he supervised the deer pack like crazy. He's got 10 villagers out here. He hasn't even supervised the mill, by the way, which is kind of wild. He could be. Instead, he's focusing on the wood. Wait, do you not just follow up with Nesta Bees here in GG? Double Knob kind of just breaks the game now. Because Elyon is putting everything into crossbows to counter the Palace Guard mass. So if you go double Nesta Bees, I mean, one Scream is not going to do anything, right? And Ottomans don't like reacting to siege early in castle. They can build siege with the Mehmed, but that's a delayed action, right? Like, you have to wait about, what, a minute and a half, at least, to get that Scream. I don't think we had a supervised monastery either, which is a bit surprising. Oh, he joined double monastery. So it's kind of okay because he's going to get 5 relics. Well, 4. But realistically, like, you supervise 1 and just pump 3 monks straight away. He definitely has the goal for that as well. I mean, that's what Imperial Academy does to you. It's kind of a broken landmark, in my opinion. I think this is like sleeper pick, a top 3 feudal landmark. Right? Like, ever since the discount buff got brought in, it rocketed in my eyes. It's crazy how good this landmark is now. It doesn't have long-term value in the game, per se, but what it has is optimal timings for the early game. If you think about it, Chinese already have really good mid and late game situations. What the Imperial Academy done is gave them a boost to the early game where they're meant to be weak. So what I see now with China is just a Civ that doesn't have a weak stage of the game. Like, they just work at every phase. Archon number 1, Kremlin 2? Yeah, pretty much. I don't think Abbey of Kings is like top 4. Like, what else would we put up there? Mansa's fairly decent. I don't think it's like top 3 though. No, China used to be weak early game. Gardens is like an interesting one, right? It's situational, but with the right map. The only reason it doesn't feel that broken now is because Yuji is an underwhelming Civ. Looks like some relics being blocked from being recovered. Still an extra one on the way home now. Nesta Bees are now out. So Mass Spears, Mass Palace Guard, and Clump. Palace Guard are creeping in. Cat is kind of everywhere right now. Gathering resources on the flanks and dodging death. And now, oh, that's a freebie. The timing on that from Cat was insane. That could not have been more pitch perfect. Lancers are starting to roam the base. So Cat is going to lose a bit of eco there. But remember, you know, with the state of the economies right now, with the relics coming home, like, Cat isn't behind. The military schools definitely add up to kind of assist the Ottomans, but we're only at what? Yeah, 3 right now, no fort coming in. Things are starting to decrease. I'm a little bit surprised Cat hasn't dropped a TC yet. Typically the play here is grab relics, then TC behind, and then set up farms for the late game. I think we might be heading for that, but this is looking more like a keep drop. Asgard are in though. In reflection, I still feel like maybe Lancer opening would have given him a bit more punch here. I'd still say Cat is in a good position though, right? TC is now online. So 2 TC, farms are going to be coming up behind this. And it's even going to be a double granary pump. You could probably just delete the mill here and then supervise one of the granaries for maximum drop-off. Now, keep in mind, Cat will peak quicker here. If the Ottomans reach the theoretical peak late, it's Great Bombard Mass, right? And that is something China won't really have a golden solution for. But I would emphasize that's like 40 minutes away. And what I mean by that is the back and forth that should occur. Like, Cat shouldn't be letting him have all that for free, right? So you're going to have to work towards it. You're going to have to survive a pretty big onslaught to reach critical mass. In the interim, Cat's making all the right moves. Keep drop now on the north side. Fat gold vein should be enough to get him all the way into Imp and beyond, especially with the farms now coming through. Kind of interesting choice to send spears with Cav here. He could have moved them in a lot quicker, but this is more a little scouting party, right? I think he just wants to know how deep Cat is into farms. Meanwhile, Alyona is a grand total of 0 farms into farms. That might prove problematic. Yeah, so news in. He now knows the granaries are up. So Elyona's got 2 choices. He can either just hunker down and try to weather the storm, build his own economy, play Imp, or he goes now. And it looks like we're on the move. Elyona marching out now. A tough breach, though. 1 Springald to his name, 3 Nesta Beast to contest, and only a handful of Sipahi to do it. Scout sees everything. Cat gets the full info. The lay of the lands has been read. Well, it looks like Cat was considering Imp. This is going to be a reinvestment now. It has to be. House Guard trickling. He's going to wrap around. The problem is with the walls up, it'll take a while to get through, and that would put Elyona out of position. So instead, looks like he's going to try to brute force this. Mr. Beast Flurry. First Springald comes in with a hit, but it needs 2 more to get the kill. Elyona, this is going to stockpile. He's going to clump up, and that is exactly what Cat is waiting for. Back into the choke points. 44 crossbows, making up over half of the army for Elyona. And the Nesta Bees instantly with a wallop to the center. Springald trying to snipe out. 2 Nesta Bees remaining. Flurries continue, and the crossbow count is shrinking. He just can't reach him. He's lost it. Springald goes down. He needs to retreat. Sipahi are going to break through for the backline of farms, but without the anti-siege, Elyona has no way of going in. And that means the Spearman can now just come in to mop up. Yeah, this is exactly what Elyona needed to dodge. This exact plague. He might be able to get out with the Sipahi, which would be a boon here. These are expensive losses if they go down. But now we reach a deeper phase of the game. Idolica on the flanks. Farms have to be set up. But by the time you are midway through your farm setup, the granary comp is going to be complete. There is a growing risk that 3 minutes from now, we see that exact same fight, only in the Ottoman base. I think Elyona's aware of it. Stone's starting to be gathered up. You might need a keep drop. Now, Cow is being very greedy, but this is the power of Nesta Bees. This is why this unit is so ludicrous, right? Like, Mangoes couldn't have really done that to the same extent, in my honest opinion. It would have been, no, there would have been a better opportunity to dodge, right? Like, Elyona could have potentially out-microed Mangoes with dodging. You can't out-micro Nesta Bees. The way you out-micro Nesta Bees is you never go in range of them. But now that this threat has been revealed, I wonder, does Cat just hunker down and finish Imp first? I mean, look at the farm count, right? Like, before it was, what, 8? Now we're up to 26. The outpost crawl coming from Cat. Wow, he's trying to starve resources. Yeah, he's blocking golds here. And stone on the north side, right? Same in the south, but looks like the fortifications are going to be a little bit too late there. However, Cat is coming out. Elyona may regret going, here, kitty, 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 kitty. There was a mango there. Looks like it's breaking through everywhere. What outpost crawling in? What is this from Cat? And a keep drop now in the center. So Cat just giving himself a staging point to keep pushing forward from. Elyona. Only 2 Springalds here. He's outnumbered. I mean, funnily enough, if Cat wanted, he could turn a Siege Workshop here as well into a way of ramping anti-siege, right, on the front line. Scary situation now for Alyona. Starts to march out. Only a handful of Sipahi to try and go for that siege. The castle drop is going to prove problematic for Alyona. He actually has mass range, remember. No way of burning this down. And Nest the Bees, they see Clump and then they see me likey. Movement in. Crossbows being chomped on. This doesn't work. Villagers are nearby to save the day. This spread is too good. And Alyona spread too thin. And this is death. This is over. Alyona, that's going to be a wipe of the entire army here. He can't kill a single nest of bees to save his life. And now we are full Plowtown. Cat immediately queues up 20 more Palace Guard. He won't even need them. Farewell, Alyona. Cat will be going through to have an opportunity to crown himself the king of Dry Arabia. Oof. Yeah, no, that was not pretty. Oh. What do we call that one? Not a skill issue, Springwood issue. It's almost like Clock Tower is dumb. Is that controversial? I don't think so. Clock Tower is pretty dumb. Don't think Clock Tower is balanced really at all. Alright, so I think we're past the 8-hour mark. I was contemplating calling it there. Is there anything else to catch and watch right now? Maybe? Let me have a look. See if there's anyone online in an interesting match. If not, we might call it. Because we are going to be casting some games tomorrow, right? Let me have a look. Your Mongol games? Oh no, my sanity. I think what we'll do, let's find someone to raid. I think I'm going to call it there. 8 hours is good. We had a good stream, guys. Hopefully you had some fun. So let me find someone to raid. I'll catch up a chat and then we'll call it. I should be back tomorrow midday. We'll be doing, I reckon I'll do like 5 hours or so. So make sure you get in quick, otherwise you'll miss the fun. The reason I'll only do about 5 hours is I am going to be casting on EGC on the weekend. So I'll be hosting Saturday and Sunday. So we'll be seeing plenty of me. You have a great win rate with them? Nani? You're doing the Stables opener. I think the Stables opener is kind of being slept on quite a bit. So let's see. Who to raid? ESO? What's ESO? I don't know what that is. But yeah, like little heads up, next week I think we are gonna cook some content. So from Tuesday, there's 2 things I want to check out. There's gonna be a really cool game that is like a battle royale meets MOBA meets almost like a fighting game. I think you guys will like that. It's really fun and really easy to hop into. And I should have drops as well as ways for you guys to access that. And then the other thing, hopefully we should be able to get into the Battle Aces open beta. I'd be surprised if we don't. So we might give that a ganders as well. I mean, you guys said you wanted to see me play games, so it'll be an opportunity to see that. But let's have a look. Fact. Wait, wasn't the... Oh, no, guys, dude, he always raids us. I gotta send you guys across him as well. You guys remember excessive profanity, right? Wonderful guy. He actually checks out AoE4 a bunch. But right now, he's actually having a look at, I think, the new expansion for Elden Ring. So we're going to go raid across to an absolutely wonderful Aussie. It's an absolute pleasure. I love the guy. Just wish there's more ways we could work together. But go have some fun with excessive profanity. And I will be back tomorrow for more Age of Empires 4. And hopefully you'll join me for that. See you then. Doodles.